defining series for them. Yes, Joe Root's made the 100, but it hasn't. The series is they're 3-0 down, and potentially they might end up 5-0 down. How much longer does Joe Root continue? Because he's the kind of, you're talking about superstar cricketers, and a lot of them, once they get to a stage in their career, they play for these kinds of moments, right? The big ones. And England rarely qualify for the World Test Championship final, so you can cross that. So I guess the next home Ashes, maybe you'll want to go out on a high.
Yeah, surely it ggets to mid-2027.
Yeah, you would think so. It's just 18 months away. But, crazy things happen when England come here and lose Ashes series. It's something to keep our eye on. But if not, if he is around in 2027, as, you'd think probably he would be, and then Pat Cummins will have plenty of more opportunities to get him out. And probably for Joe Root, I don't know whether Pat plays MCG or not, he would love to get a big score with Pat in the attack before this series is done.
Yeah, I'm with you. So he's now played 33 innings in Australia. He averages 37 with 9 50s and 1 century. Not shocking. In fact, absolutely, okay, but well below his overall record where he averages, what does he average in Test cricket overall? He averages 51 in Test cricket. So, and you're right, the weakness was laid bare yesterday there, where he just opens the blade, and on more bouncy pitches, that can be an issue. With 3 deliveries into the first over, we've got 4, 5, 6 coming up. Baz is in form this morning. This is the new ball for iPartners. Exclusive access, greater choices, invest in more. For wholesale investors only, consider the risk. Learn more at iPartners.com.au. It's news time.
Fancy your tips over everyone else's? Here's your chance to prove it. SEN Survivor lets you predict winners and compete to stay alive in real time. The winner walks away with a prize or a jackpot. Out tip, stay alive, win big. Find out more at sensurvivor.com.au.
You're listening to SEN, your home of sport.
Good morning, I'm Mark Braybrook making SEN News this hour. Australia was within 4 wickets of retaining the Ashes as Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins picked up crucial wickets on day 4 of the third test against England in Adelaide. The pair took 3 each, England resuming at 6 for 207, still needing a further 228 runs. Parents have been warned to stop using the M&C Nebulae Australia child seatbelt extender as it could cause serious injury or death. And a day of reflection will be held across the country today, 1 week on from the Bondi massacre. sen.com.au sport is next.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Manchester City has kept the pressure on Arsenal with a 3-0 win over West Ham. Liverpool beat Spurs 2-1 while Brentford beat Wolves 2-0. Wins in the A-League to Melbourne Victory, Newcastle and Adelaide. The Sixers have beat the Thunder by 47 runs in the BBL. Jack Edwards grabbing 5 wickets and the Phoenix thumped the Bullets by 29 points in the NBL in Melbourne.
The SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show, streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
Racing covered. You can now hear RSN on the SEN app and at sen.com.au.
Showers easing today for Adelaide, a top of 24. Cloudy tomorrow, 23, and partly cloudy for Tuesday with a top of 24. It's wall-to-wall cricket today, the third test from the Adelaide Oval, followed by the Renegades and Hurricanes in the BBL live on SEN.
Sync up SEN's Test cricket call with your TV. Just download the SEN app and hit the sync button to make it happen. It's that easy. The new ball with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan.
This is the new ball for Cobram Estate and iPartners, and if one thing we can do well in this show, Baz, it's we're nimble and flexible, and you wrangle really well. We've wrangled people all across the last 5 days, and you've got 3 of the absolute finest here today, Baz. Take it away.
Yeah, we are irresistible, aren't we? That's how I like to believe it. Maybe pushing it. Look, what is sport without images, right? And these guys just bring everything to light. I mean, we do it through words, but the ability these guys have with that camera in their hand is, they don't need to do that, right? Because that's just how good they are. Darren and Rob, 2 of the best in the business. And you guys have watched a lot of cricket, covered a lot of cricket, toured into different parts of the world. I've been part of many of those tours, and we've had a lot of fun.
Yep.
How has this week been for you guys?
This week's been amazing. I think
Oh, watch out. We'll get the microphone sorted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go again.
Yeah, this week's been amazing.
No, that's no good. That's no good. Give me a second.
All right.
Yep, keep going. Go
Is
again.
this live radio?
No, that's like.
We're live.
There we go. Yes,
there you
yes,
go.
here we are.
Live radio, gentlemen
Well
and
done.
ladies.
This week's been amazing. I think the South Australian contingent, so Head and Carey, it's been add that little bit more of something special. The crowd in Adelaide's been just incredible. And for pitches, of course, you had Carey with the ton, and then Head. And then yesterday, Gaz just chopping them up towards the end there was great for pitches.
So it's so awesome. And Rob, for those of us who are amateur photographers, and that's probably being kind, given all of it is an iPhone, what is the key to taking a great sports photo?
You always want to be in the right position. You hope you're in the right position. And the background is clean. You obviously have crowd in the background's good. You don't want anything distracting. And then obviously the action coming your way when something happens, when it's a wicket or a catch.
Do you need to understand the game?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I always have the radio on in my ear and try to listen to commentary and see what's happening. And if there's something I missed all the time. See if there's something I'm missing, any milestones that might be coming up that I might have forgotten about. It always helps to have the radio on and just hear what's going on.
I love that.
How important is anticipation? Being in the right position, going, I think a wicket's going to come at the other end. And how much do you guys have to anticipate?
It's a lot. I think, like the cricketers themselves, you're sitting square of the wicket when Travis Head plays. He cuts all the time. So you're thinking, that's a great position to be photographing him. Other players look great at, better straight on. Bowlers, you want to be a bit more head on because they'll charge down and celebrate going towards you. Having said that, and I thanked him at the end of the day very cheekily, Gaz kept celebrating. I was sitting square of the wicket yesterday and he kept turning towards the bench and he was doing that one.
Do you think he knew that? Do you think he knew where he was sitting?
Possibly. I didn't know where I was sitting, but maybe he was turning back to the Australian bench. But I was sitting right in front of the bench and his 3 wickets, he turned straight back towards me and he's running towards me. So the pitchers are like, thank you. So I hit him up after it. We were signing autographs. I'm like, thanks, Gaz.
That's awesome. I love that.
Rob, you travel the world not just for cricket, but for all sorts of sport. How different is it here in Australia to take images of sport as compared to your wide range of experience?
I think here in Australia, we're more relaxed. We're where photographers can go within reason. Whereas a lot of countries, like if we do the cricket in India, you got a position and that's pretty much it. You're stuck there. Or if you do a World Cup soccer, you got a ticket for your seat and that's your seat. You can't move from that seat. So whereas here we can move around a bit. If we get a player in the way, like in the slips cordon or somewhere on point, we want to move around and get a better shot of the bowler or batsman. So I think, we're way more relaxed here than what we are overseas.
Last one for me, the best cricket photo you've ever taken.
It was actually here in 2015 of, I think Simmons playing for who's the team here? The
Scorchers.
Scorchers. No, the Scorchers.
Adelaide. Strikers.
Of course, he broke his bat. Brett Lee was bowling to him and he broke his bat and he went flying through the air and that won the Wisden Cricket Picture of the Year for that year. Yeah.
Then you got it. What about you?
I'd say something from the T20 World Cup last year. I think it was Dre Russ. He was diving out in Trinidad somewhere. It was just ridiculous. He was super athletic. So I'd say that one.
You guys do a great job. Thanks so much for joining us on the new ball this morning. Have a good day today and make sure Nathan Lyon's running towards you when he gets the wickets. Good man. Thank you so much.
Official new ballers
well done,
now.
guys. Yeah, official new ballers.
Thank you, Rob.
That's a change, Baz. Well done. Jeez, you do a good job. This is the new ball for Cobram Estate and iPartners. We're going to get back in the cricket chat after this. I want to particularly dive into Zach Crawley's innings. And also, Baz, I'm going to ask you about your 11 for the MCGs. Have a think about that. You can also give us a call on 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16 to send us a text on the 40 Wings Temper text.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for cricket this summer. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
In Kilkenny, look out for works on a burst water main on Torrens Road near Regency Road, with Torrens Road closed in both directions at the intersection and traffic signals on flash. Expect significant delays due to restrictions. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy Feb 10, 2026.
Stuart Broad here. Catch every ball of cricket's biggest rivalry, the Ashes, right here on SEN, your home of cricket.
Want to win an iconic New Year's Eve celebration at Adelaide Oval? Well, now you can. Adelaide Oval is giving you and up to 11 mates the chance to win an all-inclusive corporate suite at the Strikers New Year's Eve Big Bash. Catch all the cricket action and atmosphere from the best seats in the stadium. With a fully catered food and beverage experience, it's the most iconic way to celebrate New Year's Eve at Adelaide Oval. Enter now at adelaideoval.com.au for your chance to win. T's and C's apply.
The Big Hits brought to you by GWM. Go with more this Big Bash season.
Oh, what a shot to cover! 6 more!
That means going with more wickets, more broken records, and more of what you love. Thanks to our mates at GWM.
Strike with a cut shot. Oh, what a catch!
Now, with intelligent high-4 plug-in hybrid technology that's as adaptive and responsive as an all-rounder batting in fourth. Check out your GWM local dealership today.
Tired of golf brands that take themselves too seriously? At Golf Gods, they do things differently. Bold apparel, cheeky attitude, and a worldwide community of over 1.4 million golfers who play for fun, not perfection. From polos to golf bags, content to culture, Golf Gods is golf without limits. So, whether you're striping it down the middle or searching for your ball in the rough, do it in style. Golf Gods, where fun meets the fairway. Golf without limits.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs, helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety and reliability. So look for the Australian-made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips, and plenty of recommendations of what they're reading, watching, and whipping up in the kitchen.
Is there really leadership tension at AFL headquarters?
Yes, there is. Laura Kane, the head of football, who is clearly a great talent and clearly a very impressive young woman, had been given far too big a job and onerous a job for someone of her experience. Greg Swan, very experienced club CEO, most recently of Brisbane, came in and took over. But it was announced that they were splitting the roles, when really that wasn't true. It's pistols at dawn. It's not happy, and it's not going to end well.
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy provider 3 times. Maybe it's time you switch to Red.
The new ball says, yes, IDD, to keeping the night going after the last over. This is the new ball with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan.
Live bowls here. Crawley got through him as well. Oh, Nathan Lyon combining with Alex Carey. The South Australians had a superb test match. Dragged it out of the crease. Bales ripped off. Nathan Lyon's got 3. This is some kind of spell.
It was probably the wicket that broke the back of England. Zach Crawley stumped by Alex Carey off the bowling of Nathan Lyon. It was actually Nathan Lyons, Alex Carey's first stumping since Galbaz. So he's been a few games. He's had a few games without one. That was a Milwaukee powerful moment from yesterday. It's forever Milwaukee, forever for the trade. Let's talk about Zach Crawley and give him his flowers because he deserves some credit for his innings yesterday. He has the game to succeed at test level when he puts his mind to it. It's why his overall record is simply bizarre, I think, because at his best he looks excellent, but he hasn't been able to do it consistently for a long period of time.
I mean, he batted like a proper opener yesterday, and often he hasn't done that, and I don't know whether he's been given the opportunity to do that, or whether it's been a case of the right kind of messaging around him from this English setup, because I mean, when he made his 267, I mean, that seemed like a proper inning. It was attacking innings,
yes,
but he's still, this is well before the baseball era began. It seemed like a proper innings where he looked like an opener who could be that guy. And they have looked at him since as someone who, if he fires, he'll win you a test match, and he'll do it twice or thrice every series, and he'll do it like he did in the 2023 Ashes. But as he showed yesterday, clearly he's got other gears to his batting as well. And clearly there is more to Zach Crawley than what we've seen so far. And then you wonder, is it him or is it those around him that have resulted in us not being able to see that? Because if he bats the way he did yesterday on what is still a pretty flat pitch, he will score a lot more runs. And, he did what Ben Stokes did in the first innings. He did what traditional test batters do, which is get your eye in, get your feet moving, see off the new ball, and then once he did all of that, he started scoring a lot freer, because he's got all the shots in the book. I thought he batted against Nathan Lyon really well, the way he played the sweep and the reverse sweep to start with. As we see fans coming through.
Tony Donamaid walked in before.
Tony Donamaid, like he does at the same time, Tony Donamaid.
Yeah, so Tony Donamaid's a selector, and I said to him, Tony, please have a chat to us if there's ever a time to jump on. And he said, no, it's not over yet.
No, that's exactly. I mean, I understand that as well. You don't want to jump the gun. If it was 2 wickets to go, maybe, but 4 wickets to go, it's unlikely. But and I just saw or heard one of the Aussie fans just yell out, "Go Aussies!" I just walked through the railway gates, another Go Aussies fan. And, people are trickling down a lot or in greater frequency now on the Sunday morning. And so hopefully we see this Zach Crawley for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I like that.
The stats you said were alarming. If he hadn't made 30, he would have been the first opener to not get to 3,000 test runs in 100 innings.
Yeah.
And, there will
it's sort of confounding, isn't it?
It is. And he realizes, I'm sure he realizes that his place is on the line going forward because of the reputation that either has been built around him or this team management have built around him of being a hit or miss opener. Yeah. And if they are moving in a different direction, England, which is why I think Barney Roney's great line about him auditioning for a different regime is not too far from the truth.
Yeah, he gave himself time to play the innings of substance that he needed to show that he can perform at this level and bat at a pace that is more traditional in Test cricket. I'm with you. I wonder whether this baseball regime has actually been bad for him. Yes, the highs have been excellent, but whether his consistency has been off because they've expected a certain tempo from him.
Yeah, I mean, go back to the excitement of the first ball of the last Ashes series in England, right? When Pat Cummins bowled that length delivery and Zach Crawley hit it for 4 and all of England went up.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Like, I've been sharpening my knives for a while. And the English media, I'm coming after you now.
You are. Yeah, you are.
I was there in Edgbaston, or at Edgbaston in that press box that morning. And there were giggles and there were chuckles and they were like, "Ooh, we're going to teach you a lesson here, Australia.
We're going to change the game.
We're going to change the game. You will have to change your game. Everybody will have to play like this." Well, it's all come to a stuttering end. Unless, obviously, Will Jackson, Jamie Smith do something special. Both of them are capable of doing that in white ball cricket.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, unless that happens. But even if that happens, it wouldn't have been baseball that won this test. So it almost feels in a weird way that we were expecting baseball. It's England that showed up, and it's England that Australia will end up beating to go 3-0 up.
Yeah, well said. Trying to reinvent the wheel is unlikely to work, but in the end, you're right. They've played a more traditional brand, and that still hasn't been good enough. But I do give Crawley respect for the way he's grinded.
Yes.
I give Ben Stokes respect in the first innings for the way he's grinded in particular. A weather update, and this is important today as well because it was drizzling this morning. This is for Better Beer. What a day for it. Better Beer, Australia's #1 zero-carb beer. Baz, you're the local here. Showers easing 0 to 6 millimetres. Feels like 20, a max of 24. We don't expect any rain to have a significant impact on the day, but there was some drizzle this morning.
No, there was a heavy drizzle. It was, I've joked about it elsewhere. It felt like there were heavy drops. You know how in cricket you say, oh, this guy was a heavy ball.
Yeah.
It felt like it was Pat Cummins delivering the, the drops because they were heavy.
Splice of the bat drops.
Yeah, very much. So hitting that hard length. But it didn't last for too long, and we have been checking with, because we are indoors here, outside the Guardsman, outside at Sky City. We have been checking with people walking across. Maybe we'll do it live. Let's see. Let's just like yell out and see if it is raining or not.
Hey guys, sorry, is it raining outside?
Is it raining outside? No, it's not at the moment.
Thank you.
You have local knowledge. What do you think? Is it going to clear out soon? Is the rain going to clear out soon? What do you think?
Sweet, there we go.
Blue skies, that's all we needed to know. You're the best.
G'day, guys.
See, the people of Adelaide can be trusted.
It's like a rolling weather update, really, for Better Beer. What a day for a Better Beer, Australia's #1 zero-carb beer. So we are live from Sky City. All the cricket action, head to Sky City. If you're heading to the game, pop in and check out the show on your way to the Adelaide Oval. Baz, your Australian 11 for the MCG is up next.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for cricket this summer. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
Stuart Broad here. Looking forward to being with you across the summer for the Ashes on SEN, your home of cricket.
That's right. Catch every ball of the Ashes this summer of cricket right here on SEN. Every shot, every catch, every six, every wicket with the best commentary team. Listen to the Ashes this summer here on SEN, your home of sport. Get ready for the first ball. Download the SEN app today.
The SEN SA Open Line. 1300 SEN SEN. That's 1300 736 736.
Your summer at Adelaide Oval starts now, where unmissable moments unfold in one iconic destination. Catch all the Ashes and New Year's Eve Big Bash action. Then take a historic Adelaide Oval Stadium tour or take on the roof climb for the best city views. Indulge in the best local food and wine at Bespoke, then settle in for the night at the stylish Oval Hotel. Cross the river and enjoy the views of Adelaide Oval while sipping a beer at Malt Shovel Tap House. Make summer yours at Adelaide Oval.
They say one of life's biggest decisions is buying a home, but sometimes the hardest one is leaving it. At Anglicare SA, we're here to help you stay where you belong. We offer support for everyday things like cleaning, gardening, cooking, but are also experts in care management, allied health and clinical nursing. Because we believe there is no place like home. And with the right support, there is no reason to leave it. Find out more at Anglicare SA. You are at home.
The Big Hits brought to you by GWM. Go with more this Big Bash season.
Oh, what a shot to cover! 6 more!
That means going with more wickets, more broken records, and more of what you love. Thanks to our mates at GWM.
Strike with a cut shot. Oh, what a catch!
Now, with intelligent high-4 plug-in hybrid technology that's as adaptive and responsive as an all-rounder batting in fourth. Check out your GWM local dealership today.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Installerine,
Installerine,
Installerine.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Lumo Energy is fully Australian owned and supports the Adelaide arts, local businesses, communities, and now's the bright time to join our thousands of happy customers thanks to our great rates. So flip the switch to brighter rates today. Lumo Energy for a brighter SA. Go to lumoenergy.com.au. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply.
Lumo Energy.
Everything grows better.
Vinidex is a leading manufacturer of plastic pipes and fittings in Australia. Vinidex has a range of twin-wall polypropylene corrugated pipe systems perfect for non-pressure stormwater and drainage applications. Known as Storm Pro, Vinidex's PP pipes are designed and made right here in Australia, are 100% recyclable and have a 100-year design life. Flexible and lightweight to install, Storm Pro can be installed without heavy lifting equipment. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
Hardy Grant Books presents the ultimate gift for golf lovers, Ian Baker Finch, To Hell and Back, the authorised biography by Jeff Saunders. The first and only biography of one of golf's best-known names, charting Ian's story through his golfing career and later media success. Ian Baker Finch, To Hell and Back explores the tragic circumstances behind Ian's sudden loss of form and answers the golfing world's biggest questions. Ian Baker Finch, To Hell and Back, from Hardy Grant Books, available in bookstores now.
The new ball says, yes, IDD, to keeping the night going after the last over. This is the new ball with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan.
This edges into the gloves of Smith. He'll just get 10. Tongue gets his 4th. Inglis departs into his world of uncertainty.
32-10, Josh Inglis scores in this test match, and it raises the possibility that he might not play at the MCG. Baz, give us your 11 for what you think the team should be in Melbourne.
Steve Smith is back, I think.
Yes.
He had batted in the nets yesterday, and he was there at the end of the day just patting everyone on the bum as they walked off. I mean, just his players, that is. Yeah.
I was going to say.
Sorry, Smudge. So, yeah, I think they'll obviously head and Weatherall to open. Mahan is 3, Smith 4. I think Usman Khawaja keeps his place at 5. Now, especially if they go 3-0 up. I'm not saying that it's a sentimental selection. He's made runs. He's made over 120 runs in this game. So I think they'll stick with him at 5. My big thing is, does Green bat 6 or 7? I think they will just go to 6 because of the rich form that Alex Carey is in at number 6. It'll be unfair to him to push him down to 7, but he's been batting really well at 7 as well. So I think that's how they'll go. Green 6, Carey 7. I think Cummins gets a break. So Stark at 8. Boland has to play MCG. Lyon and Jai Richardson.
You think Jai Richardson plays?
I think he just looks ready. I know they've said that they're working towards it. And so far, whatever the selectors have said, they said Pat will be ready for Adelaide. He was ready for Adelaide. And when the first time we heard about Jai Richardson even being an outside, or having an outside chance of playing in the Ashes, we were told they're trying to get him ready for the MCGs. I think he's going to play.
So ahead of Michael Nisa?
Yeah, I mean, look, it'll break my heart to say this, but I just feel like he might end up playing there. And, who knows how the pitch in Sydney will be. And we'll see. Maybe they'll finish again with Cummins, Stark and Boland. But I just have a feeling they might just throw Jai Richardson there.
I think the Josh Inglis v Usman Khawaja decision is really interesting. Give me a second. Give us 1 minute, because we're just on air for 1 more minute, Baz. We're just having a discussion about cricket at the moment.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm out of the people.
That's okay. Well, the Inglis v Khawaja discussion is fascinating, because you have Khawaja is not the future. Inglis might be the future. So what do you prioritise in a test match that no longer means anything for the Ashes? Do you just pick your best 11 for that day?
Yeah.
And if Inglis was in your best 11 3 days ago, then it's clearly flipped by the time you get to Melbourne.
Only because Inglis has been batting at number 7 as well. I think and Cam Green hasn't really taken to number 5 the way they would have liked to.
Yeah.
But
you think that's telling? You think that's telling?
I think it is telling. I mean, with Cam Green, maybe he's just a long-term number 6, or at least short-term, long-term number 6, whichever way you want to look at it.
And are you okay with Green ahead of Webster for the moment?
I think so, yeah. I think Green's bowling the wicket of Harry Brook a couple of days ago should keep him in the team. And don't forget, 3-0 up, but it's World Test Championship points up for the Abs.
They're not dead rubbers in the same way as they used to be dead rubbers. We're getting down to the third test from the Adelaide Oval for Beaumont Tiles. Hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max today. Baz, well done so far. You can head over to the Adelaide Oval and listen to Gerard, Whateley and the team. And we're going to stay here for SENSA.
You're listening to SEN, your home of sport.
Good morning, I'm Mark Braybrook with SEN News. A day of reflection will be held across the country today, 1 week on from the Bondi massacre. Australians are being asked to pause for a minute's silence and light a candle at 6:47 this evening. Meantime, the Prime Minister says he will support a state government if it decides to hold a royal commission into anti-Semitism. The New South Wales Premier has recalled state parliament to fast-track firearm and hate speech reforms. Chris Minns has announced the display of terrorist flags will be further criminalised and has given special powers to police during public gatherings and protests.
Many people have reported back to me that they think it's a step too far. I don't think it is. I think it's absolutely crucial in ensuring that we keep our community safe.
In Melbourne, police may shut down a major anti-Zionist rally planned for the CBD tomorrow. An anti-immigration rally is planned for the city today. Put Australia First planning a rally outside State Parliament. There's been a major recall on a child's seatbelt extender, with parents warned it could cause serious injury or death. The M&C Nebulae Australia seatbelt extender has been urgently recalled as it does not comply with mandatory standards for child restraints in cars. Melbourne commuters will be slugged more to use the city's public transport system in the new year, with increases across the board. Weekly tickets will rise by $2, an extra $104 for the year. sen.com.au sport next.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Australia requires 4 wickets to win the third test against England in Adelaide and retain the Ashes. The tourists resumed this morning at 6 for 207, needing a further 228 runs to keep the series alive. And in the English Premier League, Manchester City 3, West Ham 0, Liverpool 2, Spurs 1, Brentford 2, Wolves 0.
The SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show, streaming live anywhere, anytime.
In Kilkenny, look out for works on a burst water main on Torrens Road near Regency Road, with Torrens Road closed in both directions at the intersection and traffic signals on flash. Expect significant delays due to restrictions. Motorists are advised to avoid the area and use alternate routes where possible. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Vix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The world's biggest tennis stars are returning to Melbourne for the 2026 Australian Open. And once again, you'll hear it all the action live right here on your home of sport, SEN.
Heading to the cricket this summer? Bring your headphones and listen live on SEN Stadium on the SEN app.
Racing covered. You can now hear RSN on the SEN app and at sen.com.au.
Showers easing today for Adelaide, a top of 24. Cloudy tomorrow, 23, and partly cloudy for Tuesday with a top of 24. It's wall-to-wall cricket today, the third test from the Adelaide Oval, followed by the Renegades and Hurricanes in the BBL live on SEN.
The new ball says, yes, IDD, to keeping the night going after the last over. This is the new ball with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan.
The new ball's continuing here from the Guardsmen in Sky City. There's a few coffees. I've got to say, Baz, this morning, there's not as many beers as there has been over the previous few days. It is day 5. It's Sunday. What is that? There's an iced latte of some sort.
I think he wants a beer. I don't think he's been allowed to get one.
I think he's had his fair share of beers, that fella. Which is fair enough. There's actually a couple here 3 days ago that were drinking coffees and beer at the same time, which I enjoyed, one after the other. Baz, we're going to get to the text machine pretty soon. If anyone wants to text in, they can on 0433 98 11 16 on the 40 Winks temper text. But I mean, one of the things that I've wanted to do for a long time on the new ball is spread our wings.
Yes.
Get new people involved that potentially aren't our target market or traditional listeners. And I've had my eye on one person in particular. And even more so recently as I've got to know her, and I've realised she is new ball material from the very top drawer. Her name is Isha. She is your wife of 13 years.
Yeah.
And she joins us on the new ball this morning. Isha, good morning to you, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, boys. I'm sorry, I promised I'll be there in person, but I decided not to come today.
It's absolutely fine, Isha. The reality is, as long as I can hear your beautiful voice, then that absolutely does the job. I was thinking, when I was walking here this morning in the rain, I was thinking to myself, what's my first question to Isha, or as I like to call you, Mrs. Baz Ball, or Mrs. Baz, or the First Lady of Baz. My question to you is this. What is it like being married to Bharat Sundaresan?
It's a mix. So it can be long periods of absolute quiet when he's not there, and it just gets really noisy and busy when he is there at home and he's not traveling. So it's either this or that. It's two ends of the spectrum. There's nothing in between with him.
Is he as friendly and lovable and smiley at home as what he is when he's with the new ball, when he's on SEN, when he's doing Channel 7 stuff?
Absolutely. That's something I can vouch for. I've known him for 16 years now, and Bharat Sundaresan today is exactly how Bharat Sundaresan was on day one when I met him, the happiest, kindest human being that I've ever known. And that's never changed.
I love that. Maybe with a few more greys in his beard, but that's absolutely fine.
Yes.
How did you meet Isha?
Which he tries to hide these days.
Maybe that Isha. Thanks, Isha. How did you meet, and has he always dressed the way he dresses?
He's actually not dressed all the way he dresses now. When I met him, he used to wear only black, everything black. And then I think he almost was waiting for permission from me to say that bring in the colors. And once we did it, he's never gone back. Yeah, he is.
I love it. So how did you meet?
I used to be a journalist, and we met at journalism school.
Oh, really? So what sort of journalist were you?
I used to do broadcast for a business show. Definitely not my thing. I absolutely did not love it. Did not last in there for too long, but I think the only thing good that came out of journalism for me was meeting Bharat.
Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, wow.
These are beautiful words, Baz. Surely we can reciprocate it with something nice from you.
Well, your question of how we met for the first time, and I do not want Isha's version of events, just mine, for the record, is I saw her in journalism school in 2007, a long time ago.
Wow.
And you got to know me pretty well, Tom, so I have no filter. So especially if it's about something good I have to say to someone. So I looked at her. The next morning, I walked into this computer lab. This is years ago when there were computer labs in journalism schools in India. And there were 50 people there. India, very conservative, even more conservative back then. Walked up to this girl, and I said, Isha, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. And it wasn't like I wasn't asking her out, and it was just genuine.
Just a compliment.
My compliment, yeah. And Isha, you don't have to respond to that.
Isha, I mean,
I did not think that he was being a gentleman. I just thought he was being really creepy because I didn't know. And it was just, not fun.
So you've built a life for yourself in the Adelaide Hills. Tell us what life is like on a daily basis when Bharat is home in Adelaide.
It's actually quite simple and boring. It's fun. We have 2 dogs. We have 7 chickens. We have a massive backyard, which keeps us busy. Just usual home life. Quite often, Bharat and I talk about how we live lawlessly because we just do what our heart pleases and works for us.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
Are you a cricket fan yourself?
I wouldn't call myself a cricket fan yet, but after yesterday's day at the Test match, I'm really starting to enjoy myself. Just sitting and watching cricket for long hours. And I'm looking forward to being in Sydney in January. It should be fun. I might be there all 5 days if they play for all 5 days.
I love.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Hey, Isha, thank you so much for joining us on the New Ball this morning. Baz, I call him Baz. It just rolls off the tongue. He's been smiling from ear to ear, everything you've been saying, which tells me this is, and you don't need me to tell you this, but I'm going to say it anyway, it's genuinely true love. And that is beautiful. We are a show that doesn't just deal with cricket, it doesn't just deal with surface level issues, we'll deal with true love, and this is no doubt exactly that. So appreciate your time. I look forward to catching up with you in Sydney, and lovely to have you on the New Ball this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much, boys. Have a wonderful day at cricket.
And I'll see you later, you should say. I'll see you later tonight.
Sometime. I'm sorry about the house guest.
Thank you, Isha. Appreciate your time. That's Isha.
Bye-bye.
Or as I called her, Mrs. Bazball joining us. That's so nice, Baz, isn't it?
There you go. Thank you. Yeah.
That's nice.
Like guiding that conversation.
No, she's a new bowler.
She is the ultimate new bowler.
The ultimate new bowler.
And speaking of ultimate new bowlers, some messages coming through. Chris, love you, Chris. Morning, guys. I'm loving the show every morning. First time ever I set an alarm so I can hear the show from a parochial South Australian. There you go.
There you go. That's nice.
Thank you, Chris.
I've got one from here, Baz. We haven't discussed it yet. Can we talk about Travis Head's bowling yesterday? I thought he was outstanding and changed the game even without a wicket. What did you make of the way Head wheeled away from either end?
No, he should have had a wicket. Gerard Whateley was not happy with Ehsan Raza's decision to give it not out to start with. As some of our competitors walk past, we will not name your radio station here.
Hello, gents. Hello, guys.
And
look at that! Look at that shirt. Mercantile Mutual.
Red back.
What year was that shirt from? 95, 96.
95, 96. So that's
name me one player that reminds you of that shirt.
I mean, I would have to say Darren Lee when we were talking about. But let's think of like niche.
I'm thinking
Joe Scuddery.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Scuddery. So, and some other messages coming through as well about our selection calls. You're far too nice. Baz Green needs to be dropped. He's just not good enough. Says PJ from Geelong.
Now is the exact time you play Cameron Green, isn't it? Like you give him two more test matches, and you say it's harsh on Bo Webster, but if Green is your guy, then he's your guy. If there's room for one all-rounder in that team, as harsh as that is, but his wicket of Brook is crucial. And Damien Fleming, and I defer to him there, he does believe there is a distinct difference between Green's bowling abilities and Bo Webster's bowling abilities.
There's no comparison. Yeah, I mean Green. Green's bowling, if you think back to how he started off in Shield cricket, his bowling is what grabbed a lot of people's attention. And then he went to that 1 year reign where he scored a lot of runs. At 2020, 2021, Adelaide hub for the Shield. That's when his batting came through the fore, and then he got selected and he made his test debut against India right here at the Adelaide Oval. But yeah, I just can't see them moving on from him because of what he brings as an all-round package. Not to forget his fielding at gully. Bo Webster, it's weirdly enough, he's tall enough, he's got incredible hands, so he's really good in the field as well. But if it came down to just bowling, I think that's where Green pips in. Now the question is where he bats.
Isn't 7 perfect for him then?
So I would really think 7 is a great position for Cam Green, but because of the way the selectors do look at him as being potential top order batter at some point, I don't know whether they'll drop him as far down as 7. And because Alex Carey is so flexible, they might just push the wicketkeeper back to 7.
Yeah, Kawaja's not batting at 7.
No,
but I mean, they sort of show their hand Inglis at 7.
They have. And where Josh Inglis fits into this whole equation as well, right? If he's 7, yes, they said they didn't want to break up Carey and Green, but there was always a possibility of batting Inglis at 5. The fact that they haven't done it across 2 test matches, and now that fact that Inglis hasn't scored too many runs, at 30, you do wonder if he is looked at as the long-term middle order option, as some of us or some people in our box believe.
I keep looking at Marnus Labuschagne. Hello, Alex. Do you want to jump on? Come on.
Yeah,
come on.
There you go.
Take a seat here.
One of the best in the business, Alex Markham.
ESPN Cricket Info, also an unbelievable cricketer himself in Perth.
Yeah, he doesn't like to talk about that aspect of his...
No, but we'll talk about it for him then. What headset should he get, or what microphone should he get? Should he get this one?
Yeah.
There you go, Alex. Jump on.
Alex Markham, you can read his superb analysis on Cricket Info.
Yeah, Alex, welcome to the new ball. You would have faced the new ball quite a few times across the journey. Did you ever bowl with the new ball?
Yeah, a long time ago, not very quickly.
Outies,
innies?
He
used to bowl very, very soft outswing.
Soft outswing.
Mike Hussey-esque was the way I used to deliver them.
Mike Hussey got some important test wickets from time to time. Alex, we're just talking about Australia's team for the MCG test. Inglis v Kawaja, Green v Webster, maybe Jai Richardson, Baz thinks plays. What do you think they're going to do?
I genuinely don't have any idea, Baz. We were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah, we were.
It's amazing that they're 3-0 up and going to win the Ashes in 11 days, and there's still a lot of debate about the functionality of the top 7 more than anything else. I think the attack will kind of take care of itself depending on what the medical staff say about Pat Cummins after this game and whether or not Scott Boland and Mitchell Stark pull up okay. I presume they will do. Their loads haven't been that large, and then it'll be a question of how Cummins pulls up and whether he can play 2 in a row, and they've got options in Doggett and Nisa as well. Richardson's obviously going well, but I don't think he would leapfrog those other 2. I mean, he bowled beautifully in the nets the other day. But then the batting lineup, there's some serious questions to be answered, whether or not they stick with Khawaja in the middle order, a Slover on back one, or whether they continue to try and invest time in Inglis batting in an awkward spot. I just feel like as a wicketkeeper, he looks a little bit lost batting as a specialist at number 7. It's an unusual role.
It's very unusual role.
So he needs time. He's sort of been a jigsaw piece that hasn't quite fit in the various spots that he's had to occupy in the brief Test career that he's had.
I have a question about Jai Richardson, but we'll continue the batting chat for now, Alex. With Usman Khawaja, I just feel like because they've said so often that they want to pick the 6 best batters and go one Test match at a time, and even if they are 3-0 up as they should be in a few hours' time today, World Test Championship points up for grabs. They'll want to win every home test firstly, and the fact that Usman Khawaja made over 120 runs across 2 innings here, and he looked pretty aggressive as well while doing that, and with this English attack only expected to go flatter from here in terms of intensity, you'd think. I don't know how they leave him out, and bringing back Steve Smith at number 4 is not natural position, and just leaving Usman Khawaja at 5 is the way I think they'll go, because Inglis has done nothing really to prove himself, has he?
Yeah, that's right. And Khawaja's record in the middle order is exceptional. His first-class record is actually the best at number 4. That's where he averages, I think, 51 or 53. He's got 10 first-class hundreds in that spot. It would have been 11 if he hadn't hold out on day 1 here.
And he's always said that he would prefer to bat in the middle order. He'll do what the team wants, but if he's honest, he's a middle order or top middle order player.
He's looked so much more fluent, starting to get spin. He really got going. Guys can't test him as much with that angle around the wicket and nipping the hard new ball away. That'll suit him better on the MCG surface. It's got a bit more extra bounce and nip. So, he is notionally a better player than Inglis batting in a middle order role. The question then is, what's the value of a 39-year-old playing 2 more tests in that role when they have to start the transition at some point? So that's the question.
That is the question. But if that does happen, then, I know they won't think or they won't verbalize it in that fashion, but they do have the opportunity to give him the grandest of farewells then in an Ashes series, especially if they are in a position to go 5-0 up. Just on Jai Richardson, you spoke about him jumping the queue, but when you look at it from a wider lens, I think he was ahead of the rest in the queue. It's just injury that's kept him out. Do you think that's how they will view him? Because we were told that they were looking to prepare him for the MCG Test, weren't we?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I'm still concerned about the fact that he can't throw properly. I saw him doing some work with Nick Jones and a few of the coaches on his throwing. He can only sort of shot put the ball over distances. He can't do it at high intensity or really let anything go if a run-out opportunity presented itself. So that is one issue. But his ball speed looks up. He looks fit. He's hitting really good areas. He bowled a superb spell to Marlon Subashane. We were sitting right behind the nets and watching it the other day. It's whether he deserves to get ahead of the other 2 guys, particularly given Nisa just took 5 for it in Brisbane, and then Doggett's form over the last 12 to 18 months in Shield cricket has been outrageous. So it'd be hard to see him jumping those guys, but they've certainly built some depth out.
Yeah, there's some big decisions to be made, and philosophically, how does this selection panel determine the importance of these next 2 Test matches ahead of what is a massive 18 months ahead? I think that is the most fascinating component. Alex, you're a new bowler. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure, guys.
You'll get your T-shirt in your mail.
Alex Malcolm joining us from ESPN Cricket Info, an absolute
What
ripper.
a guy.
Yeah.
One of the nicest men in cricket journalism,
and one of the best cricket journalists as well in the country.
Yes, so good.
Baz,
good-looking guy as well.
Which is always important with a new ball. Just helps us out, just brings up the average.
He does.
Hey, Baz, we've got one more segment left of the new ball. It's day 5 here in Adelaide.
This is when we go rowing.
We're at Sky City for all the cricket action. Head to Sky City.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for cricket this summer. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
Real adventures with Danger and Red. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Today, Berwick all day on my side. So my side's ruined Christmas, having to catch up with family, relatives, and those people and loved ones. Yep. Tomorrow, my wife's loved ones, ruining my weekend
And then
where
you're done,
I could be fishing.
But you're done.
No, but you're never done. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're never done. You're never done.
Real adventures for Razorback 4x4 and Club Marine.
The biggest sporting event in the world is coming to SEN, the FIFA World Cup 2026. Hear it live right here on your home of sport, SEN.
Want to win an iconic New Year's Eve celebration at Adelaide Oval? Well, now you can. Adelaide Oval is giving you and up to 11 mates the chance to win an all-inclusive corporate suite at the Strikers New Year's Eve Big Bash. Catch all the cricket action and atmosphere from the best seats in the stadium. With a fully catered food and beverage experience, it's the most iconic way to celebrate New Year's Eve at Adelaide Oval. Enter now at adelaideoval.com.au for your chance to win. T's and C's apply.
Business owners, avoid being bowled over. It's time to stop paying your suppliers. Hit them for 6 and just pay.com.au instead and get points. Pay.com.au is the first business rewards platform of its kind that lets you earn uncapped rewards on all the business expenses you're already paying. Here's how it works. You simply pay everything through the pay.com.au platform to earn points on bank transfers and your credit cards. Then you can raise the bat on rewards like flights, upgrades, hotels, shopping, you name it. Find the right line and length in your business, stop paying blindly, and start earning points on business payments you wouldn't traditionally be rewarded for. Pay.com.au it and start getting rewarded today.
There's something about home that just feels right. At Anglicare SA, we feel it too. That's why we offer support at home to help South Australians stay living independently. Whether it's expert clinical nursing, allied health services, or help with housework, meals, or transport, we're here to support you. And when you choose Anglicare SA, your investment stays right here at home. Create a care package tailored to your needs. Anglicare SA, you are at home.
The Big Hits brought to you by GWM. Go with more this Big Bash season.
Oh, what a shot to cover! 6 more!
That means going with more wickets, more broken records, and more of what you love. Thanks to our mates at GWM.
Right, with a cut shot. Oh, what a catch!
Now, with intelligent high-4 plug-in hybrid technology that's as adaptive and responsive as an all-rounder batting in fourth. Check out your GWM local dealership today.
The best results start with the right gear. This includes your NLIS sheep tags. Lamb-friendly and simple to apply, Z-Tags features trusted retention, consistent readability and proven reliability. Z-Tags offers faster delivery, great pricing and a support team that's got your back. They're built for the job season after season after season. Ask for them at your local rural supplier. Z-Tags, the tags that stay in.
Got something big to budge? Budget with Budget. Little trucks, big trucks. You can do it all in a budget rental truck. Get exactly what you need and at a great price too. So remember, whatever you've got to budget with a budget rental truck. Budget car and truck rental. Call 13 27 27. That's 13 27 27.
Budget with a budget rent-a truck is quick and cheap. Well, have your luck when you budget with a budget rent-a truck.
Hard hats, high-vis, workboots. If it's built, fixed or strung up with fairy lights, we're on it. And every job's safer with the right gear. Built for Christmas? Safe with RSEA.
The new ball says, yes, IDD, to keeping the night going after the last over. This is the new ball with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan.
We are a welcoming family here at the new ball. Hello to people walking past. How are you? Have a great day. Sky City, the Guardsmen. We've only got 5 minutes left of our stint here. We've loved it. And hopefully we're back here next year. Baz is giving it. The Baz is giving hugs to everyone. Get a selfie with him. Off you go. While you're doing that, I'm going to introduce. Thank you. Any more compliments for him? His hair's great, isn't it? It is hair wash day. Why don't I'll take the photo actually?
And his lovely wife.
We had her on before.
She was on there. Oh, was she?
Smile, guys. 3, 2, 1. Smile. There you go. Took a nice photo.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Baz, none of this would be possible over the last 5 days without two people who are not just unbelievable at their jobs, but great people to work with as well. Because it's one thing to be good at what you do in terms of your skill set. The most important thing is to be easy to work with. And the man to my right, Sam Fantasia, is an absolute gun. He does all the work behind the scenes. I rock up every morning with a full list of audio notes. He's a superstar. Sam, we thought we'd get you on. Thank you for the last 5 days,
Morning,
mate.
boys. Great to be here. Absolute pleasure working with you as well and just making it all happen.
Love that. He is the man who makes it all happen.
He is the sweetheart. There's nothing like Sam. Speaking of sweethearts, the man to my left here, Paul Bonza, or as he's popularly known as Bonds, on stage, on the mic, and I think very, very familiar voice to listeners on SEN and also anyone watching the Sheffield Shield over the last 5-6 years. Bonds has been the voice of South Australian cricket alongside the great Laurie Colliver, and I've had an absolute pleasure of sharing many commentary boxes with you, Bonds.
What an intro, Baz. That's outstanding. It's been fun, hasn't it, boys? Been here all week and seeing the flow of people. It's slow, a little bit less today, and how good's the coffee here at the Guards?
I know. Yeah, well, I've turned up every morning as well, and you've got me a chai latte, which is beautiful because I'm not necessarily I don't need coffee as much. Bonds, what's the highlight been for your week from a cricket perspective?
Oh, look, I think just the Aussies win. Their ruthlessness, just to never give the English an inch.
Yeah.
They've been, even when Stokes was going as hard as he was, they still found a way to get him out. They still, they broke him down, and they're breaking him down, and they're breaking him down, and it's done. The series is done.
You're a South Australian, Sam, a proud Adelaidean, a proud Croater, as we like to say. What's been your highlight?
The highlight for me, probably the Marnus catch yesterday. Obviously Travis and Alex with their twin tons, but also just the persistence of Nathan Lyon yesterday, just, getting belted around with the reverse sweep, and then just, the 3 late wickets was the persistence was really, really good to see.
Yeah, the cricket stuff aside, we put on a show for these this is how you host a test match. The number of people who have come through, over 200,000 already, and there'll be more. The rain, I don't know whether it stopped or not, but I think it would have.
Is it still raining outside? No, it's not.
No, there you go.
It's all gone.
That's a confident no. There'll be thousands of people coming in as well. So we've already broken the record there, and we put on a show. Take that, MCG.
Take that, MCG. you guys must enjoy your job. You're working in sport all the time. What do you love most about what you do?
Oh, look, it's fantastic. And to have the opportunity, and you would know as yourself, Tom, to commentate cricket and to commentate AFL and Sanford, it's just... you sort of look back and you pinch yourself a lot.
Yeah.
That you get the opportunity to do this.
Yeah. What would a 10-year-old Bond say about the role you've got now?
I don't know. I never thought about it when I was really young. It was only sort of later in the life that I sort of went, I might try this commentary stuff because I think it's okay.
Well, I think you've got a great voice for it, and you're so easy to work with as well, which is really important. What about you, Sam? You get to live out your dream every day?
I think it's just the people that you work with. My first job at SEN, I got to work directly with Malcolm Blyde, and now get to go in the cricket commentary box and walk past the likes of Adam Gilchrist, Ricky Ponting, Simon Katich, who we had here earlier today. Just all the people that you get to be involved with is just fantastic.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, we're lucky. I mean, I've been saying this to young journalists for years now. The first thing you do when you wake up in the morning, find the closest mirror that you can find, look into your eyes and say, you're one lucky whatever you want to say.
So, the rest of the Shield season, what are your plans?
I've got a couple more Shield games here to do. Doing some WNCL as well.
Nice.
And then it's into footy.
Yeah.
It'll be here before we know it.
I didn't mention voice of the SANFL as well.
Of course. Who's your Sandful team? Who do you support in the Sandful?
I'm an Eagles boy. I live a couple of blocks away from Woodville West Torrens Oval. So I played cricket at Woodville as well.
Yes.
So,
still play?
No.
What about you, Sam?
Norwood man.
You're at Norwood man. Do you play cricket still?
No, I never played cricket.
Footy?
Footy. Still don't play footy, but I got outsized when I was a ruckman. Stopped growing at about 6'4", and then all the other ones grew up to 200, 207.
I wish I could say I stopped growing at about 6'4". No, Baz and I want to say, actually, on a serious note, collectively, is thank you so much for this week.
And thank you to everyone.
Thank you to everyone
who's walked past us. Thank you to everyone who smiled at us and thank you for everyone who's either given me a hug or accepted my embrace.
Yeah, no, it's great. We've really loved it, and none of this would be possible without the great work that you both done. So we just wanted to say that on air. We'll say it off air as well.
Thank you, Tom. And look, to you too, it's been flawless all week. It's been great.
No, you've been awesome. Thanks again. Thank you to the Guardsmen. Thank you to Sky City. The new ball will be back on December 24, a 3-hour show.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. Test cricket.
Day 5 at Adelaide Oval. How old school? Australia need 4 wickets to win the Test match and retain the Ashes. England require a further 228 runs. It'll be 6 for 207 at the start of play, with Jacks on 11 and Smith on 2. Rain has fallen this morning in Adelaide, and it is heavily overcast at the ground, but the radar has the rain falling east and west of the city itself at the moment, so we wait to see. The Bunnings build-up brought to you by Siteco. Third Ashes Test at Adelaide Oval on SEN Test Cricket. Every morning, access inside the Australian camp. Today, Mitch Stark is with Adam Collins.
Mitch Stark, thanks for joining us. SEN Test Cricket, 4 wickets away. The place was pumping in that last hour yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a great 4 days. Crowd's always great here at Adelaide, so it's the first red ball game we've had here in years. So, no, it's been a fantastic week so far. Good evening sessions yesterday. So yeah, hopefully we can carry on that momentum from last night.
And your 2 great mates back with you this week. Let's start with Pat Cummins. I mean, what a freak to slot back in the way he has.
No surprise. I think seeing his build-up, been around for a few weeks, and that session he bowled in Perth before the first test, I think everyone saw he's pretty much ready to go. It was more or less letting him loose. So, yeah, a couple of blokes with fresh legs this week. Been great for Scotty and I. Just take a little back seat to that. But no, we know how good the 2 guys are in Pat and Nath, and they showed again yesterday why they're so good.
And Nath, of course, coming out in 2 of the balls of his career to get the left-handers out. 1 in the first innings, 1 in the second. I mean, you guys are so clearly thrilled to have him back. Yeah,
Filthy Phil was great. He's produced a couple of magic balls there. I think the way he started off in the first innings. He said earlier in the week he wanted to sink his teeth into the series, and he's certainly done that this week. So it's a place he holds dear to his heart and loves playing here. And I think that ball to Stokesy summed up how good he is, I guess. And he can just, he's been bowling awesome for a long time, but that ball was magic, yeah.
Feels like Filthy Phil's going to stick. Great Aussie tradition of nicknames. Where did it come from? Or should I say, who started it, rather?
I don't know who started it. Well, he's brought it upon himself after his little interview in Brisbane. So we actually just spoke about it in the car, and he wasn't in there. But so it's just top of my mind at the moment. So carried on. Why not?
Brilliant. Different points this week, you've had to be patient. England probably had a moment or 2 yesterday, but how good has it been knowing that bowling group can stay disciplined through the more challenging times and get your awards?
Yeah, I mean, they've applied themselves on a flatter wicket, and had some really good partnerships. You're allowed to adapt and learn as teams through series. So they certainly showed that with bat and ball this week. It's definitely the flattest wicket we've had through the series thus far, and it's still been a good cricket wicket. It's obviously made the bowlers work a lot harder for their awards, which I think we saw those last night with Pat and Nathan picking up those rewards. So yeah, it's we sit here with 4 wickets to go and find ourselves in a good position. But I think we've all done a great. We've all had great work with bat and ball, and the partnership with Alex and Trav really set us up in this final innings. So great to see the 2 guys at home do that and put on a pretty special performance for their home crowd. And now up to us to finish it off today.
The bowlers have been brilliantly supported behind the wicket from the keeper and the cordon throughout the series. Another wonderful catch from Marnus Labuschagne yesterday. Just a reflection on the discipline of your slips fielders and your wicket keeper Alex Carey, peak of his powers.
Yeah, I'm not sure enough's been made of Alex. Generally, they say if you don't hear much about the keeper, he's doing a good job. But not just this week. I think for a long time, certainly in Brisbane, was phenomenal. He's certainly the best gloveman, I'd say, in the world at the moment. a guy you really want in the team, not just with the gloves, but just around the group. Obviously with the bat, he's been phenomenal as well. I think he's scored over 700 runs this calendar year. So he's having a great year, Alex, and I think more should be made of that. And then the slip cord, obviously not having Smithy there presented an opportunity for someone else to jump in, and I think Marnus wanted to try and do one up on him after Smudge's catch in Brisbane. So no, that's what we ask for, I think, as a bowling group. If we can create chances, we try and hang on to those half ones or the really tough ones, and certainly the guys behind the wicket have done that and throughout the field as well.
Fifth day pitch, just with your own landing yesterday, looked like you had some trouble with, was it whether your front foot was landing and had to adjust accordingly?
Yeah, everyone's had a bit of trouble with the foot marks. That's what comes with worn wickets and day 4 and 5. Obviously the English bowlers bowled a lot around the wicket, so there's a lot of uneven surface or areas there for teams bowling last. Just adapt to that. Obviously the hammer came out a fair bit to try and sort that out. It's just pushing me in a bit, which interestingly I haven't been anywhere near it for 5 innings, and the one time we bowled last, I think someone's had a word, so that's okay. We'll just adapt and take these 4 wickets and move on.
There is some weather about, but of course so much time on your side today.
Yeah, I think it's all heading a bit south. It's a bit gloomy, but that's okay. It's sort of evens itself out for the 39-degree day we had. So, no, it's fine. I think, it's not raining at the moment, so we'll just get ready to go. And when we're out there, we'll try and take the wickets. If not, we'll wait at bide our time.
And you'll start off today?
Off the field?
As in you'll take you'll bowl at the start of play?
I'm pretty sure Nathan Lyon will start, and then whoever else. I'm not sure what we got. I think it's about 60-odd overs old, so we'll see where we go.
I'm sure we'll see you soon enough. Mitchell Stark, thanks for joining us. Well played yesterday, and good luck for wrapping it up today.
Thanks very much.
Mitch Stark with Adam Collins down at ground level. This is the Bunnings build-up. Sightco stands for safety, available at Bunnings Warehouse. The exposition of Babs Ball, the Inquisition, will take our share of that next.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Sightco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
In Kilkenny, look out for works on a burst water main on Torrens Road near Regency Road, with Torrens Road closed in both directions at the intersection and traffic signals on flash. Expect significant delays due to restrictions. Motorists are advised to avoid the area and use alternate routes where possible. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Vix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Wow, you shouldn't have. Really? This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Burberry London for women 50ml, just $39.99. Don't pay RRP $146. Rabanne 1 100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Or Versace Pour On 100ml for $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale. All now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
You asked, and Macca's heard. The fan favourite is back at Macca's. The iconic Chicken Big Mac is back for a limited time only. Tackle 2 juicy Aussie chicken patties, lettuce, cheese, onions and pickles, all stacked between a beautiful soft sesame seed bun, and finished off with the iconic special Big Mac sauce. So sweep into Macca's and pick up a Chicken Big Mac in between bowling spells or after the game. The Chicken Big Mac. Oh, hurry into your local Macca's before it's gone.
Rethink what a spinner can do with the Nelson S7. The superb low-pressure flow control response of the Nelson Flow Control nozzle is unrivaled. The flow control sprinkler is ideal for areas with uneven water pressure, such as sloped or hilly landscapes, where traditional sprinklers may result in over or underwatering. The S7 Quick Connect system allows for rapid unplugging of the sprinkler while under pressure. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water. Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Your summer at Adelaide Oval starts now, where unmissable moments unfold in one iconic destination. Catch all the Ashes and New Year's Eve Big Bash action. Then take a historic Adelaide Oval Stadium tour or take on the roof climb for the best city views. Indulge in the best local food and wine at Bespoke, then settle in for the night at the stylish Oval Hotel. Cross the river and enjoy the views of Adelaide Oval while sipping a beer at Malt Shovel Tap House. Make summer yours at Adelaide Oval.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Site code stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Have the Ashes been lost/won by Australia in 11 days of cricket? Before the series started, there was all the talk about building this bowling attack for Australian conditions. Conditions have changed in Australia over the last sort of 5-6 years, where it does offer a little bit more to the seam bowler. Yes, Adelaide is a little bit more of that old school Australia where you have to be on the batters the whole time to create pressure. But actually there is scope for those Micronesas, the Scott Bolans, who just bowl 130 clicks, 78, 80 miles an hour and hit an area. I just don't know if England have maybe missed a trick in selection potentially by not having that style of bowler.
Stuart Broad with his first assessment of the Why for the Love of Cricket podcast. He will rejoin us for our Boxing Day coverage at the MCG. This is the Bunnings Build-Up. Victor 18-inch classic cut mower available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Inquisition of Bazball is about to hit its peak, you suspect, in the hours ahead. So we've gone to the absolute source here. The two men who literally wrote the book on Bazball. Lawrence Booth is the cricket correspondent at the Daily Mail. Lawrence, welcome.
Thank you, Gerard.
And Nick Holt, the Telegraph chief cricket correspondent. Nick, great to see you.
Good morning.
Bazball, the inside story of a Test cricket revolution. I think we're all eager to see what you write next. So let's cut right to it, Nick. Is this the demise of Bazball?
It's certainly going to be, yes, probably is. I think that there will be changes after this tour, depending on what happens in the next two Test matches. But the way it's going, it's not looking too clever, and I suspect there's going to be people who are going to pay the price for that, because certainly if it ends at 4 or 5-0, I don't think no change is not an option. You have to make changes at that point.
Share that view, Lawrence?
Yeah, we've seen this story before. You know, when England come to Australia and lose 4 or 5-0, heads do roll, and it's just, you know, it's the one series that the floating sports fan in the UK gets interested in. You know, if you don't like cricket, you still know about the Ashes. And Bazball, you know, I've had friends at home who've gone, what is this Bazball? They're suddenly, it has kind of interested people who don't usually get into cricket. So they've paid attention. They've been told that England have a chance, and they've let them down. So look, they'll. Rob Key, the managing director, will be under pressure. Brendan McCullum, the coach. There'll be questions about Ben Stokes even. So all the big names, their necks will be on the block over the next couple of weeks.
So it's not unusual for England to lose series here, but the backdrop was interesting. 3-0 after 11 days. How big a failure is it in your eyes?
Well, it's a huge failure. I mean, a lot of people came here hoping that things would be a bit different this time. I mean, we all know that the last 3 Ashes trips at England won in 10-11 have been 13-0 to Australia out of 15 games. So they had to try something different. I mean, let's be honest about that. Playing the kind of old school conservative cricket that had led to 1 win out of 17 towards the end of Joe Root's captaincy was not an option. What they found is they've come up against a very good Australian team. You know, it's all very well talking about your own approach, but if the opponents are too good, it doesn't matter whether you're playing aggressive cricket or defensive cricket. You're probably going to be found out. I mean, on top of that, there have been all sorts of other mistakes that have gone on this trip. the preparation, some of the selection. They've stuck with a couple of guys who they shouldn't have stuck with, and some of us have been writing that for a long time. You know, to take Ollie Pope at number 3. They messed up the spin bowling situation. Shoaib Bashir was groomed for 2 years. Where is he now? You know, everything that could have gone wrong has done, and then we have all the sort of side comments that have made them look daft. So, yeah, all in all, not a great trip, really.
No. For you, Nick, how significant a failure?
Oh, a huge one, yes. I think mainly the frustration is that England were better this time, better than this, and that they could have come here and they could have beaten Australia. They had a chance. So some good players in this England team. When you look at the two previous tours, you didn't really think England had much hope, to be honest, in Australia. You just hope they'd keep it respectable. But this time they had a chance of winning, and it's been a failure of planning and preparation, and that's and I think that's why people will end up paying the price. They thought that they could at the 3-day warm-up match at Lilac Hill, which is like going to Arundel or Cheltenham, one of those kind of quaint county cricket outgrounds. They thought that would be enough for playing at the Optus Stadium in front of 50,000 Australians and on a fast bouncy pitch. And if you'd have said to me a year ago that England would prepare for the Ashes series by playing a 3-day intra-squad game at Lilac Hill, I probably would have laughed. I would have said, of course they would do that. They'll do it properly. They'll prepare and they won't leave any stone unturned. But they've been too loose around the sort of little, I suppose you call them 1%ers, but actually they're probably 10 or 20%ers. They've been too loose around those things, and it's cost them badly. And I think some of these guys will go home and they will regret some of the decisions they've made for the rest of their careers.
So it can't be ignorance. Is it arrogance that they chose the course that they did?
A little bit of that, yeah, because there were certain... Put it this way, if England had been given the preparation they didn't want, so if it was Cricket Australia stitching them up, for example, we'd have been hearing about that for months. In the build-up, we never heard a word of that. They got the preparation that they wanted, that they were happy with, and when they were criticised for that, or it was suggested that maybe you need to do something else, Ben Stokes comes out with a line has-beens for some former players, and I think that's going to haunt him a bit. He may not have meant to use the word has, whatever it was said in the heat of the moment in a press with the press around him, but he should have known better than to say that, and that's the suggestion. That's where the hubris and the arrogance accusation stands up.
How's it played back home?
Well, not very well, as you can imagine. I mean, people are staying up overnight to watch it. They were expecting better. They were told they'll be better. Nick's point about the preparation has angered a lot of people. We were continually told that a white ball tour of New Zealand was adequate preparation for coming here. You know, it was a kind of drizzly spring in New Zealand on green tops, and England weren't surviving 35 overs in that ODI series. Then you're expecting a bunch of guys low on batting confidence to come here and tackle an exceptional Australian attack, even without Cummins and Hazelwood for the first 2 tests on bouncy Australian tracks. You know, it was a sort of an accident waiting to happen, really. And I think then to double down in the ways they have done, I mean, Hulty mentioned Stokes' has-been comments, but we then also had Brendan McCullum after the Brisbane test saying that England had over-prepared. Now, that felt like he was trolling the whole of English cricket.
Yep.
You know, England fans have been saying all along they're not prepared enough, they take things too loosely, and that is an exaggeration, I would say. I mean, they do take things seriously, the whole golf thing. I mean, Australia probably play as much golf as England, it just goes under the radar because they're winning. But that really ground a lot of people's gears back in England. It's like, just accept that you haven't prepared properly. To go and tell everyone that actually we've worked too hard, did not play well. So the optics, the visuals, the audios, if you like, around the on-field mayhem have not been good. They've not helped themselves.
What's your perception of how it's played back home?
Oh, yeah, it's been there's a lot of disappointment. I think, like I said, because people expected them to come here and compete and to at least win a live test match. Okay, maybe not to win the series. It's so difficult for English teams to win in Australia, but at least put up a fight and take it to Melbourne. That felt like it would be the minimum requirement. And yeah, I think on the preparation, I think it's because they toured India, Pakistan twice, and New Zealand without playing any proper warm-up cricket, and won the first test each time. So they thought that was this. They'd stumbled across a winning formula, but I think that because I covered those tours, and quite often the opposition were just as undercooked as they were. Whereas this time Australia had been playing Shield cricket for weeks and weeks on end, so they were ready to go.
The dynamic within the series, I'll be deeply fascinated to read what you end up writing once you learn what's happening in the change room. It's the style of play, driving on the up, crazy stuff and now settling into an occupation mode. What do you think, what would be your running theory on what's happened internally from the Bazball to where we are now?
Well, I think you've probably got some players playing for their own futures now and thinking, I don't want to be the one that plays a silly shot and gets blamed for losing the test match. So that sort of self-preservation will have kicked in now. And the scrutiny of this kind of series means that even guys as committed to the way their style of play as Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have had to suddenly start thinking, oh, maybe we need to do something different. I think that's probably what's happened in Australia. The way Australia have bowled in this game has probably meant that that's the only way they could play.
Do you think there's been a shift in the dogma of the coach and then maybe the actions of the captain?
Yeah, I think I was worried in the build-up to this game that there was mixed messages coming out, that they've decided on a style of play for the last sort of 3.5 years, and suddenly, before this game, Stokes is talking about how Australia is no place for weak men, how show a bit of dog, a bit of fight, and suddenly I think that's sown doubt in the players' minds because they've been encouraged to go out and express themselves, remove the fear of failure, which did work pretty well, let's be honest, to start with. You know, 1 win in 17, then they won 10 of the next 11, often in thrilling fashion. Something was clearly going on and working. But now they're suddenly second-guessing themselves, I think. I mean, Crawley batted quite well here yesterday. He's made a bit of progress. Brooke, I think, is an interesting one. He's almost become an emblem of where things have gone wrong, kind of over-attacked in the first 2 tests and possibly went a bit on the defensive in this game. He said before the game he was going to rein himself in, which is not the kind of phraseology we've been used to hearing over the last couple of years. So I think Stokes' disappointment with the way that players he's backed that have let him down has kind of coloured the overall discussion in the dressing room, whereas McCullum before this game was very much, he wasn't doubling down, but he was saying, look, we can't second guess ourselves, let's stick to the approach that has got us here. That to me didn't tally with what Stokes was saying. Generally those two sing off the same hymn sheet, but I think for the first time you're starting to see a slight convergence, and that obviously spells trouble.
Yes, what do you think the long-term ramifications, or they might actually be short-term ramifications of that might be?
Well, let's see how the next 2 tests play out. If it's 5-0, as I say, someone will go. I think that Rob Key is most vulnerable. He's already got a sacking of a coach on his CV, Matthew Mott. I don't think that the managing director can then sack 2 coaches. At some point it becomes, the buck stops with him. There will be an inquest. I mean, the problem England have got is there's a T20 World Cup coming up in February and March, and McCullum was appointed white ball coach as well as red ball coach last year. Do you suddenly get rid of him when you've only just started the ball rolling on the white ball process? So what may happen is, let's just say they lose 5-0 and Rob Key is sacked. They may just say to McCullum, look, while this is all going on, you take them to the World Cup, and then we've got a few months before the start of the English summer where we work out what we're doing with the coaching setup. Stokes is an interesting one. I mean, he's still a force as a Test cricketer, as we've seen. He's got runs and wickets in this series, and he clearly is the focal point of everything they do. If he wants to carry on, he will be allowed to, because there's no other natural leader in this team. I mean, Harry Brooke's been appointed vice captain ahead of Pope, but I've not seen much evidence of him showing leadership out in the middle, and some of the shots he's played suggest a complete lack of leadership. So almost because there's no one else to do it, I think they'll need Stokes to keep carrying them through. With this kind of dangling gift of the 2027 Ashes in England, which is where McCullum's contract takes him through until, in theory, England may think, all right, this has been a write-off, but we could still win that. In Australia, haven't won in England since 2001. That's our chance to end on a high. That's what Stokes may be thinking at this point.
So that is so interesting, the captain-coach relationship, and what does happen next is, where's your mind going on this, Nick?
I suspect we'll have a new coach and the same captain by the time we start next summer. I think Brendan has done a great job lifting England from a very low ebb and giving them sort of positivity and made them entertain us, which they've certainly done over the last couple of years. But not winning at home against Australia, failing to win at home against India doesn't help, and it looks like to take the team to the next level and and improve those things that we were talking about earlier, when it comes to the preparation, the sort of small, I suppose you could say almost professionalism around the edges, it probably needs somebody else to take that forward. But they will be lucky. They'll be picking up, despite the result here, they're picking up a team that's not a bad side. You know, there is a lot of potential there.
Are you starting to think about what the legacy of Bazball is going to be?
Yeah, it's really interesting actually, because you know, without wanting to get too philosophical, what is Bazball? I mean, Bazball was a media invention that the team don't like. They don't like it being applied to them because they think it reduces them to this sort of bunch of happy sloggers, which, in fairness, that hasn't been how they play. I mean, Stokes has said a few times on this trip that they tried, their basic tenets, if you like, are try and put pressure on the opposition, but absorb it when you decide the moment is right. You bowl an attacking line and length to take 20 wickets, and you chase the ball hard to the boundary. Now, none of that is daft. I mean, all Test teams should play in that way. What has happened is that they've been characterised by the things that have gone wrong, if you like, and they've been mocked and lampooned. I mean, especially you come here and you realise when you arrive that people are absolutely waiting to dance on Bazball's grave. I mean, see some of the headlines. You think this team is called Bazball. Australia beat Bazball. So no, guys, the team's name is England. So there has been the Schadenfreude here has been off the scale. It's been quite interesting, but that shouldn't necessarily take England away from the basic kind of principles of what they've been trying to do. Clearly, if McCullum's not there, it goes down a different route.
Lawrence, Nick, great to have you both here. I do look forward to reading the next instalment because it's been the most fascinating time in English cricket. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Nick Holt and Lawrence Booth with us and the Bunnings build-up. Spec Right, Merv Aldecki, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Site code stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered, from strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Chemist Warehouse. Always here, always ready.
Everything goes better. With the next generation X2 controller from Hunter Industries, you don't have to choose between Wi-Fi and dial-based management. X2 lets you keep your traditional programming style or upgrade to optional industry-leading Hydra-Wise Wi-Fi control for a seamless remote management experience. The revolutionary and cost-effective X2 opens an exciting new chapter in the feature of irrigation management. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water. Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
Want to win an iconic New Year's Eve celebration at Adelaide Oval? Well, now you can. Adelaide Oval is giving you and up to 11 mates the chance to win an all-inclusive corporate suite at the Strikers New Year's Eve Big Bash. Catch all the cricket action and atmosphere from the best seats in the stadium. With a fully catered food and beverage experience, it's the most iconic way to celebrate New Year's Eve at Adelaide Oval. Enter now at adelaideoval.com.au for your chance to win. T's and C's apply.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Catch Big Bash Nation on SEN SA. Brought to you by Toyota. This summer, the feeling starts here at Toyota. And Budget Car and Truck Rental. Get on the road faster. Call Budget 13 27 27.
That's massive!
Every amazing wicket, every huge 6 in every over, all summer long.
That'll go all the way. That's 6 as well.
Catch Big Bash Nation live right here only on SEN SA. All thanks to Toyota and Budget Car and Truck Rental.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And Isuzu. Adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today.
Day 5 at Adelaide Oval. It'll be the day Australia retains the Ashes unless something miraculous transpires. Australia need 4 wickets, England a further 228 runs. The score is 6 for 207 with Jackson Smith in occupation. It's a test match that's already seen 202,995 people through the gates. And the lure of Sunday is to come and see Australia retain the Ashes. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. So it's a momentous day ahead. Our new ballers are in place. The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian premium extra virgin olive oil. Tom Morris, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Morning to you.
Bharat Sundaresan, welcome.
Good morning, Gerard. It's hair wash day, so there was a bit of rain, but it has cleared. It's cloudy, but it won't rain for too long. We have a connection here.
It's been a brilliant test match in every way that it's been staged. The only lament I have is that today is not gold coin day, as Cricket Australia chose to keep it at $30 entry. I reckon it'll cost them 20,000 fans. If you'd spread the word through Adelaide to come with your $2, toss it in, see Australia retain the Ashes, we might have had a more significant backdrop. It's going to be a nice backdrop, but this deserves a thunderous backdrop, both for achievement and for the climax of this particular test.
Yeah, because it's a moment that they'll talk about for generations, right, Gerard? I mean, I was there when Australia retained the Ashes, went 3-0 up at the Adelaide Oval, because the order of tests always changes, so it's not always that Adelaide gets the third Ashes test, so who knows when it'll happen next. That's firstly that, and also we saw what happens when it is the gold coin scenario. 2 years ago when West Indies played the red ball test, we had 90 minutes of play and there were nearly 40,000 people here, because people in this state love their cricket, as we've seen, and this is part of it, and on a Sunday as well. But even today, only the hardcores I saw, the gates open at 8:45. I was here by around 6:45, and there were probably 50 people already waiting in the rain. Kind of tells you how much it means to them. But just listening to your introduction there, Gerard, the fact that we've started the last 3 days saying England need a miracle kind of tells you where this test match has gone and how it has gone as well.
It's been a pretty remarkable time in the town, Tom.
It has.
They have staged their Christmas test so well to fit in with their festive state modes, which they've perfected through gather round and honed through the years at this test match, and really brought it to full fruition.
Yeah, I think you said it really well yesterday. Baz said it on the new ball as well, that this has been a sleepy city. There's been jibes at Adelaide for a long period of time, certainly from Victorians, serious or not, that they're half an hour behind. Everything is a little bit late. It's
it's not really a city that you can have fun in, but that's changed enormously now. There is so much to watch and do in this city beyond just the wineries, the sporting culture. Adelaide Oval, I think, is the best sporting stadium in Australia when it comes to all-round traits and qualities. And they should be very proud of the show they put on. And the moment when Travis Head brought up that century, and Alex Carey brought up his century now, was a moment I'll never forget. I said to Baz yesterday, I felt like a South Australian. Now, he cut me down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I feel the warmth here from a sporting perspective that I don't anywhere else. And it's great they've locked in this Christmas test for a long period of time as well. I'm just looking at this English team as they play a bit of soccer down there. I would love to be a fly on their wall in their dressing room right now. It feels like they've come with a philosophy. It hasn't worked. They've walked it back. That also hasn't worked. And then where to from here, Baz?
No, and last evening, I was quite intrigued by the fact that because I always stay back and finish my writings, I'm here, I'm the last to leave. The game finished at 5:30. I saw Ben Stokes and Joe Root with a couple of others walk out from the dressing room at 7:15. So this is the latest that they've left. I wonder what the chat was. And then they were followed by Brendan McCullum and a couple of the other coaches. David Saker and Brendan McCullum left by themselves. So that's a long time to stay back on a day where probably you have lost the Ashes. So I don't know, was there some hard talk there? Were there speeches made?
They haven't made a concession for 3 years. As a group, have they? Whenever they've been criticised, they've said, no, we're going to go harder. I wonder what they'll concede now, whether it's personnel, whether it's philosophy, whether it's whatever it is. I wonder what they'll actually publicly walk back. I'm intrigued by that.
And like I said a couple of times on the new ball, I think Barney Ronnie's line, I don't know why it's really caught my attention, where he said Zach Crawley looked like he was part of an audition for the next regime. So are we already talking about the next regime? Because this is a very different... Or the other way to put it is, Bazball is what we were expecting. England is who showed up. And this is the England of old. Especially the way they played this test match. This could be any team, Gerard. This is generally how New Zealand teams come and play here. Right? There'll be like a bit of hype before the first test. This will be the year when New Zealand competes. Crash Craddock will jump on your show and say, just think this could be the year, Gerard. And then this is how it plays out. The 3-0 before you know it. So I wonder what the conversation is. Wonder what the future is. Will there be dramatic changes made before Melbourne, or will they wait for all of this to end? Will they risk going 5-0 down and then make changes? Because a lot of the English writers, the senior ones, Nick Holt wrote about it after the Gabba, saying if they don't win a live test, Brendan McCullum's gone. So, but what is the duration of that gone? Because he's contracted till 2027. He's also the white ball coach now, and their white ball teams have been doing even worse than the test team has so far on this. So English cricket seems to be on the cusp of major change.
So Australia loves beating England in the Ashes, just like the reverse is true. So this is what makes it so great. People feel it passionately. It feels, the whole thing has felt escalated. The 2 months leading up, the notion of Bazball, which I think has sort of both appealed and repelled here. The conduct of the English team has affronted Australians broadly. I've no doubt it's affronted the team. So that Australia is relishing this. The team, you can clearly see it, and the country. I think there'll be... Today is a day of reflection that has been put in place for the events in real life of a week ago. Today we'll have an element of celebration to it across the country as Australia skewers Bazball. I feel like it's more personal than it usually is. Whether it should or it shouldn't be, doesn't matter. I just think it is.
Yeah, I'm with you. Baz, I feel like there's been a real sense from this Australian team this summer, and I will show them. You can try to reinvent the wheel. You can play this different style of game, but we're going to show you. And Nathan Lyon has bowled like he's going to show his own selectors as well. And there's no chat about the Australian team being old now, like there was before Perth from some of the English media. And that steely determination has been reflected in the way they've been ruthless at certain times across the summer. I agree with that. This feels like a summer where Australia as a country has had a point to prove. This old school English colonialist attitude that we've always, as a country in our DNA, sort of rejected, has come out on the sporting field. And I can't remember an Ashes like it.
I think it goes back to what happened in 2023. Just the way, the narrative around it, and what was spoken of about the Australian team, especially after the way that series ended and Stuart Broad's grand farewell. It was a perfect finish. And England, call it moral victory or whatever else, but England just didn't talk about, hey, look, we taught you a lesson and we drew the series. They were people, senior figures in English cricket and in the English media, who's openly said Australia need to learn something from England. If Australia do not start playing cricket like this, Test cricket in Australia will die. Because Australia, I was told by a very senior media figure at the end of the 50-over World Cup, while I was flying back to Australia and he was flying back to England, that, who do you have this summer? I said, Pakistan and West Indies. Like, if Australia keep playing this old grind the opposition down and beat them to a pulp kind of Test cricket, crowds will wander away because we are setting the new trend. I mean, there were those close to us who said, because of the way England are playing, Ireland and Zimbabwe and all of them will start playing more Test cricket. Test cricket will flourish because of what... And it didn't make sense then. It doesn't make sense now. And now the problem is it doesn't make sense to people in that dressing room. I'm hearing, Gerard, that from people close to that dressing room, people within the dressing room, that the morale has never been this low in any English dressing room.
Wow. Yeah, that's big. But
I don't have any trouble believing that.
No, yeah. But you can see it, can't you? Because the philosophy of what they try to set it doesn't stack up. Like, it's high risk. What did you call them? They're punters or they're
flukers.
Flukers. Oh. So of course it was going to come back that they might have a session or even a day, but across 5 Test matches, the risk doesn't outweigh the reward.
Yeah. So we're going to have notionally dead rubbers in Melbourne and Sydney, but I think that underestimates the desire for a whitewash now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think this is only half the job. I think that the national sentiment is, and now embarrass them, and now humiliate them, and now end whatever this is. And the only way it could be better, and you've already pointed this out, is if Brendan McCullum then goes and coaches New Zealand and brings them here next time.
Yes.
That's what the WWE would do.
That's what they would do, Gerard. That would be the next feud. His music will play.
Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan, our roadside reporters for Marshall Batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery. We'll talk to you throughout the day. Lisa Sthalekar with Adam Collins. Next, our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles. Hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
In Kilkenny, look out for works on a burst water main on Torrens Road near Regency Road, with Torrens Road closed in both directions at the intersection and traffic signals on flash. Expect significant delays due to restrictions. Motorists are advised to avoid the area and use alternate routes where possible. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Vixen Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
A mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Gift Rabanne Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Pour Homme 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping, or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster, and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating makers.
Player of the match proudly brought to you by GWM. As intelligent and adaptable as the built-in high-forward technology in GWM vehicles, this player always looked in control and never took their eye off the ball. Congratulations from GWM. Go with more.
Got something big to budge? Budget with Budget. Little trucks, big trucks. You can do it all in a budget rental truck. Get exactly what you need and at a great price too. So remember, whatever you've got to budget with a budget rental truck. Budget car and truck rental. Call 13 27 27. That's 13 27 27.
Budget with a budget rent-a truck. It's quick and cheap. Well, half your luck when you budget with a budget rent-a truck.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Cash flow. It's the fuel keeping your business moving. Let Early Pay unlock the cash tied up in your unpaid invoices, helping you to grow your business and keep your operations running smoothly. Whether transport, labour hire, wholesale or manufacturing is your business, Early Pay Invoice Finance can help. Early Pay will also get to know your business, providing a dedicated client success manager to help you every step of the way, leaving you to focus on your customers. Early Pay. Better business on your terms. Visit earlypay.com.au.
Your summer at Adelaide Oval starts now, where unmissable moments unfold in one iconic destination. Catch all the Ashes and New Year's Eve Big Bash action. Then take a historic Adelaide Oval Stadium tour or take on the roof climb for the best city views. Indulge in the best local food and wine at Bespoke, then settle in for the night at the stylish Oval Hotel. Cross the river and enjoy the views of Adelaide Oval while sipping a beer at Malt Shovel Tap House. Make summer yours at Adelaide Oval.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tails. Hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. The warm-ups have been completed for Ream, steady, hot and strong, and Lisa Sthalekar is joining me. I'm Adam Collins. Lisa's here for Milwaukee. Milwaukee is for everyone in the trade, and it's not just for today or tomorrow. Lisa, actually, it's gone beyond
it's very dark.
Overcast to gloomy. I would say now it's lights on or they can't start so gloomy.
Yeah, well, broadcasts have got lights on out in the middle and it's shining bright into our eyes. But, yeah, I think lights need to be put on pretty quickly because everyone that have come to Adelaide Oval want to see them out there playing.
Well, it's the chance to see Australia retain the Ashes inside 3 test matches, which is, I'm afraid to say for England fans and listeners, the form really, isn't it? Australia tend to wrap up the Ashes in straight sets on home soil, and the chance to do that today. England will resume at 6 for 207. Their target, theoretical at this stage, is 435. I say theoretical, they can't exactly play for a draw, can they? Owing to their position in the series, they're 228 runs away from that. Will Jacks is there on 11 and Jamie Smith on 2. The 2 Surrey men put on 13 from 57 last night after a collapse that was instigated by Nathan Lyon, picking up Brook and Stokes and Crawley in a hurry. The ball to Ben Stokes, an absolute beauty, which you called tremendously, Lisa, saying you wanted more overspin, you wanted more drift. Next ball does exactly that.
Yeah.
Pitches in line with leg, hits the top of off spinners and finger spinners around the world will watch that and go, boy, if only I could do that.
Yeah, it was the perfect delivery, and it just shows you having a classy spinner within your lineup enables you to perform really well and pick up wickets when maybe it's against the grain of how the session is going or where the match is going at that time. And he's very clever. As a finger spinner, you don't have a lot of deliveries, a lot of variations in your armoury, as much as Nathan Lyon talks up a big game about, I'm working on something different. We never see anything really different.
Doesn't have a deuce for it. Remember for a time there early in his career, he talked about having one, remember the Jeff? That might go the other way.
Jeff,
it's long, we haven't heard the Jeff mention. That's a deep cut from me. But Nathan Lyon does what he does and does it so well. He's now taken
he must be up to 567 Test wickets or something like that, and with so much more Test cricket for him. I saw him briefly out in the middle this morning, and even he acknowledged that ball to Stokes was pretty tasty.
Yeah.
So, and Lyon's very reluctant to take any credit for anything. He's usually keen to deflect.
No, he's very good with subtle changes, and that's what makes him so good. And the fact that he gets overspin. I mean, if you look at, I went into Channel 7 and just asked Hawkeye to give us the length that both Head and Nathan Lyon were bowling, and Nathan Lyon was 0.5 metres shorter. But because he gets that up and down action, it's still a great length, and he does beat players in the air. And because of that overspin, whereas Travis Head is more a sidearm spinner, he can get some square turn, but he's not necessarily going to beat too many in the air.
Yeah, Lyon's the more classical over the top of the ball. Interesting you say that. He noted that with Harry Brook playing the way he was yesterday and reversing a lot, that he knew he needed to drag his length back ever so slightly, and that ended up being Brook's downfall, which is a bit of an emblem of where England are at, really. Even if Brook does play the reverse sweep exceptionally well, it was more the switch hit version of it, falling over in the process and having his leg stump taken out didn't look great. And it was, again, when doing a lot of media back to the UK last night, that was the bit getting replayed time and time again. It does feel like, and it's been commented on in our pre-game today, wheels off time for the England squad, self-preservation for players within it. Word on the street is that Rob Key is going to be doing media tomorrow, the Director of Cricket for England and High Performance, who's been there since the start of the Bazball era. And if Bazball does end in as far as, as we know it today, and if they go 3-0 down at will, that will make for interesting listening and reading.
Yeah, I mean, you're a lot closer to what's going on over in England, but just listening to a couple of the pundits as well, Bumble, he actually mentioned, he goes, well, they've made Test cricket interesting back home. People are tuning in to Test cricket that probably wouldn't. So he's of the opinion that no, things shouldn't change, but they maybe just need to tweak things a little bit, as in the personnel, as in Brendan McCullum. Obviously, Stokes isn't going anywhere because he's been the one guy to have put up his hand. Yep. But the senior players need to just kind of take the reins a little bit. They tried this. They tried something different. Okay, hasn't worked. What's plan B now? How do we build up for the next 4 years when an England side comes back onto Australian shores, to make sure that they're properly prepared and ready to combat whatever the Aussies throw at them? Yeah,
and the culture in England sport is a bit of a sack the coach culture. I mean, you see that in football all the time, and we've already seen Matt Mott was jettisoned from the white ball job about a year ago. McCullum's taken over both roles. But if McCullum, they part ways with him and they are thinking about how they can eventually build a team to win here, it would seem logical to me that the next stop will be surely an Australian.
Potentially. There is a love affair about Australian coaches and the mentality, and they predominantly have been very successful, whether they've been former players or in a coaching front. Hence why they're kind of a wanted commodity in franchise cricket as well, because they have a funny way of bringing a group together and performing really well. So that could be it. But no doubt, I would imagine people in county cricket are going, hey, what about all of the coaches within that setup? I know there's a lot of Aussies in that setup as well, but maybe they need someone that is a little bit more attuned to the English customs and behaviours and characteristics. I don't know.
Lisa, we'll pause there. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D Max. It's a little bit brighter in the 10 minutes that we've been chatting, so they won't need the lights on to start play in 7.5 minutes from now, where England will resume at 6 for 207. Their target is 435. For the start of play, of course, it'll be Gerard Whateley coming up after the break.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Wow, you shouldn't have, really. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Burberry London for Women 50ml, just $39.99. Don't pay RRP $146. Rabanne 1 100 ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Or Versace Pour On 100 ml for $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale. All now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR. GWM are the proud automotive partner of the Sydney Sixers. Now, with intelligent high-4 plug-in hybrid technology that's as adaptive and responsive as an all-rounder batting in fourth. Check out your GWM local dealership today. GWM, go with more.
Everything grows better. Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Toro Universal Valve Boxes provide maximum protection of underground systems. 25mm poly manifolds are also available in 1, 2, 3 and 4 outlet versions, including fittings like elbows, T's, nipple and end cap, and UV stabilised polyarticulated and rigid risers with a maximum working pressure of 1000 kPa. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrien Water.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Hi, I'm Shayna Blaze, founder of Voice of Change. This 16 days of activism, we're aiming to raise $10,000 to build our vital educational platform. And we need your help to stand up against violence and inequality. Pledge to buy our I Stand Up merch. That's tees, bucket hats, badges, or you can donate. Every dollar counts. But it's all or nothing. If we don't get $10,000, no donations are taken. Join the movement. Search Possible, that's with 1Z, I Stand Up, and make your pledge today.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
The Australians step across the road for day 5 here at Adelaide Oval. It has been record-breaking, it has been memorable, and its place in history is going to be to determine the Ashes. Australia 4 wickets away from a 3-0 retention in 11 days of cricket. Our pre-game was for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu Test Drive, the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Simon Katich has been out in the middle. The pitch conditions for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025. What'd you see, Kat?
Well, Gerard, still looks a good surface, but there is some good footmarks for the spinners, particularly Nathan Lyon. So I'll be surprised if he doesn't start proceedings today. It looks like he's taking his cap off, Baggy Green. And what it is, though, it is very much like English conditions with the clouds and the breeze out there, quite cool. Very very sort of gloomy day here in Adelaide.
18 degrees, just a little drizzle in the air that there's been, but not quite the rain that was forecast. It hit early, it hit the 7 o'clock hour, and it has been raining east and west of the city itself. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Damien, Fleming, welcome back.
Gerard, Cato, bit of icehouse playing. Probably the coldest day. It's not freezing or anything like that, but yeah, if they were to last till the new ball, I reckon the new ball might move around a little bit in these conditions. But yeah, Nathan Lyon's going to love this. He's hungry. He's got 3 for. He wants a 5 for.
He does. He's getting ready for the McDelivery of the first ball. Macca's loving the crickets. You've instigated a little sweep here, Simon, independent of each other. I've gone 22 overs and you went
23.
There you go. So 17 to the new ball. And then whatever's to be done, tidied up after that. Are you going longer or shorter than 22, 23?
It's around that mark. I'll go 26.
Okay.
And the future Aussie coach, future England coach, Justin Langer's tipped 55.
Oh, my God.
So he's backing him in. He thinks they're going to get the job done.
So is he signed?
I'd reckon if he's not at Boxing Day, it won't be far after.
Okay. Sydney.
Jim Maxwell rang the Bradshaw bell here ahead of play. Splendid to see. Broadcasting icon in this country.
Big warm-up for Gazza too. He's like practising his medium paces.
He'll be bowling from the Riverbank ends. Jack's 11, Smith 2. James Smith has the strike at the start of the day's play. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. 228 runs for England, 4 wickets for Australia. Old Filthy Phil to get day 5 underway. Lyon bowls to Smith, who's forward and defending. It was good fun, Mitch Stark told Colo this morning. He's brought it upon himself. that is every cricket club right around Australia.
Yeah.
So
boys never miss you with anything like that.
Outstanding. A slip, a leg slip, and a bat pad in place. Smith comes down the pitch, drives Lyon through mid-off, and gets the first runs of the day. Cummins and Stark in pursuit. Stark comes across from long on, and they take 3 as he heaves it into the keeper's end. 6 for 210 as Jerusalem rings out on a Sunday. To witness the demise of their team, but they are in full voice. Jacks plays back and around the corner to the short leg. I was walking across the bridge last night, and one of the fellas said to me, I don't reckon the Barmy Army have been that vocal. He said, oh my God, their team is shocking. They couldn't have given more. Even late yesterday when it was all going wrong, Jacks defends to leg.
Well, with an hour to go yesterday and Brooke and Crawley going the way they were, I thought the Barmy Army were brilliant.
Yeah.
They were providing heaps of energy for the two of them.
Terrific sound to start day 5. Jacks forward defending again.
And looking up at the hill today, it's the first time you can actually see the grass on the scoreboard side, because it's just been jam-packed.
It's always been the social test, and it has spiked, hasn't it? Jacks defends the last ball of Lyon's first over. 6 for 210. The Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. The vibe in the town has been so fantastic, hasn't it, Fleming?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bumper crowd every time. Well done, Adelaide. Well done to everyone that's flown in or drove over or whatever. It's been packed at night, hasn't it? The grounds have been packed out at the marquees, packed. Great spirit, some excellent cricket, but great start for the Christmas test. It's just going to be a bumper one every year.
Cameron Green is going to start from the Cathedral
Okay.
end. So it might be rationing things out here, Pat Cummins. new ball. So when you go with Stark and Cummins, how he is and how many overs he wants to bowl, whether he's trying to give himself a chance for Boxing Day or whether he's just feeling his body after 4 days of cricket.
Yeah, look, I think it's understandable that they at least start with one quick, because the last thing Australia want is to let these two get set facing potentially both the spinners to try and get the over rate back to square, because it looks like it will go over 160 overs in both innings for Australia with the ball.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Cam Green bowls to Jamie Smith, who defends to cover, no run.
So I think initially he will try and get this breakthrough in the first couple of overs, but then if they feel like they need to catch up because they feel like it's going to get to the second new ball and things will slow down again, then they will probably speed it up with Travis Head. And he did look like burgling a wicket last night as well.
It's all happening for Trav at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes on and gets a wicket. But Cam Green, I mean, it's the all-rounder, but I mean, it's fast and bouncy.
3 overs done for 16 in his work yesterday. Green in, bowls. Green on the up, almost. The drive went past the outstretched right hand of Cam Green. It'll result in runs under the sight screen. It was nearly a return catch. Smith adds runs, but not without risk. It was a drive on the up, landed simultaneously ground and fingers. They took 3.
So close to being a return catch. It's a long way down for the big fella, but he nearly got down to it. Just bounces before. But the other part of this too is, particularly to Smith, you know, they're going to consistently bounce him. He got out in that fashion in the first innings. He looks like he's just going to take it on the whole time. So potentially they feel like that's the option to get him out early, so they need to use a seamer straight up.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen, just how close that was. Jacks is on strike, he's on 11. Dead batting the ball to the offside.
He applied himself beautifully, Will Jacks, up at the Gabba. So he's got another mission here to try and make it as hard as possible for Australia to get this result, and at least drag things out, or potentially get in a partnership with Smith and become dangerous. We haven't really felt that option's in play, but you never know in cricket. Anything's possible.
No, they're dangerous batsmen in white ball cricket, these two.
2:22 for the Miracle. Jacks forward defending, knocked down by Green in this follow through.
And can they bat long enough here to translate that into red ball cricket? You know, Smith, he does hit inside out a little bit. He does lose stability on that back foot. So the catches in front of wicket at mid-wicket cover, they'll feel like they might get a catch if he's not on top of the ball.
I think if they were dealing with a 40-over-old ball now, you'd say, you know what, they could potentially get in a partnership, but because the new ball's not far away, you feel like that's the...
Green over the wicket, bowls, beaten on the outside edge, Jacks. Lovely delivery.
You feel like that's the big trump card for Australia, because we saw it yesterday. Just the extra pace and zip and potential movement off the seam on this dry surface now after a couple of blazing days early on will be enough for Australia to get the job done.
That's that extra bounce from Green, isn't it? From a smaller bowler, that probably gets punched through the offside off the back foot. But that got big on him.
That's a big shot in these conditions. That shot off the back foot.
Tough one.
To someone like Cameron Green.
Last ball of the over, Will Jacks. Forward, more circumspect. Full face of the bat in defence. 6 for 213. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing SharkBite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with SharkBite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. The lights have been flicked on at Adelaide Oval. Lyon is bowling to Smith, who's come a long way forward to defend this opening session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, and the players are casting shadows where they stand, such as the gloomy nature of Sunday morning.
So Adelaide still pulls off a day-night test with a red ball.
Lyon 3 for 67. This is his 20th over. Flight of delivery that Smith goes back and has to jam down on late to keep out of his pads.
Bold, no.
88 Ks that one. Just masterful how he can alter his pace by that 4 or 5 Ks up to 90, down 85.
It's operating over the wicket. Down the pitch comes Smith. He calls off the single. It's probably there to cover.
Yeah, easy single.
Yeah.
Used his feet a couple of times here, Smith.
Carey got the stumping yesterday of Crawley. He was on 85. Beautiful piece of bowling. Splendid wicket keeping. Lyon to Smith. Back. Punches the ball through cover. And he does take runs this time. Cummins comes around. They just take one. As Cummins gets there. 6 for 214. Flight passes overhead. Jacks just takes his time. 3 crowded in around. He's on 11. He's leaving outside the off stump.
They're just trying to catch that rough from Mitchell Stark's footmarks. All the right-handers that are bowled a number of overs from around the wicket at the Cathedral end. That one just went through comfortably.
Last ball of the over, Jacks comes forward to smother the spin. 1 from it, 6 for 214. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
6 for 214. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. The lights on at Adelaide Oval. Cam Green is bowling. Jamie Smith, big swish and a miss. He went the booming drive.
Yikes. Jeez, that's not reining it in.
Not at all.
Wow.
That's not a half volley either. That's a tough shot to pull off.
He's very, very lucky he didn't nick that, because he would have been walking off with his head hanging down, and the England skipper probably shaking his head in the dressing room. As we saw it with his first innings dismissal, he's skating on thin ice here, Jamie Smith. He better want to make the most of this opportunity.
Green comes again. Smith back to cut, a better shot. Lyon is patrolling out in the deep directly to him. Smith goes to 10 with the single. The Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. 6 for 215.
Do they have a spare keeper? Pope keeps a bit, doesn't he? So, but he's out of the team, and they don't have a spare opener. It's not a very well selected squad, is it?
Well, it depends who you ask. They probably think it is.
These guys are guns.
Yeah.
And looking forward, they'll have a good series. There's no use to have backups.
Jacks is on 11. Green bowls to him. Forward defending to cover.
Oh, I think it's been done deliberately to free these guys up. That's how they've operated for a couple of years now. It's been such a close shot. Very hard to get into. And yet the irony is,
but I think, what about injuries? I'm not saying about form, but if a keeper breaks a finger, like what?
Yeah,
who's your backup?
Yeah, obviously they think Ollie Pope can do that. But Ben Foakes would feel pretty aggrieved, because he's arguably their best keeper. And when he has played for them, he's put a price on his wicket. Yeah.
Green to Jacks. Back stands up on the punch through cover. Oh, he slipped over. Oh, he's hurt himself.
Oh, he's out.
He's hurt himself badly.
They need a new keeper.
He's hobbling down the pitch to make it at the far end.
This is what I'm talking about. Spare keeper. He's injured himself. He's done the Greg Blewett.
It's Jax.
Oh, it's Jax.
Yep.
They need a new spinner.
He's no good here. Let's have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. His foot got stuck in the crease. Back foot. Oh, ankle rolls. Right ankle. This is what Mitch Stark has been talking about. You don't want to get
the bowlers
caught.
have to do that every ball, and Jax has gone like someone shot him. Toughen up.
6 for 216. Smith has the strike. He hooks. There's 3 in the deep. It's going to land just short.
Man.
It went to deep backward square. Weatherall in off the rope, but didn't quite have the carry.
Oh, Coach Caddo, what are you thinking?
Compulsive. So that's why Australia got 3 back. He can't help himself. He's like Ollie Pope and Brooke earlier in the series, outside off stump on the up. These guys are just programmed to take everything on, and it was a duck pull. So it got big on him, and he's ducking.
It still plays it.
He's 11 on the single. Last ball of the over comes to the hobbled Jacks, who clouts a ball along the turf out to deep mid-wicket. Takes a run from the end of the oval. He's 13 at 6 for 218. The Toyota Scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. Hot and fresh food to go, barista-made coffee, Moe's hot dogs and shakes, Krispy Kreme donuts, and anything you're craving. All at OTR.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Nathan Lyon bowling from the Riverbank end. Will Jax has the strike. He's forward to defend. 6 for 218.
Well, we see Jax from that shot just hobbling because of the foothold or in the crease. There's just valleys everywhere from scratching away the...
Jack's reverse sweeps. Oh, it went nowhere. It went to leg slip in the end. Pinballed around. It was off the bat, so it would have cost him his wicket if it had gone to hand. They scramble a run. Jack's is 14.
They love that shot, but it's a lot different doing it in a 50-over game or a T20 where the pitch is really flat. It's gone through the top a bit.
Yeah. I know, he's changed his mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, straight off the elbow.
Just then signalled lead by.
Because he saw the replay.
After the third replay.
How are they going?
Line bowls. Oh, nearly got through. Smith was back on his stumps. That was a clatter into the woodwork.
Just a classic of that open area cover, isn't it?
It's luring him in.
Yes. Tried to hit that inside out.
Oh, just got the toe of the bat down on it. Oh. Jamie Smith. Big swing up into the deep. It'll carry into the stands. Up over deep mid-wicket. Down on one knee. Smith hitting out. He's 17. The boundary for Azito brushless power tools do you. 6 for 225.
Yeah, that ball before spooked him. He doesn't trust his defence with the rough, so as a result now decides to go with the spin. It's probably a higher percentage option. He took on the fielder though.
Follow-up comes. Smith turns around the corner, past head under the helmet, sent back by his partner as Green scurries around a backward square.
That's his 27th, 6th in only 17 tests. He hits a few of them.
Going to try and take down Ben Stokes, who's the most of all time.
Lyon totally unfazed. Bowls to Smith, who's back to cut. He's got 2 straights.
He won't be happy with that.
End of the over. 6 for 225. The Toyota Scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
When sprains, pains,
and strains happen. Who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered, from strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Chemist Warehouse. Always here, always ready.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. England 6 for 225 after resuming on 207. Cam Green is bowling from the Cathedral ends. Will Jacks has the strike and he's forward stroking the ball out through points. Around comes Lyon in the deep. They'll be able to take 2. 6 for 227 this opening session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Do you want to muck around with that list of most sixes in Test cricket? Good oil for Tom Morris. Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Well, Cat put me onto it, Gerard. Ben Stokes, number 1, 136. Brendan McCullum, number 2, 107. Gilchrist is also above 100, or is on 100.
Jacks on 15. Oh, swinging and missing, reaching outside the off stump.
But the real outlier is Tim Southey on 98 sixes. And I remember his last test innings, the whole of the ground, I think it was in New Zealand, was barracking for him to 2 more. He couldn't get there.
Did he slog him on debut against England? Was it his first innings that he got a quick 50 and hit a lot of sixes? He was only a young fella.
He slogged him every time he batted.
Every time.
One slip and a gully. Green is challenging the outside edge of Will Jacks. Forward playing to cover. No run.
Flem, how many sixes do you think Simon Katich hit in his career?
92.
In my dreams, Flem.
9. How many did Flem hit?
To be honest, I can't remember, Gerard. I should, because there wasn't that many of them, but I reckon one of the best ones was I put Stain into the stands at Durban on a pull shot.
Yep, well, you got to love that.
Or hook shot.
Green bowling to Jacks, drives the full ball, punches it hard through cover. Lyon sweeping. They'll take 2.
Actually, one of the favourite sixes I've seen was in South Africa. It was Matty Elliott who hooked Alan Donald, I reckon, 1.5 metres off the ground, and it hit the fence on the full. Like it went off like a rocket.
Flem, do you
six.
Do you remember the one international 6 that you hit?
My last scoring shot for Australia.
Was it?
Yeah.
In a one-dayer?
Apologies to Clay Mushtaq. And if you look at his career record after that, gone.
Jacks squared up but able to squirt it away through gully, and he'll pick up another couple. He goes to 19.
I said this once, Tom, and a statistician looked it up, and his record goes off the charts after that 6.
And he could bowl. He was the original doosra.
No, but he got me out twice because your mate Steve Waugh goes, oh, watch out for the doosra, watch out for the doosra. You know how he got me out? LBW with an off spinner. You know why? Because he's an off spinner. Bloody Steve Waugh.
3 2s in the over. Jacks pulls, it balloons up, lands safely at square. It's half pulled out of the shot. And it's hung tantalisingly for a little. Single off the last ball. Jacks is 26 for 232. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. England 6 for 232. Smith 17. Jacks on strike on 20. Lyon 3 for 74. Jacks goes back one hand off the bat, driving in the air. Lyon dives to his right to field. It too just hung for a moment. I have in my memory, Tom, that Chris Rogers hit 1 6 in his Test career.
He did, that's accurate. 313 first-class games, no sixes, aside from that one at the Test level.
He must have hit some in first-class cricket. They can't have recorded them.
Line bowls to Jacks, forward to defend.
How can you not record sixes?
He must have.
It says no. That makes no sense.
Our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Lisa Sthalekar, welcome in.
Morning, gentlemen.
The sun is out, the lights are on, although it is heavily clouded overhead. Line flights to delivery. It's turned to leg by Jacks and fielded under the helmet.
Hey, we've made it to day 5.
Old school.
Yeah, this is exciting. I think it's caused a lot of problems for a lot of people. They made plans on day 5.
Line over the wicket to Jacks, covers his stumps, turns to head under the helmet.
Particularly those that have booked tea times from both teams.
That's close, guys. Come on, bang, bang, bang.
Weatherald and head either side of the popping crease. Labuschagne is at slip. Jack stays home, defends it down to Weatherald.
I think this test can still be quite interesting. If these two last for this first hour, and they slowly eat away at that total, get it under 200, that's obviously the first point of call.
Last ball of the over, it'll be a maiden, as again it's turned to leg by Jacks. Stays 6 for 232. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan foods. These English batters have hit a few in the air in the first 25 minutes, but they are still in occupation. 6 for 232. Smith 17, Jacks 20.
Bo Webster is actually on the field, so I wonder who's off.
I think Lyon just ducked down, didn't he?
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, Stark's going to be
Stark's over a deep point.
Where Lyon has been previously. Just a slight adjustment. So Webster and Labuschagne both wearing the sun hats under the lights.
Is that Inglis at deep forward square leg?
Weatherald.
Yes.
Oh,
no, Weatherald's in the ring.
Weatherald in the ring.
Back. So what are they doing here? Stark's going to go to a fly slip, and Head has gone to replace him at deep point.
I don't think Starkey knew exactly what he was doing either. He was just hands up going, where do you want me?
5 in the deep. Jacks is on strike. Green begins the new over. Jacks pulls in the air, well up into the stands. Picked it up over square and put it into the second tier of the Chapel stands.
He's an exciting batter. When you're bowling that short, we know that it's short square at Adelaide Oval. Didn't really get up. It's asking to be hit.
It was Jamie Smith, I think.
Yeah, it was, sorry.
Yeah.
Scoreboard had the light next to Jacks.
Jacks had the light on, but yeah, I thought that looked like Jamie Smith. He's not going to die wondering here. Now he's coming around the wicket, Cameron Green.
Green on the follow-up. Smith. Oh, he dragged it down. That's amazing. So that was such a high bouncer. Just leave it alone. He follows it around and he ends up hitting it into the ground behind him on the way to Carey.
He thinks there's a big gap between Mitchell Stark and Bo Webster at fine leg. He thinks he can split that gap over Alex Carey. Oh, wow.
Even in the T20, you'd be going, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that came off the back of the bat. That's how slow the bouncer was.
Takes some skill, doesn't it?
Smith, 23 boundaries for Zito. Brushless power tools do you. Smith pulls safely into the turf. Out to Labuschagne, a deep square. Goes to 24. 6 for 239.
So 10 overs until the new ball is taken. Surely these two are thinking, okay, let's see if we can cash in. Like, we've gotten ourselves in. If Australia going to bowl like this and have men on the boundary, let's see what we can do. They're both two players that like to play their shots. That's evident.
196 to win. So they brought it down from 228 at the start of play.
Yeah, they'll be thinking if we can get 60 off these 10, that makes our job easy against the second new ball.
Green to Jacks. Nudges it out to deep point for a single to 21.
And to be fair, most morning sessions, it has looked the easiest to bat as well.
Yep, every scenario's generally been around the ball's that sort of 60-odd over mark, and it's soft, the wicket's good. And at this pace, you know, if you're going to take it on, you're probably going to take it on around the 130k mark. It's when it gets to that 140, 145 mark, it's a different story, or the angle of a Mitchell Starc. But at the moment, now Cameron Green's going to try and force them to go against the line a little bit by coming around the wicket here.
Smith readies himself. It's dug in. He went after it. Carey thought he nicked it. Green was interested as well. Umpire says no. Keeper and bowler are going to have a little chat here. Cummins arms out. What does everybody think?
It's literally up to Carey.
No.
Because everyone else is out on the boundary. Except for Usman Khawaja, who literally gave nothing.
Yep. He might still be waking up Sunday morning, was he?
No call for the DRS there for Imar. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar.
If it was anything, it was an under edge. That's how high and how much had gone through.
Nothing on Snicko. No. So the right call.
Good height from Cameron Green. It's making it hard for Smith to control when it starts getting up over his head.
Mid-wickets come over to cover. Weatherall crosses the pitch. Green bowls to Smith, pitched up, driven to the straight middle, no run. End of the over, 6 for 224. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian bull.
In Prospect, look out for a crash on Johns Road at Main North Road. In Kilkenny, look out for works on a burst water main on Torrens Road near Regency Road, with Torrens Road closed in both directions at the intersection and traffic signals on flash. Expect significant delays due to restrictions. Bus Stop Films Accessible Filmmaking Program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Our first session, as always, is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Better than a run a minute. 33 runs in half an hour for England. 6 for 240. My only prediction before the series, I refused to do score lines. The only thing I said, no test will reach the 5th day. Repudiated by Adelaide. Anyway, here we are. 4 wickets to win for Australia. Nathan Lyon will continue away from us. We will in a moment. Jacks just pulls out his 21. The sun just punching through the clouds. Lights remain on. Bowls here. 3 catching men in close. Lunges forward. Defends to short leg. G'day, Kat.
Good morning, Colo. I'll join you in that club of getting the predictions wrong, because I predicted that Joe Root wouldn't get 100 on this.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep. And only because I wanted to see Matty Hayden.
Did you really want to see?
No, I didn't.
No.
Lyon bowls. Jack sweeps. They're about to get up and appeal, but they pulled out because Nathan Lyon wasn't interested outside the line of the off stump.
But I have redeemed myself because I predicted that the surprise packet would be Alex Carey, and he hasn't let me down so far. So I'm evens.
Barmy Army playing the hits. God Save Your King, one of their favoured tunes when touring Australia. Into the political discourse underneath the scoreboard. Around the wicket line. Always wondered whether that might be counterproductive when they do that. Anyway, bowls here and Jacks works it off his hip. So interestingly, Lapashane's not really at slip anymore, is he? He's more at a
gully.
I mean, it's even deeper than that, isn't it? It's kind of an odd place for an off-spinner, Lise, where he's there for the miscued reverse sweep.
Correct. It's, for the reverse.
But very close for that in relative terms. Lyon bouncing away. Riverbank end, bowls to Jack, 6 for 240. Goes back and defends. He's faced 63 balls for his 21. That'll be as slow as Jack's has batted in any game he's played since he was probably 9 years old.
Yeah, he's applied himself beautifully. Last test at Gabba, now here again here. He's doing exactly what's required.
It's a good point. I mean, he did a similar thing at the Gabba, didn't he, last week? He's shown real application, Will Jacks. Line bowls to him here. He's well forward. Forgot about that, of course, at Brisbane when he did something very similar to this. It shows that he's got levels to him. He's made a professional century in 25 balls. The other side of the ledger for very gifted hitter, T20 player, but showing that he's got the temperament at this level too. Line over the wicket, last ball, and Jack's back in defence. Ends a maiden, 6 for 240. On the Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Jack's 21, Smith 24.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Adam Collins, Simon Katich, Lisa Sthalekar and Tom Morris. Tom's got something for us for Cobram Estate. Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. We'll come to it after Cameron Green has bowled the first ball of a new over. Field spread for the short stuff. Bowls here to Smith, bouncer. Help down to long leg for one. Smith with control, which wasn't the case when he was taking on the short ball in the first innings. He's 25, 6 for 241. Tommy.
Pat Cummins hasn't bowled yet today, and he actually looks a bit ginger in the field, Colo, which is probably another discussion with such a tight turnaround before Boxing Day. But he's only the second bowler in Test history to take 150 wickets as captain. So he's 151. Imran Khan took 187 as captain. And then the next three are Richie Benaud, 138, Gary Sobers, 117, and Daniel Vittori, 116. So he's already in rare company.
And looking at it here, that's 151 at 22 in 38 Test matches. What a record. Marshall Batteries, hollow for a Marshall Battery. Thank you, Tommy. Green, he's got a gully when bowling to Smith, to Jacks rather, on 21. Delivers here, and he plays it at the middle of the bat to mid-wicket. Wait, there's the call. So we're not going full leg theory, shall we say, to Jacks with two men back. It's for Smith, who they are really targeting and hoping that he'll top edge one at one stage.
Yeah, I think they view Jacks a little bit differently in terms of how he plays the short ball, where Jamie Smith's a lot more compulsive. Jacks is probably going to play it more on the pace and the height and the line. But it's a good field this by Cameron Green, because he's coming wide the crease and he's still trying to angle the ball into the stumps.
Up to the crease. Bowls here, short, a ball that doesn't get up, and it hits Jacks in the midriff.
Just on Pat Cummins, there was a lot of questions, wasn't it? Would we see him? Having spoken to Neil Maxwell, his manager, I think he was of the opinion of, you don't need to play this Ashes. Like, if you want to keep playing for another few years, don't try and rush it back. But the Australian mentality is, hey, this is a big series. I want to be part of it. I think he said it was a 50-50 call potentially if he was going to play the Ashes. So I'm glad that they didn't rush him back.
So Labuschagne was at backward square. He's now gone all the way to the rope. So three in that direction sweeping. Bouncer comes. Jack surveys. Swaying out the way. Yeah, it is. Thinking about what Cummins might do. A couple of times he's run after the ball this morning. He hasn't been at a full gallop, far from it. Back-to-back Test matches to Melbourne, then Sydney.
And ideally, the two best Test matches in terms of an experience for the players. Obviously, Boxing Day Test is extremely special, and then SCG home Test as well for Pat Cummins. So it's a tough call for him.
Green's on the approach, but Jacks pulls out. Yeah, the schedule ahead. There's a bit of rain in the air as well. Yep, that might be why Jacks pulled out from the previous ball. It's not heavy, it's visible, but only just. 194 away from their target, England, for what that's worth, and Australia need 4 wickets still. Lights remain on, bit darker as well. Green up, bowls here. Jacks goes back and plays out to
cover where Travis Head will field no run. It's like the...
Jeez. What are they going on about?
About the rain.
The fans want them off.
Okay.
Saved by the rain.
The England fans want them off. Not sure whether they have clocks that are, if the game were to be washed out, improbable as that is, that they would cede the Ashes. Anyway. To be fair, that's good. Green up to finish here, and leaving another short ball alone is Jacks. He's 21, Smith's 25, 6 for 241 England. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, you trust the tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The umpires did have a chat between overs, but they've gone back to their positions, and the rain has got lighter. It's not heavy. It wasn't heavy to start with. But a watching brief on that. Heavy cloud cover at Adelaide Oval. Nathan Lyon will start his 24th over. Away from us. Bowls to Smith on 25. Got a slip and a short leg, and Smith goes back and plays away from his body. Out to backward point. Labuschagne in the sun hat was interested. I like that Labuschagne's wore the floppy hat all the way through the game. Make it yours. Own it, Marnus. Rest of your career, wear that floppy hat. It'll make a lot of people happy. Lyon to Smith. He's faced 52 balls. Made 25. Tries to get expansive here, but chunks it back to Lyon, who collects it in his follow-through. He was trying to smack it out through point.
Yeah, I'm surprised they put the cover in. Jamie Smith looks vulnerable through that region, and he wants that region, so they plugged it up.
Lyon again, bowling over the wicket to Jamie Smith. He sweeps across the line and misses inside edge onto his pad, onto his boot perhaps. Spills out to the offside. There's a gap at mid-wicket, but tell you what, he wouldn't want to get out picking out one of the sweepers with that shot either. Did try and hit the cover off it. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Line again, rain's gotten heavier. Going back, Smith playing to mid-wicket. It's much heavier than it was last over now. I sense that we're going off.
Yeah.
Umpire Menon calls the covers on with umpire Raza, and the Barbie Army love it. The game within a game, I suppose. They're on their feet. They've got their umbrellas up on the hill as well. They've got their way. The ground staff to our right will make their way to the middle. So it's 6 for 241. England advancing their position by 34 runs in the 41 minutes of play this morning. Smith now 25. He started the day on 2. Jacks has gone from 11 to 21. There is a rain delay at Adelaide Oval. The England team for AIA protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. It won't be a long delay, Kat. The rain indeed's already stopping, but we'll go through the motions.
Yeah, it's just getting the Hessian on it now. There'll be covers brought out to put over that, but yeah, this looks like it's passing. So it's quite bright over the back of the cathedral. Some blue sky poking through the clouds. The clouds are moving relatively quickly too, aren't they?
Mitchell Starc and Cam Green aren't even off yet.
Yeah.
They may get to the boundary line and wait here, Lisa.
No, well, I'm just having a look at the ground staff, because if they start unrolling the big covers, then they know there's a little bit more coming.
Yeah.
So the Hessian's on, which is fine. You can understand that. They're all just waiting. Do we do it? Do we not? Let's hope, for everyone's sake, they don't put out the big covers.
Yes.
But it's fascinating watching Will Jacks and Smith go about it. Smith seems so... he's not as compact. He's quite expansive, and no doubt the Australians feel that he's the one that's going to give up his wicket. He's just looking for runs at the moment.
We're getting a bit of radar action on our screen here, the Chemist Warehouse screen.
To be honest with you, I never understand these things. I leave the rain apps to other people. I'm just going to trust that someone somewhere is going to make this stop soon. Tommy Morris feels like he's a rain guy.
Well, no, I don't like the rain, but red and black are the colours you don't want. A bit of blue's okay, Colo. That's all I got for you.
This is really sophisticated stuff.
Yeah.
So I would say that is Tommy Morris with the good oil.
I know you would.
For the Cobram Estate.
Can anyone else offer some more clarification on the radar, Lisa?
These days in every dressing room, isn't it, Lisa? Everyone's got an app, and I'm like, you know what? I'm too old for this. Other people can worry about when the rain's stopping.
To be fair, I've never been someone with the app. It's like, okay, let's look up, let's look around. Okay, there's rain coming, and there's rain here, and now it's moving. So crack on.
I mean, what I would say, Simon, is that we said it was stopping, it's starting again. So it's just annoying rain at the moment. It's not heavy. If you were in your seat right now, you may not even bother going underneath covers, but this is the state of play at 6 for 241. Our leading wicket taker through the innings is, well, both Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins for programmed commercial painting maintenance for 6-3 apiece. And all of Tommy's numbers are pay.com.au points for business.
I do have a stat for you. This comes from Salty back in the Melbourne studio.
Oh, hello,
Donald. So he's been on dot watch all summer. Which bowler can bowl the most dots in a row? And Nathan Lyon is currently on 18 dots in a row, which is an equal series record. So one more dot, and Nathan Lyon will have bowled the most dots in a row this series.
Who had it previously?
Well, let me just check my text messages now.
You are running hot for Ream, Tommy. Steady, hot and strong, that's for sure. While you spool through that, I'll remind listeners of what these two batters have done this morning. Smith, 25, Jack's 21. Tommy's got his act together now.
Yeah, Gus, about time. Gus Atkinson in Perth bowled 18 dots in a row.
Yeah, off the top, wasn't it, Simon? Feels an eternity ago since Gus Atkinson bowled those 3 maidens off the reel to start the series, and England were all over Australia. I mean, so much has happened since, but a reminder of how quickly Test cricket can change and how well Australia have done to get themselves into this position. And speaking to Mitchell Starc this morning, a big part of their story internally has been remaining patient. That they knew yesterday England would have their moments. Still remains a good batting pitch, and they did have their moments, and they knew that if they remained disciplined and they stuck to their plans, that they would earn their opportunities.
Yeah, and it's clever because they know that England play a certain way. They didn't want to alter that style of play, which has led us to question why England haven't altered their plan earlier, because they've played right into Australia's tactics, knowing that Australia would just sit back and wait for them to make mistakes. Well, you can do it the other way around, but they haven't been prepared to do that, and now they find themselves in this situation now. The interesting part is, innings 1, England identified that they had to alter plans, and it came from the skipper. To have success, Ben Stokes realised he had to play old-school attritional cricket.
Feels like they've got this moment in time. What have we got here? There are 4 wickets left in this innings, and of course Melbourne and Sydney, where the England batters, especially their top order players, with so much scrutiny on them, have some fairly significant decisions to make about their own careers. I mean, if they form the view that if they keep playing the way they have played, they could find themselves gone as international cricketers. Surely they will refine their approach and put themselves first. That's putting too fine a point on it, but still, like, play in a way that will preserve their own Test careers, right?
Yeah, and they only have to look at how Zach Crawley played yesterday. He was under huge pressure.
Yeah.
He is a naturally aggressive player, and he's had a tough time of it because he got the pair in Perth, playing Bazball style of cricket, trying to take Starc on in the first over. And then he had a pretty good innings in the first innings, probably didn't cash in as much as he should have on what was a really good surface, and then comes here and then gets out in the first innings. Obviously pretty good ball, but that's going to happen when you're at the top of the order. But he applied himself beautifully yesterday, and he gets a reward. So he's now got the learning that he can have different tempos depending on the game situation, the quality opposition, and the conditions in front of him at that point in time. So he's got to be able to adapt from day to day. You don't just play the same way each and every day in Test cricket, because all those things vary.
I just think it all depends what the communication is like in the change rooms. I feel like they've been in their own little bubble. So they've shut out whatever the outside noise is and all the criticism that has been coming their way. And they're like, no, stuff it, we're going to play this way. Now, if there is now a split between what Baz McCullum and Brendan and Stokes is actually saying, then you go, which camp do I want to put myself in? Do I follow the skipper or do I follow the coach? Where do I feel the safest in getting re-selected? Because sometimes if you go against what the coaching staff want you to, you're out the door as well.
Just a quick quirky one here. The sun's out and the rain seemingly stopped, but now they're unfurling the big cover. Might be to do with what's coming over the back. The western stand there, that looks grotty, so we'll keep a watching brief.
Grotty.
A watching brief on that.
Is that what you tell your girls? Grotty.
Yeah, well, they get here from London tonight, actually. It'll be exciting to see the kids again. But no, that doesn't look good. It looks messy. Our coverage, I remind you, is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. We've got Lisa Sthalekar and Simon Katich with me for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. England at 6 for 241. And Tommy Morris got something for me too for pay.com.au, points for business.
Just a recap of the Big Bash last night.
Oh, yeah,
it was the Sydney Derby, Lisa.
Yes.
And the...
Told you a Sydney team would come away with 2 points.
And you weren't wrong. The Sixers it was last night, batted first, 5 for 198. Josh Philippi has got an excellent BBL record. Missed for 96 from 57 balls. And in reply, the Thunder, they're never really in it. They lost early wickets. What were they? They were 3 for 17. David Warner batting at 3, made just 2. They recovered a bit. Sam Billings, 51, and Shadab Khan, 41. But in the end, they fell about 40 runs short, 151 all out. So you're right, Lisa. Sydney Sixers on the board and the Sydney Thunder yet to win a game.
Jack Edwards, 5 for as well. And obviously this is off the back of IPL debut. And Chennai went in the end too, Chennai Super Kings. Sunrisers, Hyderabad and Chennai were the ones bidding for him. Over the last 2 to 3 years, I've seen, I don't know if you guys have, seen a huge improvement. Like, he was always touted like a batting all-rounder, but his bowling ability over the last couple of years has taken him to another level. And I got a chance to see him during the MLC, and he kind of was expecting to sit out and not play, but he actually had the opportunity to play regularly, and he's really coming in of age as a cricketer. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see him in Australian colours as well, like a few more Australian A tours.
In what role do you think?
I think he could actually slot into an all-rounder position very comfortably. He's a tall guy. I don't know what everyone's feeding these guys, but they're all 10 foot tall.
Are you allowed to be an all-rounder and not be 6'6"?
Yeah, they sort of see him as a leader as well. He's captained his state.
Yep, he's a very good leader. Very calm, relaxed. There's a lot to like about him, and it's almost like he's potentially. I remember when I was the Sixers list manager, he hadn't done anything for a long period of time. I remember speaking to Greg Shippard and Moses Enriquez and saying, what do you guys see? Because I don't see it. I'm not in and around the guys as much. And they said, he's going to be a future leader for us. And obviously it's come to fruition.
Yeah, he's definitely improved from what I saw of him in the US earlier in the year. He played beautifully there for the Washington Freedom, and a couple of critical knocks in tricky conditions too, because sometimes over there, yes, they're small grounds and the ball flies everywhere, but every now and then you'll play on used wickets that turn square. So great for his development there, playing against some world-class overseas players. But he's started beautifully, and the other part of it is he's been doing well in Shield cricket in the last season or two, so that'll do his confidence the world of good.
So the Renegades and the Hurricanes are playing tonight. That starts at 6:45. Of course, you can listen to that on SEN as well. And we're about to get into some turbocharged Big Bash as well around the Boxing Day Test and the Sydney Test. It's going to be a big couple of weeks, that's for sure.
Just updating here. So the sun is very much out, and it's stopped raining, I think. I mean, the fourth umpire's got the umbrella up. That's often the test, isn't it? If the fourth ump has the umbrella up, we've got more to come. But anyway, it's the dark clouds, very, very dark clouds coming over the back of the western stand. So that's the Bradman Pavilion side of the ground. That seems to be why the bigger sheets are out at the moment. They were able to get 41 minutes of play in before our rain delay. England went from 6 for 207 to 6 for 241. Jackson Smith, who played a lot of cricket together at Surrey, at 21 and 25 respectively. And look, they didn't really, with the exception of one top edge, Simon, they didn't really look like they were in an awful lot of strife either against the old ball.
No, they applied themselves well. I think Jamie Smith's just got to be mindful about which balls he takes on with the hook or pull shot. Australia will vary their length and height with those and try and change their line to get him to hit one straight up in the air. But, you know, that aside from one or two balls, you know, I thought they handled themselves well. And, look, things are in their favour facing such an old ball, but it's still a challenge facing Nathan Lyon on a fifth-day wicket. They got through that quite nicely. And now they've got the threat of the second new ball coming up, and when that's taken, that'll be their biggest challenge.
The other thing I liked with Nathan Lyon this morning, we were out there this morning and saw him where he goes, he didn't really know that he didn't know how many kilometres an hour those two balls where they got the 2 wickets, but he wasn't surprised to learn they were in
slower.
The mid-80s, because obviously bowling to a plan, that was the joy of watching him yesterday, wasn't it? That he was able to, I think, objectively start poorly by his very high standards, and it was in the second and third spells where he got his act together, and that third spell was immaculate, and reaping the rewards with Brook round his legs. Well, I say round his legs, it feels like round his legs due to the reverse switch hit sweep you were playing, and then Stokes with an all-timer as far as the balls that Lions bowled to left-handers, and Zach Crawley with that gorgeous drift. I mean, you were calling for it here in the box to get up and over the top and a bit more drift, and that's how he picked up 2 of those 3 wickets.
Yeah, I think Nathan Lyon has adapted so well around the world, depending on which surfaces he's been bowling, and obviously to the pace of the game and batters coming at him a lot more. And so the tendency, predominantly, most spinners go a little bit quicker, and he has gotten quicker over time. But there are times where it warrants sucking out the life from the ball a little bit, and really allowing a bit of time to pass where the batter's thinking, do I come forward, do I go back? They get a little bit muddled, and then it turns square and you're in trouble. So I like the fact, even today, we've seen him come over, we've seen him come around within an over as well, which I like. So getting them to keep guessing where it's coming and what spot he's trying to aim for.
And he's always been big on wanting to extend his career by improving as a bowler, Kat. I mean, if he wants to get to... You know, we talked a couple of days ago about where he might get to if he were to play all of the Test cricket through to the end of the Ashes in 27. He won't be an automatic selection just because he's Nathan Lyon, right? He's going to have to keep performing. We saw that he was left out last week, and he missed the pink ball test in Jamaica as well back in June. It's kind of on him to keep making sure that his standards are as high as possible, and he's relentless in terms of meeting them.
Oh, it is, but I think he's got, you know, that pride in his own performance. He's done it over a long period of time. If you look at it from an England perspective, you know, if they had a fit and available Nathan Lyon, he'd be picked every day of the week in their Test team. That's where Australia have got to, you know, respect the fact that they're very blessed to have some of the all-time great bowlers in the team at the moment. And that experience was on show yesterday with him and Pat Cummins. When crunch time came around, both of them stood up. I think the other thing that you touched on, Lisa, is taking pace out of the ball. It's hard for spinners in the modern game because the power of these boys now, they hit them 20 rows back. If you slow it up too much, it'll end up in the stands. But what he did so well was he had the bravery to take pace out of the ball because things are in his favour now. It's day 4, day 5. There's turn, there's rough. So it's a great lesson for young spinners that this is why you bowl slow. You know, you're not there to bowl quick. You are there, yes, you mix your pace up, but when you can take the pace out of the ball in favourable conditions, it's an advantage for you to undo someone that's set and used to the ball coming down at the same pace all the time. And that's exactly what happened to Harry Brook yesterday. He just got into the routine of hitting reverse sweep after reverse sweep because it was coming through at a good pace, coming onto the bat. And then as soon as Nathan Lyon brought his length back and took the pace out of the ball, different ball game. Allowed it to spin, allowed it to bounce a little bit. He's through the shot. Next thing you know, a gap opens up and it hits the top of leg stump.
And this is why I love Test cricket, is because you can set a batter up by doing something very similar, but then right at the last minute make a subtle change. Whereas what we see in white ball cricket is, I need to change the field, I need to change the tactics. It's like, no. Can this batter do it time and time again and be successful in doing it? In Test cricket, we see that we see the setup and the plan kind of come to fruition. And that's why I love this format, because it gives a bowler a real chance, and it also goes to their tactics and then their technical ability to be able to replicate that. And that's why we've seen Will Jacks unable to replicate the same delivery, 2 balls in a row almost. So, it was very clever bowling by Nathan Lyon.
Great stuff, Lisa and Kat. It is the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Rain Delay, the great Australian brew, with England having reached 6 for 241. It's actually not raining here at Adelaide Oval, but they're fairly certain of what's to come with all the covers on at the moment. Our first session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. It will be Gerard Whateley coming in after the drinks break, so to speak, or the rain break that we have here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. And on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. A reminder that England have got a target of 435 up there. They are a long way away from that. As I look up my binoculars to the screen here, 194 away from the finish line at 6 for 241, with Smith on 25 and Jacks on 21.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing SharkBite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with SharkBite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Everything grows better. Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Trusted for over 25 years, the Toro 570 series sprinkler provide everything needed for residential and commercial contractors. 2500 series control valves for light commercial and residential use. And 2400 series control valves for residential use offer solid construction, reliable performance and convenient operation to suit the specific needs of homeowners. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrien Water.
A mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Gift for Barn Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Pour Homme 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Smith. Big swing up into the deep middle, carry into the stands, up over deep mid-wicket, down on one knee. Jacks is on strike. Green begins the new over. Jacks pulls in the air, well up into the stands. Picked it up over square and put it into the second tier of the Chapel stands.
Right, again, rain's gotten heavier. Going back, Smith playing to mid-wicket. It's much heavier than it was last over now. I sense that we're going off.
Yeah.
Umpire Menon calls the covers on with umpire Raza and the Barbie Army love it.
41 minutes of play on SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business. No game likes a break quite like cricket, so we've been off for imminent rain. A little bit of it is sweeping through now, but the heavy clouds are blowing through quite rapidly, and there's blue sky in behind that. The ground staff are going to start to lift the covers now. The wind is up, so it's taking some lifting but we've sort of... Oh, anyway, we're stretching the day out. We're beyond 11 a.m. local time. Bharat Sundaresan, welcome in.
Thanks, Gerard. Morning.
Damien Fleming, hello.
Gerard, Bharat, listeners.
Experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. You're the local, Bharat. You're pretty confident we'll be back on without too much more delay.
Yes, Gerard. I'm glad I'm checking the right radar, because this is what my radar said. This was that the cloud that we're seeing right now, just quite briskly moving away from the Adelaide Oval, is what my radar showed, and then it's just clear. And it was supposed to get rain from between 7 and 10:30 a.m. There was a heavy shower for around 15-20 minutes in the morning, but then it cleared, and whatever had to come is come and gone. I think Nitin Menon and Ehsan Raza are walking out to just do a very brief inspection of conditions, and we should be underway.
Cover's going to lift themselves here with the way the wind is blowing.
Wind is crazy.
It's hard work for the ground staff with the heavy tarpaulin, and the lighter one, or the smaller one, has lifted itself. So the wind is right up here. Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And what we saw in the 41 minutes of play, England advanced from 6 for 207 to 6 for 241. Jacks is 21, Smith is 25. A few balls hit in the air, a few past the outside edge, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, probably wide outside of stump looks the most threatening. Smith and Jacks like the ball coming to them. They've both played a couple of fine knocks, though. They've got genuine power. They're very good white ball cricketers. And I mentioned how many sixes Smith has hit in Test cricket already. I mean, if he plays over a prolonged period, he's going to fly to 100 Test sixes pretty quickly. Australia bowled well. But you feel like they're trying to get through that new ball and feel like they can just go bang and run through the English.
Yeah, so this is the 74th over that we've been paused in. Lyon's been working from one end, Cam Green from the other, and it has felt like just tick the overs down, see if Lyon can
take
get
a bonus wicket if we can.
And then zero in with the new ball. I think the biggest question is going to be, will Pat Cummins take the new ball? How is he physically is sort of an open question at the moment for today, and then also for the Boxing Day test where well, you've covered this closer than anyone, Bharat. It's half been alluded to that perhaps he was going to play Adelaide and Sydney and miss Melbourne in the middle.
He was the one who said he might not be confident of playing back-to-back tests. That was, 3 weeks ago? But the recovery has been so rapid. And if they do wrap up the series here, if it is 3-0 as you think it would be, then it would make sense for him to just take that break, because it's so close this time. Generally, we're used to at least, 5-6 days before the Melbourne test, after whenever you play the third test or second test. But this time they fly tomorrow, and then there's 23rd, 24th, and Christmas Eve, and then straight into it. So I would be surprised if he plays Melbourne and then he comes back to finish it off in Sydney.
The wind has totally blown the clouds through, quite remarkably.
Sun.
And it's brilliant blue skies overhead, so this will only be a delay as long as it takes the ground staff to clean up.
The lights are still on, they're not required.
Hey, we were talking about breaks between test matches last night, Flem, and in the modern era, this is a really sharp turnaround to Adelaide to Melbourne. But not in your day.
Oh, yeah. We were talking last night. I don't know if you know, Bharat, but we actually, 94-95, we played the day before Christmas Day, MCG. Oh. So Boxing Day was day 2, Christmas Day there. Yeah. And then we actually started the Sydney test on New Year's Day.
Right.
And back then, we were on the harbour New Year's Eve in full celebration mode.
As you would.
And we happened to lose the toss of bowl.
How are your early overs?
And then I proceeded to, I don't know how, bowl the best over I've ever bowled in my life. Had Graham Gooch play a miss 3 times, and he nicked the last one. But it was one of these summers, and I said last night, and I've said it before, I don't know if Kookaburra have good years or reds, like a fine red wine, because 94-95, they absolutely hooped. And so I had 1 for none, walked down to fine leg and got a standing ovation from the SCG crowd, which as a Victorian, played Shield games there, and you will not getting a lot of love, full New South Wales Taylor, Slater, Steve Waugh, Mark Waugh, Bevan, McGrath, Lawson, Whitney versus Hughes, Merv Hughes, Dino, Jamie Siddons, Wayne Phillips, Rifle, Warren. You know, they were full on of things. So to get a standing ovation, I mean, there's a few times in your career where you went, this is pretty special. And this was the summer of Australia A. So there's England, Zimbabwe, Australia, Australia A. I think they were worried about Zimbabwe, who actually played as well as England. But we know it was Australia versus Australia A. So we played a one-day a couple of weeks ago at the SCG, and we might have been still in celebratory mode because we'd already won the Ashes. And once again, we lost the toss and bowled. And Greg Blewett, this is before his debut, is on fire. I bowled 3 half volleys on leg stump, so I've got number 12 in my first over, and I walk down to fine leg again, and I get another standing ovation. I thought, you fickle bastards.
Just directing the big whacker.
Get that down, please.
Wow.
And that's cricket. That was all within a 2-week period. And then Blue debuted a week later in the Adelaide Test, got 100. And I got out with him on 96, and it's the most nervous I've ever been in my life because Peter McIntyre walked out and he got a pair in that Test match, but he got Bluey to 100. And I just felt like, oh my God, if Bluey's 96 not out on debut, and I played a woeful shot, tried to hook Devon Malcolm. But yeah, amazing times. The MCG test was the day before Christmas Day, and then we had Christmas, Boxing Day, and played New Year's Day. Bizarre scheduling.
Amazing. So 10 minutes till play resumes and brilliant sunshine overhead. You couldn't believe we're in a rain delay. So there are a couple of quirks through cricketing history. This has been called the Christmas Test.
Yep.
There's twice in history where they have played test matches on Christmas Day in this city. So 1951... Australia versus the West Indies.
I've read a book on that series.
Yeah, right. So day 3 is Christmas Day. So they start on the 22nd, take a rest day on the 23rd.
Sunday.
Then play Monday and Tuesday. Tuesday is Christmas Day where the match ends.
Yep. And why did it stop? And then, you know, Kerry O'Keefe's got some famous stories. Victoria versus New South Wales were played on Christmas Day at the MCG. You know, when there was, you know, because years ago, there wasn't always a touring team. You know, so Sheffield Shield had a bit more currency, you got bigger crowds. So, you know, Victoria versus New South Wales on around Boxing Day, Christmas Day, was obviously the biggest attended Shield game of the season.
And then 1967 here, the Adelaide India Test starts on the 23rd. The rest day is Sunday, Christmas Eve, and then they play Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Through to the 28th.
So why did it happen and why did it stop?
Yeah. And from this point of history, you go, why was the rest day on a Sunday rather than Christmas Day?
Yes.
How could Sunday have been more sacrosanct than Christmas Day itself?
Yep.
So, yeah, I always say this with Shannon Gill, nothing's new. It's the Christmas Test used to be the actual Christmas Test here in Adelaide.
And when did Boxing Day become such a big, you know, I think...
It's only in the modern era at the MCG. Yeah, there was scatterings of Boxing Days in years, but it's only been ingrained in the last 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
Because the MCG and SCG used to get 2 tests a summer. You know, the Wacker got their first test match in 1970. So before that, there was 2 tests at the SCG, MCG, so they were making a heap of money, those 2 cricket associations.
So what was Christmas Day like when it was a rest day within a test match?
We still trained, but because I'm a Victorian, I'd catch up with my family, whereas, no, the tradition is, you know, they'd have a great Christmas lunch together and everything like that. But yeah, it was reflecting back on, I don't know if that ever happened before at the MCG. You know, you played the day before Christmas Day, and that's a break. And Boxing Day's day 2.
So funny. So the 1951 Test match, which you're referring to, that Australia gets bowled out for 82 in the first innings, and the West Indies then get bowled out for 105.
Yeah.
So she must have been nice and spicy.
Because back then, uncovered wickets, and that could change in a test match. You see high-scoring games, and then England get bowled out for like 48 on day 5 because it happened to rain.
Yep.
Yeah, that's nuts not to have covered wickets at least. But I have heard a little bit with that 94-95 is they wanted to maximise the crowds. So I think they trialled New Year's Day in Sydney and then worked backwards from there.
And there's been a progressive creep of that game from January 1, January 2, January 3, and we currently sit at January 4.
Well, I think the New Year's Eve BBL game here is unbelievably good.
Yeah.
It's great. And I think cricket fans are ingrained for tradition. And if this one gets banked in here for forever, this will just be massive for further on. They will just continue to get 50,000 probably over the 5 days if it can go. And they've got a BBL game in a couple of days' time here, isn't it? I expect 50,000 there too. I mean, fantastic.
So they've got this pitch 3 across, which has been prepared for Tuesday night, and just the little just pogo it into the eastern stand. There's going to be a lot of scoring going on in that game.
Well, we were talking about it when Trav was going hard. That New Year's Eve game where he scored the 100 and 20 off Abbott's last over and winning with the 6. I mean, that's one of the most iconic cricket memories I remember. And it just banked in that tradition.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve. Well, we have to do it every year now, but a lot of that's got to do with Trav Ball again, isn't it? Like, God, he's been a remarkable player.
He has. So the ground staff are completing their work. The rope is going around the outfield at the moment. The stumps are in. The covers have disappeared. We are in bright sunshine. If you peeked in, you go, why the hell aren't we playing it? Oh, we're in an imminent rain delay. Imminent rain. Play will resume in 5 minutes' time. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. Hot and fresh food to go, barista-made coffee, Moe's hot dogs and shakes, Krispy Kreme donuts, and anything you're craving. All at OTR.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. England 6 for 241. 37 runs added in 41 minutes of play before rain hits, and then we paused for the prospect of imminent rain, which really never developed. And now under brilliant blue skies, we are awaiting the resumption of play. Lunch has been slid back to 12:30, so there'll be an hour and 10 minutes of play. See how far we get there as to whether we take another break to pause before we reach the end of the game. The umpire's leading the way out into the middle. Two teams shortly to follow. Jacks 21, Smith 25. Bharat, Sundaresan and Damien Fleming are in place for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. The timings of this look around the new ball, this will be the 74th over that we're in the midst of as play resumes. So what did you think of the first 41 minutes that we saw, Bharat?
Yeah, I mean, they played a couple of really good shots, and both Jamie Smith and Will Jacks, like Flem said, hit the ball so hard. I mean, Jamie Smith has been one guy I've been most disappointed with in this series. There's a lot of hype around him, and what you saw of him in English conditions, he looked like someone who could be a game breaker at number 7. And I think the English, or people around English cricket, probably jumped the gun by comparing him with Adam Gilchrist after just 9 tests or 10 tests. But he's like a lot of batters who come to Australia for the first time. He's taken a while to probably get used to these conditions. He's looked okay. They haven't looked very convincing against Nathan Lyon, I must say. They tried to make room, and Nathan Lyon will back himself, and probably the perfect script for Australia, Gerard, would be if they can break this partnership before the second new ball, and then Stark and Cummins can just wrap it up.
Rightio, so we're ready to go again. Nathan Lyon, 2 balls left in his 24th over. He has 3 for 74. He'll be bowling to Jamie Smith. My brain scrambles here with Will Jacks and Jamie Smith. I keep thinking Will Smith. Yeah, it's just a trigger in my brain somewhere. To check myself every time I go to say it.
Got to interview him once at the BBL at the G.
Will, get jiggy with it.
We did get a bit of jiggy with it.
Wind blowing hard to the eastern side, so to the leg side, as Smith faces up to Lyon. It's a stiff wind. Flags are at half-mast today, a national day of reflection after the tragedy at Bondi a week ago. We have to wait for the clock to tick over. As I say, no game loves a break more than cricket. We wouldn't want to go even a second early here. Play. Line to Smith, forward, just managing to smother the spin. That squirted out to the leg sides. There's debris blowing everywhere across the pitch now. 3 plastic bags, sort of American Beauty style. They're hard to catch up with.
There's a chocolate wrapper as well that Alex Carey is trying to track down.
Could help with a bit of drift.
Yes, could it ever. Smith was actually nowhere near that as he defended. Lyon, last ball of the over. Smith got to the pitch of the ball that time. It's a maiden over a long period of time for Nathan Lyon. It's 6 for 241. Scoreboard is for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
My other takeaway from the morning, Gerard, was Cam Green bowling bouncers, because he was asked the question as he was coming back from injury, or when he's about to start bowling, about being that guy who Australia used for the bouncer ploy as they did before he got injured last year. And he said, no, I won't be doing that. But it feels like the more he's bowled, the more comfortable he feels with his back and the rest of his body. And this is the first time we've seen him do it extensively.
So the hook shot here is now going to be into a stiff wind if either Jacks or Smith take it on against Cam Green. 8 overs, none for 39. He's in from the Cathedral end. Jacks stands up and plays to cover. Good piece of fielding in close by head. No run. Bit of roadside reporting here for Tom Morris, Marshall Batteries, Mobile and Store Service Holloway. Marshall Battery.
Nathan Lyon's bowled 20 dot balls in a row, which is a record for the series. So the previous record was 18 in a row by Gus Atkinson in Perth. And now Lyon has it. I've been watching it with Matty Donald back in Melbourne. He calls it dot watch. I'm happy to be part of it.
24 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 74. This is just holding things up at the ball. And he's going to change the field. What's he doing? He's taking Marnus out of slip and sending him to mid-wicket instead. So 2, 3 in the deep and 2 in the infield on the leg side. Jacks faces up. He's forward defending to cover, no run.
And if Green is back bowling bouncers consistently, Gerard, not that like Fleming is obviously right that there's no comparison between Green's bowling and Webster's bowling, so there's no question of bringing Webster in that sense, but this makes him even more valuable. If he can't do it, it'll have to be Pat Cummins. We saw Doggett do it for the first 2 tests.
I'd say we're heading towards 20,000 by the looks of the ground at the moment. Green bowls to Jacks, who's forward defending.
Wide of the crease there from Cam Green. Maybe that's the go with the mid-wicket in play now, just angling the ball into Jackson Smith.
Still looks like a pretty good pitch to bat on. Damien Hoff will be really happy with what he's produced here this week.
Green hustles in, he bowls. Jacks pulls hard across the line, but there is protection in the deep, and it lands short. The deep mid-wicket. Weather Fields throws in from the deep, single taken. 6 for 242.
Jeez, he launches into them, doesn't he? He wants to hit them for 6. I mean, it got him out in the first innings too. If he doesn't get the length right, if it keeps low, he's in real trouble.
Green, this is his 36th over of the series. He's taken the 2 wickets. And Australia's just taking their time over the leg side field here, because if Smith does take it on,
he's the
into
same,
the
isn't
stiff winds, yeah, it'll do a lot to carry. 193 to win for England. 4 wickets for Australia still, as it was at the start of the day. Green bowls to Smith. He's forward defending a well-pitched delivery to mid-off.
Also, I don't know if Cam Green's going a bit wider just because of the footmarks. He might be just feeling uncomfortable when he's landing on that front foot.
Kawaja's in its slip. Stark is in it gully. Spread far and wide. Smith pulls into the turf, to the short mid-wicket. Survives the last of them. 1 from the over, 6 for 242. The tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, no ball.
Yeah.
So still 1 to come in the over. So he is a little bit of a fiend for that, Green, isn't he? It's his first no ball of...
Yeah, it's a big one, so...
One in the first innings. Still 1 to come to complete his 9th over. He bowls to Smith, in behind defending. Sees it off. 6 for 243. This session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. 5 to go to the new ball. So Lyon will get 3 of those. Presumably Green will continue. I wonder just the fact that Boland hasn't bowled here. So there's sort of 2 ways to look at this. One is that Cummins is not taking the new ball, that Stark and Boland are going to do it together. Or they want to put some overs into Green, who has been, if he's the all-rounder, he's been under-bowled.
Yeah, and just to, he has missed because of his back injury and stress fractures. So and his subtle changes to his action. So he's regrooving it. He hasn't been that accurate in this series. He's bowled a couple of wonderful deliveries. So, no, I could see that as a tactic, just to get more overs and just to groove that action.
This is on rubbish removal, close to the pitch. Lyon bowls. Jack stands, defends to leg. A slip and a bat pad in place. Jax is on 22. Lyon over the wicket to him. He's leaning forward and defending.
Yeah, well bowled. Nathan Lyon just reaching for the ball there, Jax.
Cummins beginning to warm up. Loosen up, I'll say.
Jack steps away for a moment with more rubbish blowing onto the square. It's 22 dot balls in a row from Nathan Lyon. Jack's back, punches the ball and ends the sequence as he rolls it out to deep points. Jack's to 23. Lyon's figures go to 3 for 75 and a 50-run partnership between Will Jacks and Jamie Smith. It's come from 133 balls. Survived last night, made sure they didn't get routed in the last 40 minutes. And with the help of some rain today, they've been in occupation for 88 minutes of Sunday. Lyon goes after Smith. He's on the advance, driving, nearly held out to mid-off, but landed just short of Pat Cummins. The Army under the Heritage scoreboard. Their numbers have swelled throughout the day so far. Smith back, cuts into the vacant cover region. Cummins will get a warm-up here as he chases the ball. He'll overhaul it with a slide dive. Good pick-up, saves a run. Excellent work from the Australian captain. Keep it to 2.
Well done, Captain Pat, there. And, yeah, quite right. It just gives him a bit of a warm-up, doesn't he? Sprint out to get that ball.
Last ball of the over. Smith on 27. Plays back and defends. 6 for 246. The tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Bharat and Fleming.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as they got to their 50-run partnership, Gerard, it's like all of them are auditioning for a new regime. It's been proper test match batting. Saw that from Zach Crawley. And I thought it was delayed humility, if you want to call it, or I've been waiting to hear the English talk about how good Australia have been. But I thought Zach Crawley was pretty honest last evening. He spoke about how they've just played better cricket. It's not really always about what we're doing. And it was good to hear that admission from one of their senior players.
Will Jacks has the strike. Cam Green pulls out after taking the first couple of steps. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Wins causing havoc. Green starts again. He's in, bowls to Jacks. Bouncer stayed out of it. Collage is now over in the gully. There are Lions on the rope at deep backward square. Inglis is about 15 metres in from the rope at backward square. And Labuschagne's under the Sir Donald Braddon Pavilion at deep mid-wicket. Stark's at deep point. And then there's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off and a cover in the infield. The top of his mark at the Cathedral ends. Cam Green in and bowls to Jacks from his pads. Plays defensively, no run. Thinking through where Ashes have been retained in recent years in Australia. So if you go back to the summer of 02-03, it was 4-1. Australia won in the third test at the Wacker. That's the 11 days, which has been referred to and will be equalled here. 06-07, it was 5-0, won at the Wacker. 15 days of cricket. England obviously wins 10-11 at the MCG and does the sprinkler celebration in the outfield. Jacks faces up, runs the ball to cover, calls no run. 13-14, 5-0, Wacker. 14 days of cricket to get that far. 17-18, 4-0, Wacker. 15 days of cricket. So Western Australian fans have had the best of it.
Yeah.
And then in our peculiar COVID summer, 21-22, 4-0. It's the MCG in 3 days when Scotty Boland does.
Oh, that was massive, wasn't it?
So that was 12 days to retain. The 2-3 summer, Brisbane in 4 days, Adelaide 4 days, the Wacker 3 days. Green bowls into the pads, turned away by Jacks. And Sessions, there were 12 sessions in Brisbane, 11 sessions in Adelaide, and 9 sessions at the WACA. We had 6 sessions in Perth. We had the 12 sessions in Brisbane. We're going to have... I suspect it won't end in this session now. So
I saw some tweet, I didn't really read it, but in balls, this would have to be the quickest because their over rates are so slow, isn't it?
Yes.
You'd have to assume that.
Jax is on 23, runs the ball to cover and takes off this time. Just has to place it wide of Inglis to be able to take the run, and that he successfully does. So Perth have had the best of it, and South Australia's turn today.
About time, I say. They wanted big moments. They've had quite the test match. The Adelaide faithful, Head and Carey, having their big moments individually and together. All it requires for is Travis Head to get that final wicket. That would be the icing on the cake.
Fly slip. Kawaja has been sent down under our broadcast position by Cam Green. With Smith on 27, he'll face the last ball of the over.
Don't mind this.
Will he dig it in, Green? He does, and Smith rolls it around the corner. Got it to the turf and fine. Lovely piece of work. Nathan Lyon on the full dive to his right. Total commitment. Oh, he's grabbed his right hammy as he rises. He just takes pause below us. Oh, no, he's hurt himself. Nathan Lyon has hurt his right hamstring.
He's gone. He's walking straight off.
He's signalled to mid-pitch that he can't come up. Oh, that's a diabolical moment.
Oh, geez, this changes the dynamics, doesn't it? Travis has taken the ball straight away.
So medical staff are rushing from the rooms around the boundary. Marnus Labuschagne has come to console his teammate, but Nathan Lyon has wrenched the right hamstring on the dive to save a boundary.
Brilliant fielding, but this is going to be costly. He can't put virtually any weight onto that right leg.
Such a sorry sight. He's been brilliant in this test match. His bowling late yesterday has really made this possible. 68 wickets at the ground, which has served him so well, but Nathan Lyon is now hobbling from the scene, which has ramifications right now, but the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Travis Head gets a go. Jamie Smith back, takes it to leg. So spinners around the country. Hello, Murphy, Roccacelli and Kuhnemann.
Yeah.
Get to the nets.
Yep.
Get to the nets. Someone's coming to Melbourne. Head forces Smith back. He nibbles it to the leg side.
Yeah, scary memories of Lords. Fleming, you were there as well. That was the calf, wasn't it? And just the way he went.
And that changed the whole series, didn't it?
Jack's forward defending.
And it took him, many months to recover from it, physically and mentally.
Having done a few hammies in my time, you know, a slight one, you just feel like, is that a bit of cramp?
Head to Jax on the expansive drive, picked out Cummins at mid-off.
He reached for that straight away.
And just the way his hands went on top of his head, he knew it was not very good.
Jax leaning forward, nibbles it away to long on, and pitches a run. He goes to 30, the 250 up for England in the 78th over. The target is 435. The Army will start to count all of these. We'll just hold back a little bit. Jax to see the last ball of the over, and he'll see off Head. 6 for 250. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. So we sort of half workshopped this when Matty Kuhnemann joined us at the Gabba, is if something happened that night, which one of these three spinners would replace Nathan Lyon? And that's going to be the question of the hour.
Just because the two tests are so close, I mean, even a minor hamstring is going to be 2 to 3 weeks. So they're most likely playing one of those three. You know, Murphy debuted earlier as a young spinner. Has gone okay. Roccacelli's the one whose reputation has really enhanced, particularly in Australian conditions. And Kuhneman's a star in the subcontinent, but is that the type of spinner we want here in Australian conditions? I don't know.
And the other little kicker is the way Melbourne has been is you just want to see the pitch. When you last summer, you absolutely needed a spinner. The 2 summers before, you just go with the all-out pace attack. Labuschagne gets a look at things, and Jacks defends to the offside. 2 away from the new ball.
And you know, they are leaving less and less grass on the pitch. You know, this is generally 8 millimetres down to 6. The G has started to get cut lower and lower.
Labuschagne hurries in, defended to off by Jacks. Stark does the fielding. They will take a single. So this bowling change for SEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia.
You know, Todd Murphy will have experience of bowling at the MCG, you know, in the odd Shield game there.
Stark comes to cover. Kawaja goes to backward points. Labuschagne is bowling spin. Forward comes Smith to defend.
I like Marnus's leggies more than his medium paces. I know you see him all the time. He trains his medium paces. Bowls it more for Queensland now, but I just think the leg spin is such an X factor.
Marnus and his leggies. Bowls to Smith. Back opens the stumps up. Carves it away through cover. Head has to get around in the deep. He does. Keeps it to 1. 6 for 252.
Just back on that debate, I think Corey Roccacelli might have pipped Todd Murphy. The number of wickets he's taken in Shield cricket over the last 2 years.
Magnificent.
Marnus goes again. Flight to delivery. Driven away by Jacks out to the deep cover points. Headers in the action as they take a single.
Tommy, have you got their Shield records, the spinners, maybe in the last couple of years?
I've got this year's Shield season at the moment. So Swepson has 21 wickets at 36. Corey Roccacelli 20 at 28. Murphy has 10 wickets at 23. And where's Kuhneman?
He hasn't played.
Marnus flights to the delivery that Jacks goes back to, clubs it away through cover and gets the boundary this time. Smith likes the look of Marnus. It came in short, picked the length well, opened up the possibilities, sent it to the boundary. Boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Smith 35, Jacks 26. It's 6 for 257. These are the holding overs waiting for the new ball. The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, will knock off one more and then Colo can take the new Kookaburra for us.
I think style of bowling as well from Corey Roccacelli that they like. Flem just speaking to the selectors. Both of them were on that in Australia tour of India a couple of months ago. Flat pitches, so didn't really get much out of it.
Travis Head begins the last over with this ball. Jacks turns him around the corner and he'll take a single to backward square. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64, 6 for 258. Nathan Lyon appears to have wrenched his hamstring. He is off the field and thus the conversation who was Australia turned to at the MCG and SCG, if that's the way that it goes. Driven by Smith. Picked the half volley, planted the foot, stroked it through cover. Lovely strike to the boundary. Azito brushless power tools do you. England getting a little fill up here before the new Kookaburra. 6 for 262.
Yeah, the new ball is just well timed for the Australians with now Nathan Lyon off with a hamstring injury. Jacks and Smith putting on a very handy partnership. Australia want to break through quickly with this new ball.
68 run stand between these two. Smith drives on the up, down the long off. One bounce across the rope for 4. The buffet is open for England, as it really has been across this series so far. Don't miss out now. Smith's 42 and all the boundaries flowing. Loan markets, whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market, make it yours. Sends off the last, the Fourth ball of the over. And that gets as much applause as the boundaries.
Good batting, though, just to cash in with runs. And I mean, if they can actually get through this first half an hour with the new ball, they'll be backing themselves because they are fine stroke players. So the runs chased down. They've got plenty of overs.
Head bowls to Smith. Back covering the stumps to the open offside. That's another. 267 on the board.
So just on Rockefeller, 38 wickets last season, 46 in 23-24 when he finished on top. That's the best spinner in the season. So nearly 100 wickets in the last 2.5 seasons.
Head has one to come in the over. Jacks is going to see it. Clips it away to mid-wicket for no run. 6 for 267. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. New ball is due. Will change to Adam Collins for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I dee.
Yes, I dee.
The second new ball is here. Mitch Starc will take it. Bowled 10 overs yesterday, none for 35. Our coverage is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart for Octet Smart Business Finance. So the game will change again here. And as we spoke to Mitch Starc about in our pre-day interview, he's still mindful of the footmarks and getting the thumper out there early, hammering down where he'll want to land before he starts his spell. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan, Tommy Morris with you. The big news from this morning is that Nathan Lyon has done a hammy. That much is very clear. Note through from Cricket Australia saying that they're assessing it at the moment. More information when they know what the go is, but to the naked eye, he's gone straight down and straight off, which opens up a number of conversations between now and the MCG Test match in just 5 days from now. But one still to be won here. Jamie Smith going very nicely since the rain delay. He'll be on strike on 43. Starc clapped in by the crowd. Cathedral end, second new ball, first delivery with it. It's full and straight and pushed out to mid-off, no run. Of course, it was Mitchell Starc with the second new ball a couple of days ago who went through the gate of Ben Stokes just when he and Jofra Archer had built a really useful partnership that was worth 106. So useful at this stage of any innings, Starc.
Yeah, like Flem said, if these two can see off this first burst, the second new ball, the way Jofra Archer's batted in the last couple of tests.
Yeah.
Bryden cast, we know, is useful. You never know.
Been an excellent partnership so far. They've dug in. Smith on 43 facing Starc. Through the offside, aerially, deep backward point where there's a sweeper. Bo Webster, the sub out there, they get one. 44 for Smith, 6 for 268, so 4 wickets for Australia to win, but that target's 167 away, which feels vaguely in the frame, owing to the fact that Nathan Lyon's off the field. Expected to do so much work today.
Let's see if this new ball swings for Mitchell Starc. Predominantly wobbled seams, 2 slips in place. He's got that dangerous in-swinger up his sleeve.
6-3 field for Starc. Bowls here and leaving alone is Jackson in the channel. Not quite the right line or length, but Jack's doing well. 28 from 93 he is. Operating in the low 140 Starc to start the spell. Belief growing on the other side of the ground. Sun now out at Adelaide. Mitchell Starc there, just seeing on our Chemist Warehouse screen, just grabbing for his left side there, Flem, after he bowled that previous ball. Turns at the top of his mark. Passes umpire, Menon here and bowls. Jacks defends to cover. Full face of the bat.
Well bowled. Hitting the splice of the bat nice and hard there, Mitchell Starc. 142 kilometres an hour. been a fine partnership, hasn't it, with Jackson Smith?
The other consideration for Stark is that yesterday he found himself in that danger zone a couple of times, which prompted a warning. So
2 warnings, wasn't it?
Yeah, second warning came later on, didn't it? So he's just got to be aware of that too, in terms of where he lands, trying to make sure that he gets it right on this 5th day pitch where there is so much scuffing out there. 2 left. Up again to Jax on 28 bowls here. Jax gets through him by the back pad, I reckon. There was a noise on the effects mic. It was one of those balls from Stark that boomerangs back towards a right-hander from left arm over the wicket. Tremendous stuff.
Oh, what a cracker for Mitchell Stark. No, that's the in-swinger. Have a look at that seam coming back in. That could have got the inside edge. It could have knocked into off stump. What a cracker.
That's where he's absolutely at his best, Stark. Generous movement. Into the groove here. Last ball of the over. Stark delivers and leaving alone in the channel. Again, it moved quite a bit, but after it passed the stump. So 1 run from the first over with the second new ball. England 6 for 268. Their target's 435. Jax 28. Smith 44. And that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. For Octet Smart Business Finance, it's Captain Pat Cummins. Leading the Australian team for Australia, made by Australians, support Australians, away from us. 3 wickets yesterday, first ball here, back of the length, and Smith goes back and rides the bounce, out to cover point, no single. So Cummins was superb with the new ball yesterday. He's the man who breaks partnerships, and this is what it's become here, Baz. They've taken it from 6 for 194, so they've put on 74 at the stage.
No, they've batted really well. Made the most of those 3 overs from Head and Manas. Got a lot of runs just before the second new ball. You just have to find a way of surviving. It's not easy against Pat Cummins.
2 slips and a gully from our southern endy bowls to Smith on 44. Smith back and defends to Scotty Boland at mid-on, who you said will have a role to play as well now, Scott Boland, as they get through their rotations with the second new ball.
Yeah, big half an hour here. The Australians need to break through. And Smith and Jax, they'll be backing themselves, man. An excellent partnership if they can blunt this new ball, make it a little bit softer. They're certainly attractive stroke players.
So away from us. Here is Cummins up to the crease and bowls, and playing back is Smith out to cover, no run. Just drop a little nugget in for you here, Flem. In 2023, a couple of years ago, Surrey chased 501 against Kent down at Canterbury for the loss of 5 wickets. Smith 114 from 77 balls in that, and Will Jackson was in there at the end as well. So they have both been involved in a monster chase before at the lower level. Smith the match winner on that day. So Cummins picked up Duckett and Pope and Root yesterday. Halfway through his first over of the spell. Little stump line just squared up a wee bit there. Smith moving off the seam. Which is what they'll be looking for.
He's just zeroing in here, Pat Cummins. Just bashing that length. Can he get just even a little bit of natural variation off this pitch with the new ball? Smith getting caught on the crease. LBW, big opportunity.
Cummins and Stark, the old firm in operation. It's the captain away to Smith here. And Smith more expansively driving through the covers. Finds the gap, out towards the rope, and it will get there. Really well played, Jamie Smith. Didn't overhit it, relied on his timing and placement. He's up to 48. Our boundaries are for Azito, 6 for 272.
Well, after getting caught on the crease, Cummins has just gone a little bit wider. And early in his innings, Smith was staying on the crease and hitting inside out for that shot. But now he's in the runs. He's been out there a long time. Forward presses into the ball with a vertical bat. Great shot.
Cummins to Smith again, 2 away from the half century. Up and over the top, off mid-off, out to the rope for 4 more. Wow. A half century for Jamie Smith. Under so much pressure with the gloves and with the bat over the last couple of test matches. Well, this has been a fine response. Jamie Smith gives England a reason to believe. He's 52 from 80 balls at the end of the over, 6 for 267. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
This first session has belonged to England for MEGT. Sign up next apprentice with MEGT. Back to Will Jacks on 28, playing the sheet anchor role so far. Facing Stark. Cathedral end, left arm over, bowls here with the second new ball, pushed into the onside, no run. 2 overs with it. Smith is running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. He's been really going for it since the rain delay.
He is, and Mitch Stark just once again checking where his follow-through is taking him. Not that Nitin Menon was interested this time. What a shot that was to finish the last over from Jamie Smith. Audaciously just lifting Pat Cummins over mid-off for 4. And he does have that ability to just switch gears, doesn't he, Adam?
They both do. That's the other interesting element to this. If Jacks decides to have a dart as well, this game will speed up, make no mistake. Stark in here, 2 Jacks, 2 slips of gully. Takes on the short ball here. Out towards Boland at fine leg. He'll get 1. Didn't get it where he wanted it. He was trying to smack it into the Bradman stand, but maybe an indication that they are sensing a moment here, England. The runs can often flow quickly against the second new ball. Stark not quite set yet with his landing position, always looking down at the crease when he passes the umpire. 29 for Jack, 6 for 277.
I mean, they got criticised squarely 2.5 years ago at Lord's when Nathan Lyon hobbled off with a calf injury for having blown that opportunity to make the most of that, what was left of the Australian attack. Looks like this time they don't want to waste it. Almost fight fire with fire against the second new ball.
I can see it. I mean, it's been the way they've played. They've laid a foundation. They're in. Smith's faced 80 balls. He's 52. He faces Stark. Stark is tucked away for 4 more. That's a great shot. Fallen on the pads, but you've got to put it away right at the middle of the blade. Holds the pose as well. Smith 3 boundaries from his last 3 balls. Advances to 56. England 6 for 281.
Well, this is what we expected from Jamie Smith coming into this series, to really be that firecracker at number 7, turn games around, or be the X factor. Some might feel like it's coming a bit too late, but it's just looking in pristine form all of a sudden.
Well, maybe right in the nick of time. 6-4, a couple of sixes as well. Stark up to Smith. How does he respond? With a fuller delivery, driven through the covers, out towards the rope. Work to do for the man at mid-off, but it reaches in front of the old scoreboard. The Barmy Army in front of that as well. They are loving life. Jamie Smith, 4 fours in a row. 2 off Cummins, 2 off Stark. Gallops to 60. 6 for 285. An even 150 to win.
Hope turns into belief all of a sudden for the Barmy Army and English fans. Going to bed or waking up, staying up.
Do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. Australia a wicket away from the bowlers, but these two moving through the gears. Smith waits for Stark, bowls here. Up and over the top. The onside, running back with a flight. Hanging underneath it. He's gone. He's hold out. 4 fours in a row. Then Jamie Smith tries to go again. Pat Cummins underneath it, makes no mistake. They get their man in the end. 3 wickets away from the Ashes retention. Smithy did so much right, he couldn't resist going for the 5th in a row. 7 for 285.
Well, belief turned into hope and hope into despair. Jamie Smith maybe just got a bit too carried away. A wild shot in the end. Tried to clear deep beyond mid-wicket. And Mitchell Starc let him know what he thought of that shot. A big roar right in front of the English wicketkeeper's face. Pat Cummins just had to hang on to it. Judged it well. And got his big mitts onto that ball. And that could well be the final nail in England's coffin. Good innings from Jamie Smith. 4 fours on the trot. And all of a sudden the Barmy Army are no longer on their feet.
Yeah, from a late to silenced in the space of 30 seconds. A partnership of 91 that got them believing, but it was only ever going to take one error to get them into the bowlers. And yeah, watching it back on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen, he just couldn't slow the heart rate down.
Couldn't rein it in.
We've seen it before, and I understand and appreciate where he was coming from. He was trying to put a real dent in Australia with the second new ball, but has to depart for a well-made 60. Jamie Smith, still 150 to win, 3 wickets for Australia. Bryden Cass, who was out early in the first innings, he's on a pair indeed. 5-ball duck in the first dig. They'll send a second man back for the short ball right away. Starc in the book for the first time in the innings, his 20th wicket of the series. Away from the cathedral end. 2 slips in a gully. All with Starc, bowls to Cass, plays and misses. Nibbling at one that just hit the seam and moved away. Mitchell Starc completes the successful over they were craving. 7 for 285 England. Their target's 435 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
Wow. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
So Pat Cummins, who took the catch in the previous over, coverage for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Watching it back again, it's an ugly dismissal from where the ball was on the pitch. Cummins into Jacks. How will he respond to the wicket falling defensively initially? Simon Katich jumping in with us, our changing commentary for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Cat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Bharat, Tom, all our listeners. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Someone like that, Jamie Smith, gets going. Have to pull back the reins at some point. Can't just keep hitting boundaries every ball. He thought that one was on, but in the end, it was a dirty hack over mid-on and caught the toe end of the bat.
Yeah,
Pat Cummins did the rest. 4th
stump line, wasn't it? Trying to plonk it over mid-wicket, T20 style. 2 slips to gully. Cummins in here, bowls to Jacks, who shoulders arms.
Great replays of the reactions from the English fans who are all up and about. Hands on faces, hands on heads. And that's the thing with these run chases, and this is why they don't happen too often. 150 runs, look, maybe they'll get there. Just one ball prior to that dismissal.
Yeah, it's a great learning. He's still a young player, and it's hard because he's probably adrenaline's going. He feels like he's going to be the man. He wants to be the man, and just got a little bit carried away there.
Cummins has got the 3 catches behind the wicket. Jacks has faced 100 balls. Bowls to him here, and Jacks turns it into the onside. Gap it deep backwards square. Therefore, he'll turn for 2. Great running, positive running from Will Jacks. Gets into the 30s. He's 31, 7 for 287. I wonder how Jacks will change his game now, Kat. We know that he's got that ability to explode and really punch hard. Now, will he do that, or will he try and hold on tight while Cass is with him?
Oh, look, I would have thought he's backed the next two partnerships in. I'm amazed that Archer's not batting at the moment. I cannot believe England have sent Bryden Cass out instead of Jofra Archer, who's applied himself really well the last two tests and looked really good.
Cummins to Jax here off the hip. There's an acre to work with. Gets a single. 32 for him. Every run being applauded. 7 for 288.
Yeah, I just think, Jax has to trust the next two partnerships, try and keep bringing that tally down. And if they can get it under 100, they'll start to get a little bit of belief into the dressing room that you never know. Funny things happen in cricket, but I just would have thought that Archer was the one to bat next, given his form and given his technique.
Cass has been battling with the bat through the series. He was bounced out first ball at Perth. Indecisive prod in the first innings here, out for a duck. Barely occupied the crease for more than a few overs at Brisbane too. So despite the fact that he's got quite a useful first-class record and got first-class tons to his name, he's been badly out of nick, the England number 9.
Yeah, and that's probably the key point. It's current form. It's not about your career record. That can sometimes paint a picture that's not quite appropriate for the time.
Short leg jumps in. Cummins to Cass for the first time. Wide on the crease. Cass goes back and plays defensively out to the gully where Green will do the fielding. No run.
The average is 28 in first-class cricket. Cass, two centuries, 650s. But you're right, the recent record is what matters.
Yeah, and from what we've seen in this series so far, Australia have just gone upstairs to him straight away, and he hasn't really wanted to know about it. He took it on in Perth, and I think he knows what's coming.
So Cummins on the charge away from us. Bowls in a Bryden Cass. Short ball, balloons up in the air. It'll land in the gap at mid-wicket. I thought Scotty Boland was going to get there, sprinting in from mid-on, but it landed about 5 metres ahead of where he could have realistically dived. 4 runs from the over. Cass off the mark with that unconvincing single. At 7 for 289. Jack's down the other end on 32. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. We've got the next batter in after this will be Jofra Archer for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Bharat's jumping out. Cat's with me. Seeing again that replay of Nathan Lyon. Gets a chance to ask you, Simon, on the face of it, if Lyon weren't to be available next week, and you wouldn't think he will be based on that body language with the hammy going down, which way might Australia go? The left armer Kuhnemann, who bowled so well in Sri Lanka. Todd Murphy, who's had experience in a couple of countries, indeed 3 countries for Australia now, but yet to play at home. Or Corey Rocacholi, who's been the outstanding Shield spinner for 3 seasons.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. He probably reminds me most of Nathan Lyon.
Yep.
Rocacholi.
An absolute badger as well, Rocacholi. Loves his craft. Here is Stark. Up here, new over to Cass. Wafting outside the line of the off stump. That was a get-out shot. That was not pretty. His feet were moving as the bat was swinging. And Lisa Sthalekar, what are your thoughts?
Terrible shot. I absolutely agree with Cato about having Archer elevated. I mean, foot movement came probably about a minute after he played that shot.
See Stark's body language, like, what on earth is going on here? Bat.
This could be an easy kill for Mitchell Stark here.
Yes.
It doesn't matter which way it swings, in or out.
20 in the series at 17.9. Pay.com.au numbers. Stark bowls here. That's better from Cass getting forward and pushing out to the offside. Points for business, pay.com.au.
Yeah, but still leg side of the ball and, and showing about 2 stumps worth as well. So Stark will kind of work him over a little bit first before I think he goes in for the kill.
Yeah, well, when's that bouncer coming? Just to let him know that he can put one up around his ears. Get him off that front foot.
So just the one man back right now. That's the long leg with square leg up.
Stumps everywhere here.
Feels like it. Stark's got 4 left in the over. Bowls to Cass outside the line. It's a attempt there, and he tries to cut it away but plays underneath the ball. So 2 plays and misses in the space of 3 deliveries. Stark gets a target that would work, but when he does, this could get messy for Cass. Has to play himself in. Has to provide support to Will Jacks.
Yep.
I mean, Cass can genuinely hold a bat. I've seen him make a first-class ton. He is capable of doing what's required of him here. It's whether temperamentally he's in that space right now. The second man, he's going back now. Deep square leg will join long leg on the rope in front of the pavilion. And tall man Cass leans over his blade. Waits for Stark, Cathedral end, bowls here left arm over, hits him on the pad, and it spills towards the court and sneaks through. He's given not out. They come back for a couple of runs. Kawaja does the tidying up. Nitin Menon, of course, gave it not out. And we are going upstairs almost straight away. Pat Cummins, no hesitation, once they've completed that couple of runs, which won't count if it eventually is given out, of course, because he'd be given out. Train of thought ran the wrong way there.
It's not out. Let's go to front time.
Or would I be right in saying that because they've set it upstairs that the runs may not be credited either?
It becomes a dead ball.
It becomes a dead ball. That's what I meant to say. So
No, only if it's given out.
Given out, then reviewed after. It is a quirk. Anyway, point is that we've got a leg before review here, and it looks on the first replay like it's going to be on the high side, Cat.
In line, definitely.
But it's in line, and his knees bent. So even though it looks high,
wickets missing.
but it's still, as we go through the technology, going over the top of the middle stump. So it'll be confirmed as not out, and 7 for 289 will become.
It should, the run should count. It's only when you're given out and it's referred.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it's not out, you don't get those runs.
Yeah, that's the quirky one where we're going to see a World Cup final decided that way one day until they change the rules.
Well,
anyway,
it actually happened in the T20 World Cup in the West Indies. It was Bangladesh and Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's messy bit of DRS. Anyway, one review left for Australia. Back to where they started. 7 for 291. 2-leg buys for Cass. That ball was so close. Can start, get it fuller and smack the stumps out of the ground. He bowls here. He tries to, but leaning forward. Great bit of batting from Cass. Getting forward and punching it past Josh Inglis at cover for 4. Gets on the front foot, doesn't overhit it. Moves to 5. 7 for 295. That's a great response.
It was. Yeah, that was a much better shot from Bryden Cass. Got a really good stride in the ball, and then it was just a quick little jab of his hands. So covered the line nicely, not a big wind up. So good fast hands there and just eased it through cover.
So frenetic over, lots going on. 140 to win or 3 wickets. Can start get 2 in 2 overs for himself. One more crack at Cass here. And Cass driving once more, beating Inglis for the second time. The other side of him too, out towards the football stand. It'll be cut off just inside the rope by Travis Head. They'll want to return for 3, but they can't quite. Good bit of fielding from the South Australian. Cass advances to 7. Jacks is 32. England need 138 to win at 7 for 297. At the end of the over, here we have our tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts and Gerard Whateley in for me to bring us through to lunch.
Introducing the Arvan Rotary Nozzle Range from Rainbird, now at Nutrien Water. Perfect for any lawn, Arvans deliver large water droplets quickly and where they need to go, saving water. The nozzle's distance and arc can be adjusted and self-flush by hand. No tools required. Brought to you by Rainbird, the world's most experienced irrigation company. 92 years in the making and still going strong. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrien Water.
20 minutes till lunch. England need 138 runs. Australia need 3 wickets. Jacks has the strike. Cummins bowls to him. Jacks shoulders arms. It flies through to Carey. 7 for 297. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Lisa, Simon, hello.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Gerard.
Just.
Those are a big 20 minutes, aren't they?
They are.
And all of a sudden the hill opposite us I can't see too much grass now.
Yeah, it's full again.
It's worth coming to Adelaide Oval just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Jacks is on 32, faces up to Cummins. He's on the back foot running the ball to points and collecting a single. 298 on the board. Partnership of Smith and Jacks was worth 91. Broken by Stark with the new ball. Now Carson Archer represent the hope to stay with Jacks and see how far England might get.
It looks like Will Jacks is just going to play what's on merit. He's not going to play too many expansive shots. And Bryden Cass he's going to be the one that's going to play his natural way and see what he can do.
Cummins 3 for 37. Cass on 7. He's edging the ball that really at it. Got it safe at the ground though. Kept it out of the cordon. Rolled it out to points. Gets off strike. He's 8-299.
Do they really need the deep point this early? You want to pin him down at one end. But maybe they just want him pushing into that gap too to bring the slips and gully into play. But he's enabled him to get down the other end now. It was well played in the end. It's good length from Pat Cummins.
They're back on the straight hit, giving away a single. No man other than that on the leg side's a deep mid-wicket. Cummins bowls down the leg side, short. Jacks didn't offer. Carey hauls it in. So there's the fine leg, the deep mid-wickets, mid-off, but hedging, mid-on, hedging, mid-off is hedging, and the deep points.
I think Pat Cummins was just trying to get that ball towards Will Jacks' left shoulder to take his sort of hands out of the shot, cramp him and potentially get a top edge out into the deep. Just got a little bit too much down leg side.
Cummins in again. Bowls to Jacks, who's trying to nick off. He drew him to it like he's been getting root. Jacks whipped the bat away after it had passed, knowing that he shouldn't have offered.
Great follow-up. And that's what he's so good at. Getting them guessing about what's coming next. Bounce of the ball before. This one just in the channel. Jacks squares up and probes at it. And very fortunate he didn't feather it through to Alex Carey.
One to come in the over. Cummins delivers to Jacks, who pulls. Got it fine off the top edge. Down near the sight screen for 4. So not in control, but effective nonetheless. The 300 up for England. It comes at the end of the 86th over. 7 for 303. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Jacks 37.
Well, Pat Cummins got that right on the money. The height was good, the line was good. Jacks took it on, but fortunately for Jacks, the top edge went straight over Alex Carey. There's a big vacant piece of land down towards the hill. Fine leg's quite square, and deep forward square leg was out as well, but it's a safe shot in the end.
132 runs required for England. It'd be a world record run chase. Stats for pay.com.au, points for business. Australia striving for these 3 wickets. They have 1 in the opening session. Just got 15 minutes to go. Stark in, bowls to Cass, plays on the back foot, through cover, finds runs, he'll find 4 of them. Well timed. Cass goes to 12.
All of a sudden, his feet are moving. He's getting himself into really good positions, whether it be on the front foot, transfer of weight, now this time on the back foot. Little bit of width as well, offered up by Stark, and was able just to punch it nicely off the back foot into that vacant area. So now the second fielder, Usman Khawaja, out on the deep now, backward point.
Webster move to deep cover. He's on for Nathan Lyon, who's been sent for scans on the hamstring. And he injured in a piece of fielding in this session. Such a disappointing moment for him. So Australia don't have the frontline spinner to go to. The Quicks have got to get it done with the new ball.
Yeah, I think Stark's got to alter his line. He's got to come in a lot tighter to Cass, attack those stumps, even going at middle and leg.
7 for 307. Stark pulls out. So he pulled out twice then. Half a dozen steps into his run-up, and then the second time 3 steps from the pitch. So he's not feeling it.
But he's quite gusty down there, so you just wonder whether that's put him off. See the trees behind the scoreboard really blowing.
Let's hope it's that.
Stark on the runway. All the way in. Bowls to Cass, who leans forward and defends to cover.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
It's amazing what a couple of boundaries can do because he's moving so much better now, Cass. That back foot shot for 4 earlier in the over, that was classy.
The run scorer still Zach Crawley with 85. TAC speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. Jamie Smith dismissed for 60. Will Jacks is on 37. Cass is going to run a ball on 12. Stark trying to dislodge him. Bowles and Cass leaving outside the off stump.
I wonder if Stark's brave enough to potentially try and go for the Yorker. It is an effective delivery, whether it be white ball, pink ball, red ball.
Yeah, and use it potentially after a couple of bounces.
Yeah,
go
correct.
upstairs for a few balls, get him hopping around, and then really close it out with a Yorker and hopefully one that swings back in nicely late.
He's got 3 in the over. Stark to set up what he likes. Bowls to Cass, pitched up, flayed away to the deep backward point where Kalijah Fields on the rope. Single taken, 7 for 308.
That line seems to be really playing into Cass's hands.
Yeah.
It looks like he really wants to free his hands and use any width on offer. Obviously Stark's backing himself to get the nick, but so far Cass is winning the battle.
Stark's 4th over with the new ball. Would you imagine bowling bowls before lunch? Are we 12, 11 minutes? So
You'd think so, yeah.
One if it happens potentially. Jacks has the strike. Oh, swing and a miss. Planted the front foot forward, went on the booming drive. It's into the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, and given the fact that you've got the 2 fielders out deep on the offside, I don't know if Stark's going to go upstairs. He's only got the one man, Scott Boland, at fine leg on the boundary.
Maybe that's the time to use it when the batsman's not thinking it's coming and run the risk of going for 4, particularly someone like Will Jacks. We saw him previous over to Pat Cummins take it on. It might just be an element of surprise to it.
Last ball of the over. Stark bowls. Jacks on the pads. They're asking and they retreat from the appeal. So end of the over from Stark. It cost 5, 7 for 308. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. They're going to bang away at the landing zone. And Scott Boland is going to replace Pat Cummins at the Riverbank end. So we might get a couple. Cricket Australia confirming Nathan Lyon has suffered a hamstring injury and will take no further part in this match. Terrible news for him. You wouldn't imagine he would play any further part in the series either.
And the older you get, the harder it is to come back from all of these type of injuries, and you hope it's a low-grade strain, tear, potentially, and nothing off the bone or something as terrible as I've seen a number of cricketers go through.
And calf in 2023 Ashes in England, wasn't it? As at Lords.
Yes, the ageing Warriors, that's part of the risk. And having been so durable for so long. Australia's next test assignments are in July in the top end against Bangladesh, and then you've got an intense stretch. So even if once Lyon gets back, they'll have to do a lot of planning around. He won't be able to play endlessly the way that he has done previously.
And the same with the Quigs. what's there, about 20 tests in the space of about 12 months, isn't there?
Yeah.
From that period through to end of the Ashes in 27.
If they make the World Test Championship, it ends up being 21.
Yeah.
Basically in 18 months. Scott Boland from the Riverbank end. 7 for 308. Cass has the strike. Oh, Boland put it right on the spot first up and beat the outside edge.
Are we surprised?
And we won't be surprised if he goes bang, bang, bang and finishes the job off and say, why didn't you bowl me earlier?
Labuschagne at slip and Green in the gully. Be ready for the catches. Classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans.
It did also bounce just in front of Carey, so he's made the slight adjustment. He's come up and so have the slips.
The cordon's as close as you would see to a quick. Boland delivers, Cass leaves.
Yeah, signs that day 5 you start to get a little bit of variable and the odd one dies. That one went through quite nicely given they've come up a little bit, but be interesting to see whether Carey comes up, because that's how Cass perished in the first innings, up to the stumps to Scott Boland, pinned on the crease and then lost the top of his off stump.
Got him right through the gates. Boland hammers in, bowls, Cass forward, defending to cover.
All of a sudden now we can't see the stumps.
Yeah.
So he's figured out what to do with his feet. Good transfer of weight. He looks very comfortable now off the front foot, so it might be worth going upstairs and just messing with that a little bit.
Definitely.
Boland around his mark at the Riverbank ends. Striding in. Bowls to Cass, who's forward defending. Pad tight together. Boland adjusts his shoelace and his follow through. So some cloud cover overhead, sun still peeking through, no threat of any further rain. Had a delay in this session, which is why lunch was pushed back half an hour.
Cass is getting himself into some seriously good positions on the front foot.
There's a tension around it. Boland to Cass, forward drives. Boland got it in his follow through and prevented a run. Every ball being applauded by whichever supporters are most pleased by it.
I think there's probably a 50-50 split, isn't there, out there amongst the patrons that have come in and to watch the final day's play.
It's worth coming to see what remains, I suspect, once we hit lunch. 2 back on the leg side now. Cass faces up, leaves well outside the off stump. A maiden from Boland to open his spell. 7 for 308. The player of the match will be for RWC Ray White's commercial property specialist. That in its own right is a good deal. What happens if England end up running it down? As you'd say, it's Carey and Head and Cummins and Lyon. But if England run down a world record chase, it'll require a lot of rethinking.
Well, it depends who gets the bulk of these runs, but you'd say Jacks will be in the mix because he's probably the last recognised batter. But I tell you what, if Archie gets 50 and they get home, he gets it. He gets it. Wickets on the day 1, runs in the first innings. Caught bowled yesterday late, finish up.
Pat Cummins has switched ends. What might be the last over before lunch. He's gone to the Cathedral end to replace Mitch Stark. So the captain comes in and he bowls to Jacks, who's tucked up a ball that reared at the mid-rim. Struck him. A few deep breaths, go and lean on the bat. immediately causing discomforts.
But if it does... Oh, sorry, Gerard. If it does get tight, I can see this man with the ball in his hand now saying enough's enough, I'll get the job done.
Yeah.
And he could end up with 6 for...
He's got 3 in the innings so far. Cummins bowls to Jack. He was on the move. He sparred and missed. He went forward and across his stumps. The trigger movement we haven't really seen. And he's very lucky to survive.
He premeditated where that ball was going to be before it was bowled, shuffled outside off stump, and then tried to whip it Viv Richards style from a foot outside off stump through mid-wicket. But that Cummins just missed the outside edge of his bat there.
Interesting shot selection.
Cummins on the follow-up. Jack stays still, and he's still beaten on the outside edge as he came forward to defend. Oh, this is a good over. A really good over.
So it just gives you an idea, doesn't it? I actually thought Jack's was going to be the sensible one, the one to play the ball on its merits, wait patiently, but every now and again you see the young kid in him go, oh, I really want to get bat on ball and I want a boundary.
That's what makes these run chases so hard. Jack's faces up. He leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump. Cummins has got 2 more in it. Army singing Jack's the way I like it. But he is under challenge like really before in this innings.
Well, a lot of these England players have grown up on a diet of boundaries and sixes.
Yeah.
And they've got a taste of it from a young age, like mother's milk, and they just want more of it. And as soon as it gets restricted, they go searching for it, and that's the challenge for them. There's no doubt they've got some talent, a lot of these England batters, but it's how they pace themselves in Test cricket.
Cummins all over Jacks. He runs it to leg. It's the line straight from the captain and immediately puts his hands up to his head. They get a single to backward square, Boland in from the rope. Jacks survives all of that. He's 38. He's at the non-strikers end at 7 for 309.
And that's why the Australians have spoken at length about being really patient and understanding there'll be times that this England side will feel like they've got the run of play. There'll be lots of boundaries scored.
Last ball of the over. Cummins rushes in, bowls to Cass. He leaves decisively. Flies through to the keeper. Should have time for 1 more. 7 for 309. 1 run from the over. Jacks is 38. Cass is 13. The on shout for LBW. Liquorland score more this summer with Liquorland choose to drink wise. A review from Stark's bowling, which was going over the top. Outside of that, 1 wicket for the session. Smith caught Cummins, bowled Stark for 60. He pushed the accelerator and he just didn't rein himself in. Gave his wicket away in the free scoring spree.
He just got very excited to me.
And that's what I'm talking about. That is the issue that they've got, is the natural free-flowing batsman. There's times they have to rein it back.
Scott Boland to Will Jacks. Jacks is leaving.
I wonder if Inglis in that short cover point region, if they were to remove him, that he would be more willing to play at balls, because at the moment he's leaving because he doesn't want to put anything in that area, but also you're not really bringing the slips in play as well.
Yeah, particularly last over before lunch, you get him in another gully, or so let him play that shot.
England need 126 runs, Australia 3 wickets. Boland bowls to Jacks, leaving. That's a tight leave. He's getting that ball to come back in at the off stump. Carey ends up taking it well down leg, such as the angle.
The break comes at a pretty good time for Australia as well, because it gives them another chance with a new ball after the break, freshen them up, whether Stark wants to start again with that new ball, whether Cummins has it start after the break, or whether Boland continues.
Cloud cover solidifies overhead. Boland to Jacks, drives to mid-off, no run, headfields.
Then start to figure out, okay, if these guys last half an hour after, what are we going to do? Who are we going to turn to? Do we go Travis Head, or do we just have to rotate our quicks?
Yeah, and that's where Cameron Green comes into the calculations as well. Do you give him a little burst with a newer ball? See what he can do with his extra height, bounce.
Boland to in again. Bowls to Jacks, pushing forwards to middle, no run.
And it might be a case of short, sharp bursts so that they are always ready to go in case they're needed for another spell. If these two dig in or Archer digs in and they get it under 100 and start creeping towards the finish line, it'll be imperative that Australia have the right bowlers at the right time to finish the job off. At the moment, they've got a decent buff of 126, but if Jackson Cast were to get going after the lunch break and bring that down into the sub-100, into the 80s, all of a sudden, there'll be belief in that dressing room that they're only one partnership away from being right in it.
Especially if they don't lose a wicket, you've still got Archers still waiting in the wings.
Helmets are deployed for the last 2 balls of the session. Terry up under his, and Head is at short leg. Boland bowls to Jacks, forward defending safely.
I have a feeling Carey, after lunch as well, will spend a fair bit of time up there against Boland. Just keeps him back, allows him to kind of probe a little bit fuller than probably what he was operating with Carey back.
This will be the last ball before lunch. Scott Boland to deliver it. He's into Will Jacks, and Jacks defends the ball that threatened to scuttle low. An intriguing test match on the brew in Adelaide. Australia still need 3 wickets. England require 126 runs. 7 for 309. England took 102 out of the chase. Australia took 1 wicket. The fall of wicket for Smarterlight was at 285. It was Smith caught Cummins, bowled Stark for 60. What did you think, Lisa Sthalekar, of that opening session to day 5?
Oh, an amazing session of cricket. Lovers of the test game, this is what it's all about when, you know, there's still a decent amount of runs to be chased down, but batters actually grinding it out, bowlers having to go through the gears, losing Nathan Lyon as well, which throws a spanner in the works for the Australian side. There's still so much to be played out in the next 2 sessions.
It was great spirit from England there. First from Smith and Jacks, and now with Cast, who was under pressure facing that second new ball, and Australia as well hanging in there just when it looked like England were getting on top with that partnership between Jacks and Smith. They'd put on 91, so it was looming large, and the way those two play, anything's possible in this game. And credit to Pat Cummins, he got Mitchell Stark into the fray, and Jamie Smith just got a little bit too giddy after a number of boundaries. What was there, 4 boundaries?
Yeah.
And he just paid the price by going 1 too many times to the well. But now, another nice little partnership between these two. 24 runs. And England will still feel like they're half a chance. So Australia's still got work to do, but they'll refresh, have a chat about how they go about it after the break, and hope that they can finish this job off in the middle session.
Lunch, day 5 at Adelaide Oval, England, 7 for 309. This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered serve. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Didi.
Yes, I Didi. The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
The tradies, mate. That's IMAR. Everything grows better.
Rainbird's TM2 irrigation controller is now at Nutrient Water. The TM2 is easy to program and easy to use with a large backlit screen and multiple station models available. Plus, it can be converted into a Wi-Fi controller by adding the LNK2 Wi-Fi module. Brought to you by Rainbird, the world's most experienced irrigation company. 92 years in the making and still going strong. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
Wow, you shouldn't have. Really. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Burberry London for Women 50ml, just $39.99. Don't pay RRP $146. Rabanne 1 100 ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Or Versace Pour On 100ml for $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale. All now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
The Big Hits brought to you by GWM. Go with more this Big Bash season.
Oh, what a shot to cover! 6 more!
That means going with more wickets, more broken records, and more of what you love. Thanks to our mates at GWM.
Right, with a cut shot. Oh, what a catch!
Now, with intelligent high-4 plug-in hybrid technology that's as adaptive and responsive as an all-rounder batting in fourth. Check out your GWM local dealership today.
Australia's best-kept sporting secret, our women dominate basketball. The WNBL's 25-26 season is underway and fans are witnessing world-class hoops right here in Australia. As all 8 teams battle it out for championship glory, you won't want to miss a minute of the action. Catch every game live and free on 9Now and live and on demand on ESPN on Disney+. Greatness is closer than you think. Get your WNBL tickets, merch and info at wnbl.com.au or install the free WNBL app now.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Cummins to Smith again, 2 away from the half century, up and over the top, off mid-off, out to the rope for 4 more. Wow. A half century for Jamie Smith. Stark up to Smith. How does he respond? With a fuller delivery, driven through the covers, out towards the rope. Work to do for the man at mid-on, but it reaches in front of the old scoreboard. These two moving through the gears. Smith waits for Stark, bowls here. Up and over the top. The onside, running back with a flight, hanging underneath it. He's gone. He's hold downs. Can Stark get it fuller and smack the stumps out of the ground. He bowls here, he tries to, but leaning forward. Great bit of batting from Cars.
The Lunch Break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au and Macca's. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
1 for 102 in that opening session of play on day 5. England 7 for 309 in pursuit of 435. Australia needing those 3 more wickets to retain the Ashes. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the cricket. Bharat, Sundaresan, we're just in the intriguing phase. We haven't yet tipped over into the thriller. This is the intriguing phase of a massive run chase. The possibility just glimmers on the horizon.
Yeah, you just leave it hanging there, Gerard. You can easily be a cynic and say, well, it's all over. They need too many runs, over 120 runs at this point. And you're 1 wicket away from, yes, Jofra Archer's batted well, but the Australian fast bowlers are still fresh. This new ball is still fresh. But yeah, look, I mean, that's the thing with these massive run chases. You kind of count them down in tens, don't you? I mean, that's what they say they do in the dressing room. So I think till we get to, say, within, I'm going to say 70 runs, we're not thinking thriller territory. It also depends on how many runs they have or how many wickets they have, and if Will Jacks is still out there. I mean, he's the real threat from this point on. I guess the Jamie Smith phase where he went bang, 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 you felt like this could be an opening. But in some ways, Gerard, that phase really summed up this England team. And you saw him play the way he did. He showed a lot of patience, a lot of maturity till that point. He only started going when Head and Marnus had to complete those 2-3 overs between them to get Australia to the second new ball. Then he just couldn't rein it in. Then he just got carried away, and it was, as Ricky Ponting has said on TV, dopey cricket. He just couldn't hold himself back. It's a terrible shot to get out to, especially when you consider the other big news, or the biggest news of that session that had just happened with Nathan Lyon going down. He put the pressure back on the Australian fast bowlers, and 150 was still a long way away. It felt like if they could have just seen off that first half hour, Jackson Smith, then you're talking, okay, where does Pat Cummins go? There's no line to turn to, because even though they'd taken the second new ball, you would have expected Nathan Lyon to come back into the attack, 11-12 overs in.
The Australian side of things for Australian, made by Australians, support Australians. How have you seen the bowling?
No, I mean, Stark has had issues with the landing zone and just the marks on near the popping crease at the other end. He's a few times he's finished his follow through and seen where he is. He's obviously sitting on those 2 warnings, but Boland for me has looked the biggest threat. I mean, Cummins was brilliant from both ends, but Boland just looks like, I overheard you saying that he's just attacking the stumps. It's just a matter of time, like he did in the first innings as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex Carey comes and stands up to him if this partnership or this innings goes on for another 5-10 overs. Australia still have, between Stark, Cummins and Boland, they have enough to take the next 3 wickets in my opinion, unless Will Jacks just produces one of those innings. I love to be a fly on the wall in the English camp just to see what they're going. I mean, you can imagine Brendan McCullum is just sitting there with his feet on the table. I mean, that's the image that they built of him. Who knows what he does, really? But that's the image that they built about him, and he's pushing them on to just do what they're doing so far. They've at least hung in there, shown some fight.
The bowling figures: Mitch Starc 14 overs 3 maidens 1 for 56, Pat Cummins 14 overs 3 maidens 3 for 43, Scott Boland 14 overs 5 maidens none for 23, Nathan Lyon 25 overs 6 maidens 3 for 77, Cam Green 10 overs no maidens none for 44, Travis Head 12 overs 3 maidens none for 45, and Marnus Labuschagne 1 over none for 7. The story, as you mentioned, out of that session is that Nathan Lyon, diving to save a boundary down below us, wrenched his hamstring. He hobbled straight to the rooms and was sent immediately for scans, and there is no reason for optimism.
Yeah, it didn't look as dramatic as the calf injury suffered at Lord's, Gerard, and there, I mean, it took him a long while to even reach the dressing room and go up the stairs through the members. But here you could see he went down. We were just admiring his dive. It was a terrific piece of fielding. If anything, he was a little unsighted. He reacted a little late, put in that dive, And I think he just felt something to start with when he was down on that one knee. And as soon as he got up, you could see his hand went straight for the hamstring, and then his hands went over the head. He realized that was it. And it took him a long while to recover. Like he said, he was just sitting in his couch when he went back home after that Lord's Test, very unhappy with the world, and the fact that he felt like he let down Australia in an Ashes series that he could have won for them. So yeah, I mean, that's the big news now. And like Flem said, it's unlikely he might play a part in the rest of the series to come back from what looks like a pretty serious hamstring injury. The question already moves on. Todd Murphy, is he the guy who comes back in? He's played Test cricket, and it will be, I mean, if we're talking the MCG Test, so his home ground as well, it'll be a big moment for him. Made an unexpected entry into the last Ashes series, played the 3rd and the 5th Test matches at Leeds and the Oval. The 2 that Australia lost, as it turned out. But if you look at how the selectors have gone with selections this summer, Gerard, they picked the most prolific opener in Jake Weatherall. They picked the most prolific fast bowler in Brendan Doggett. If they go that way, then you think they would go with Corey Roccacelli, because they've also talked him up as being someone who plays in that or bowls in that Nathan Lyon role. But Todd Murphy is the one who played the last Australia A game. So a lot of decisions for them. And if this is to be 3-0, and while all the journals were complaining, what are we going to do over the next few days? There you go. There's the story for you.
There's a difference between it being 2-1 and 3-0
Oh, yes.
too, which is obvious. But in the selection decisions to be made, everything is a little bit different on that front. Who have you got as the player of the day contenders, thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists?
I think you have to go with Jamie Smith, right? He showed us what... I mean, we saw the good and bad of it. Like, he showed us why he could have been that X-factor player, or he could still be. I mean, if they do go 2-1 up, or they win this Test match. And, yeah... Again, we saw that with Zach Crawley yesterday. If these guys just buckle down and bat normally on what is still such a flat pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, Bryden Carr's front foot defense of Mitchell Starc with the second new ball on day 5 tells you a lot about this surface. Also tells you that Australia probably left a lot of runs out there. But yeah, I think it's just for those boundaries that he scored. And he's sort of still left England with a faint hope of going all the way. So I give it to him.
He moved from 2 to 60 and then got out 60 from 83 balls. Is he also the dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows and Carts available at Bunnings Warehouse?
Has to be. That shot just the best, the good and the bad of Jamie Smith just came through in that period of 15 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever it was. It was such a terrible shot, and Mitchell Starc just let him know that as well. A big roar right in front of his face as Jamie Smith walked off.
Sherlock Wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. Will Jacks is 38, and Bryden Cast is 13. Jacks has 38 from 120 balls with 3 fours. So he has been disciplined and watchful. And this is the trick in these run chases, isn't it? Is don't give it away, but you do have to keep clawing away at the runs. So Cast is 13 from 21 and has a certain license to keep it moving. Archer will probably have the same, but Jax is going to have to do his share of scoring as well as occupying.
Oh, what a hero he could make of himself, Gerard. It's generally Ben Stokes you find in these situations. And that's the difference, right? If this was Ben Stokes, you're giving England a decent chance because he's done it before. With Will Jacks, yeah, I mean, he's made runs, big runs in white ball cricket. But to see England home in a run chase, it will be world record run chase as well. Yeah, even if he never plays Test cricket again, he could tell his great grandkids about it. Or someone else will. Adam Collins definitely will. But I think that the opportunity is still there. But I think he'll just play normally what he's doing and let Cars be the run scorer. The one advantage they have is Jofra Archer's shown such great application so far. It's about the next 10 or 12 overs, Gerard. I mean, this ball does go soft, as we've seen throughout this Test match. No demons on the pitch, and most importantly, no Nathan Lyon to deal with.
That's right. So 10 overs into this new ball. Mitch Starc's on 2 warnings, and he is quite watchful in what he's doing. As he's been troubled by the craters on both sides of the pitch. He'd like to be bowling over the wicket as much as he can, but that's where he tipped into the danger zone yesterday. Nathan Lyon can't bowl. So I feel like we might be in for a period of Cummins and Boland, 5 overs each, and that might determine everything.
Yeah, finish them off. That's what Pat would be thinking. If you have 10 overs of those two, and they have looked the best bowlers in this innings as well, you'd back them to clean up this English tail. But if they don't, if Jacks is still there, and even if they have lost Cars by then, England might well be within a shout, but let's not talk about it till they get the next at least 50-55 runs.
That's right. So it's 126 required now, and Bharat's threshold, I think, is a good one. It's 70, the threshold, and Australia needs 3 wickets. Jacks, Cars, Archer, Tongue. Archer's in good form, so there's a bit to do. It's intriguingly poised. Let's see if it develops into a thriller and then potentially a classic from there. But thank you. 7 for 309 at the lunch break. Searching for a spinner. Bryce McGain is the man who watches all Sheffield Shield cricket. Spin bowler himself, SEN commentator. So Tom Morris is going to workshop what's been happening in the spinning ranks. Who comes in to replace Nathan Lyon from here? It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's, the chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew. Bundaberg ginger beer.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your 4-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. Everything grows better.
iPlex No Water. And with over 80 years experience, iPlex understands the challenges the water industry faces. They're committed to providing safe, secure and innovative water solutions today and well into the future. iPlex supply a large range of quality pipeline products and solutions that support urban agriculture, residential and urban subdivisions to civil and mining infrastructure Australia-wide. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered. From strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game.
Chemist Warehouse.
Always here, always ready.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips, and plenty of recommendations of what they're reading, watching, and whipping up in the kitchen.
Is there really leadership tension at AFL headquarters?
Yes, there is. Laura Kane, the head of football, who is clearly a great talent and clearly a very impressive young woman, had been given far too big a job and onerous a job for someone of her experience. Greg Swan, very experienced club CEO, most recently of Brisbane, came in and took over. But it was announced that they were splitting the roles, when really that wasn't true. It's pistols at dawn. It's not happy, and it's not going to end well.
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy provider 3 times. Maybe it's time you switch to Red.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
We dig it in, Green. He does, and Smith rolls it around the corner. Got it to the turf and fine. Lovely piece of work. Nathan Lyon on the full dive to his right. Total commitment. Oh, he's grabbed his right hammy as he rises. He just takes pause below us. Oh, no, he's hurt himself. Nathan Lyon has hurt his right hamstring.
He's gone. He's walking straight off.
He's signalled to mid-pitch that he can't come up. Oh, that's a diabolical moment.
Diabolical indeed for Nathan Lyon, the Australian team, and anyone supporting the Australian team. Aside from the result today, it is undoubtedly the biggest story of Sunday at Adelaide Oval. Nathan Lyon is now at hospital on crutches, according to Channel 9's Braden Ingram. I'm looking at the photos and the videos now. He is limped in. In fact, he is crutched in to the hospital for scans. The tweet reads, Australian spinner Nathan Lyon is undergoing scans on his hamstring at an Adelaide hospital as we speak. Arrived here on crutches, having already been ruled out for the remainder of the third test. His availability for the rest of the series also in major peril. I would say his availability for the rest of the series is completely determined by the fact that he's about to have scans on his hamstring, and given that it's a short turnaround, it would be an absolute shock to see him play in Melbourne or Sydney. So just the news here from Adelaide Oval as well. 7 for 309 England. Jacks is 38, Cass is 13. They still require 126 runs to win. So Gerard, Whateley and Adam Collins and the team will push forward with that after our lunchtime interview today. And we thought, well, it's probably the right time to talk about spin bowling in this country. Our lunch interview for Marshall Batteries, Holler for a Marshall Battery, is former Test leg spinner Bryce McGain. He's also a big part of the SEN cricket family, and he has the best lens on spinners in this country by virtue of the fact that he was a spinner, or is a spinner still at club level, but also he watches so much Shield cricket, so we thought it's a good time to get him on, given the conversations that will be happening over the next few days before the Boxing Day Test. Bryce, welcome back to SEN Test Cricket.
Tom, a pleasure to be hooking in with you this afternoon under, well, really sad and unfortunate circumstances with Nathan Lyon, clearly with a severe hamstring injury, and I think you're right. I don't think we'll see him for the rest of the series.
It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au, and Macca's loving the cricket. So let's assume Nathan Lyon will miss the MCG Test. I think that's not an unfair assumption. I think that's pretty safe. Who's next in line for you, Bryce, and why?
Well, there's a few options around. If you just look at the performing bowlers in Shield cricket for this season, so immediate performance, the leading wicket taker is Nick Swepson from Queensland. He's got 21 Shield wickets at the moment at an average of 36. He's having a bit of a resurgence, and he's been a consistent performer, the lead spinner for Queensland. In behind that are probably where they would head towards, I think, is the off-spin of Corey Rocchiccioli and also Todd Murphy. Rocchiccioli's played 6 Shield games. He's taken 20 wickets at an average of 28. So his performances, and he's got better year on year on year, and he's right at the very top of his game at the moment, highly regarded around the domestic scene. And well, the other spinner is more local to a Victorian perspective, and that's Todd Murphy with an MCG game coming up. He's probably got the most experience at that ground. He's played 4 Shield games because he's been away on Australia A duties at different periods. And, he's taken 10 wickets at 23. So it's shaping up pretty well, and his economy's quite good, and, a strike rate of 55. So, look, it's probably Todd Murphy. He was in the Australia A setup just last weekend, and, he's probably the one with his nose ahead, Tom.
Interesting. So Todd Murphy is the off-spinner that played in Sri Lanka. He's played in India. He also played in the last Ashes series in 2023. They didn't play him all the test matches that Nathan Lyon missed because they decided to go with an all-out pace attack. But I think it's fair to say that the Australian hierarchy lost some faith in Todd Murphy when we were in Sri Lanka. Bryce, if you remember, Cooper Connolly debuted and Todd Murphy was dropped for the second test. I'm just trying to remember or trying to look for any cues over the past few months that would suggest that he is the next in line. You mentioned Australia A. Do you believe that being dropped in Sri Lanka and everything that's happened from then until now still places him in the number one position to come in for Nathan Lyon?
I think there's been an improvement in the way that he's gone about it, been able to watch him in a couple of Shield games this year already. He's just some technical shifts, just some alignment situations, his ability to repeat the same ball over and over again. I think that was maybe lacking a little bit. He did have a shoulder complaint last cricket season, and that sort of led into that February part, and I think he's overcome those situations. And what that means is that he can nail his best ball over and over, and he's been able to do that this Shield season. So much so that, he has been up there for Australia A and performing well there as well. So I think there's been improvement in how he's gone about it. The learning experience that he's had in the past would hold him in incredible stead. He knows what the level requires, and it requires Nathan Lyon levels of accuracy and the ability to hit that length over and over again and keep the stumps in play regularly. And he's been doing all those things this Shield season, as is Corey Roccacioli. Now, he's been doing it at the Wacker, and the Wacker has been taking a bit of spin and the extra bounce as well. So they have two very good options to replace a like-for-like off-spinner, and both would be in the frame and both would be part of the discussion.
Yeah, Roccacioli, 38 wickets last season, 46 the season before. He has 20 at 28 this season. Is it fair to say that Corey's a little bit more similar to Nathan Lyon than what Todd Murphy is? And if so, how does that play into the selectors' thinking?
I think they're all relatively similar. I think Roccacioli certainly maybe bowls with a bit more flight, but it doesn't mean that the ball's just floated up and gravity brings it down. He's bowling it at good speed with a lot of overspin and being able to really nail his length. He's had a terrific mentor in Bo Casson for a number of years, and WA Cricket they've gone through together and they work so closely. And in my discussions with Corey as he's turned up for Shield cricket in Victoria, he's more than open to and encouraged by Bo to have a chat. What works here, different surfaces, Junction Oval, MCG. He's just a sponge. He's just a learner, and he's so curious about spin bowling and learning from many other players. So he's been really absorbed in it, as is Todd Murphy as well. So the signs are good. As much as it's so disappointing that Nathan Lyon is now injured, rest assured that Shield cricket is still the best grounding for first-class players and international-ready players. We've seen it with the guys coming in from the fast bowling brigade in Doggett. We've seen it with Michael Neitzer coming back in and performing. And, of course, we've got the best in the world at that in Scott Boland, who's playing a key role in the Ashes now. The same as with spin bowling. If you can bowl spin in Australia successfully, you are an exceptional spin bowler because it's so challenging. The conditions don't generally suit, and you've got to be able to have overspin and be able to be consistently on the same length. And the guys that I've mentioned before in Roccacioli and Murphy and Swepson as well are all able to do it in the toughest conditions in the world. So rest assured that Shield cricket is producing good spinners that are ready to replace Nathan Lyon.
Can I throw a couple of others at you, Bryce? So Matt Kuhneman played in Sri Lanka, did really, really well. He's only played just the 2 Shield matches this season and taken 4 wickets, left arm orthodox, so a bit different clearly to Nathan Lyon. And the other is Tanveer Sangha. I know you and I had chats in Sri Lanka. We know that Andrew McDonald is a big fan of Tanveer Sangha, and I would be surprised to see him play for Australia in some format in the next couple of years. Is there a chance they look at one of those two to, if not be in the 11, at least be in the 12 and just assess the conditions on match day?
Well, Matt Kuhneman is definitely in that picture. He's suffered a bit. He's missed a lot of games this season through injury. Hopefully he's back at his best. Now, he has improved out of sight from just being someone who can bowl in subcontinent conditions. They liked what he brought into the series, where he could just fire the ball in, square seam, summon slide, a bit like Jadeja from India. They knew they were going to get that when he made his debut, and he performed and executed that to precision. He was outstanding. And that was against India, so the best players of spin in the world were able to do that. But he's got better than that now. So now with the move to Tasmania, bowling more overs, where he was at Queensland with Big Swift, and it's difficult, and the conditions up there don't necessarily support two spin bowlers. So the move to Tasmania helped him a lot, and he's bowling a lot better, more overspin. He's got lots of different levers to pull. Should he be at 100% and ready to go, he would absolutely be in that conversation. And making sure that, he would be able to play all the different roles. He would be able to perform well, and I've seen him perform well at the MCG. And obviously Sydney, as it deteriorates a bit more, he can have all the different variations that you need to bowl, given the conditions might adapt throughout a 5-day test match up there in the new year. So he's definitely in the picture.
Bryce, appreciate your time. It sounds like Todd Murphy's your man, but there's plenty of good options aside from him as well. Appreciate you joining us. You've got to be alongside John Donoghue tonight from 6 p.m. for the Renegades versus the Hurricanes from Geelong. That's on Big Bash Nation. Enjoy that, and we look forward to speaking to you soon.
Good on you, Tom. Great to catch up.
Bryce McGain joining us on SEN Test Cricket for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holla for a Marshall battery. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry! Register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. Well, you've heard it there from Bryce McGain. He thinks Todd Murphy. I'm sure that discussion will play out over the next few days as Nathan Lyon limps into hospital on crutches with what looks to be a fairly serious hamstring injury. England are 7 for 309 heading to the second session on day 5 here at Adelaide Oval. They need another 126 runs to win what would be an unlikely victory as Gerard, Whateley, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming prepare to take you through the start of the next session. Stay with us on SEN Test Cricket.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
A mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Gift for Barn Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Pour-Homme 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score. Like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates. A legendary backyard barbecue setup. Cracking promos to keep the esky full. And great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Tilmar, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR. Everything grows better.
Looking for a reliable stormwater solution that is resistant to corrosive ground conditions? Manufactured in Australia, Iplex Blackmax pipes and fittings stand the test of time. Your drainage solutions demand exceptional hydraulic and structural performance, and Iplex Blackmax pipes and fittings are your #1 stormwater solution. For performance, durability and resistance to corrosion, choose Iplex Blackmax pipes and fittings, the reliable solution. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
The Big Hits brought to you by GWM. Go with more this Big Bash season.
Oh, what a shot to cover! 6 more!
That means going with more wickets, more broken records, and more of what you love. Thanks to our mates at GWM.
Strike with a cut shot. Oh, what a catch!
Now, with intelligent high-4 plug-in hybrid technology that's as adaptive and responsive as an all-rounder batting in fourth. Check out your GWM local dealership today.
It's the roar that rattles your chest, followed by the deepest of breaths.
The chants, the chaos, the noise. You feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice, all as one.
The Hungry Jacks NBL 26 season is here. Fast, fearless, unmissable.
Watch every game live on ESPN and Sundays live and free on 10.
Hungry Jacks NBL. Play it loud.
They say one of life's biggest decisions is buying a home, but sometimes the hardest one is leaving it. At Anglicare SA, we're here to help you stay where you belong. We offer support for everyday things like cleaning, gardening, cooking, but are also experts in care management, allied health, and clinical nursing. Because we believe there is no place like home. And with the right support, there is no reason to leave it. Find out more at Anglicare SA. You are at home.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex, trusted trailer solutions.
What lies in store? England 7 for 309. Australia need 3 wickets. England need 126 runs. Adelaide Oval bathed in sunshine. There is some cloud overhead, but it's fast moving and no threat of rain. The weather for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's currently 22 degrees. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming in for the start of this middle session on day 5. Flem, hello.
Gerard, Cato, listeners.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Gerard, Flap, all our listeners.
Captain Pat with ball in hand. 3 wickets. England require 126 runs.
Bryden Cast to see the first ball of the session. He's on 13. Pat Cummins delivers it to him. He's reaching away from his body on the drive. Knocks it back to the bowler who fields and his follow through.
Yeah, I like this. The skipper's got the ball in hand, and invariably he normally gets the job done. So he wants to set the tone early here, straight after the break. Not let these two get settled and get into their work. Try and nip it in the bud early.
Deep backward square, deep backward points. A slip and a gully. The rest in the ring around the infield. Cast faces up. He's running the ball down to the deep points. Kawaja off the rope to keep it to 1. 7 for 310.
Just a bit of silence around the crowd, isn't there? There's a little bit of an expectation. It's been a pretty good day for England. Jacks has been able to bat through. Smith played his shots, got out to a woeful shot. But Cast is dogged. You know, he's a 100% competitor with bat and ball.
This pair's added 25 runs in 45 balls across 37 minutes. Will Jacks is on 38. Cummins bowls to him. He's jamming down on a ball that's heading for the off stump. There's been a hint in Boland's last over and Cummins there, that the one that keeps low and gets underneath onto the pads or into the off stump is the danger.
Yep, it just needs one to come back in here to Jacks, because he's mindful of getting caught in the corridor. So we saw just before lunch he shuffled well outside off stump, trying to nullify that threat and potentially trying to score through that vacant mid-wicket region.
Cummins hustles in, bowls to Jax. Just clipping off his pads. Out to deep square. Stark covers the ground. Let's rip as they come back for a second. Beautiful throw right over the stumps, but it's all judged well. Jax goes to 40 with the pair.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, isn't it? Very watchful. Cummins generally jagging the ball in from outside off stump, targeting the pads or the stumps. Got a little bit straighter, a little bit fuller. And it's beautifully worked through the leg side.
Cummins to Jax, pressing forward, leans on a board at mid-wickets. They'll get a single. Cummins is close there.
Well, that's his release shot for Jax. Just trying to nullify the line of off stump, and if he can, just nudge it into that vacant mid-wicket region. Did it well there.
Cummins about to complete his 15th over, 3 maidens, 3 for 47. Sun behind the cloud at the moment. Cass faces up, bouncer, good 1-2. Cass saw it coming, got underneath it. 7 for 313 at the end of the over. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart and seamless. Flem.
Yeah, Cummins been very accurate. He's had a good test match. He's captained well. No doubt he'll just keep bowling fast into that avenue of apprehension. Who are they starting? They're starting Travis Head.
It's a big move, isn't it?
You know, he's got the golden arm. He almost picked up a couple of wickets yesterday, Travis Head. He's had a wonderful test match. But for the English, they won't mind facing him either.
Well, I just wonder whether this is a calculated gamble by Pat Cummins to try and see if they want to attack him and get that opening that they're looking for. He's going to have plenty of protection on the offside, particularly to Will Jax.
It's also a lot of gaps, though, too, isn't it?
There's a lot of singles out there, so they'll be able to start rotating the strike. And if he gets it wrong, there's still boundary options for him through cover, deep mid-wicket.
Travis Head from the riverbank end bowls. Jax leans forward to defend to the offside. No run. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Head 12 overs, none for 45.
And I think this is about trying to get Cass out.
Jax runs it away through the vacant cover region for a single. And puts Cass on strike. 7 for 314.
Just judging by the way the field was set there, basically offside field were all out, barring the slips. I think this is the man they want to, or feel like they can potentially knock over after the break.
Just test his patience.
Head delivers. Cass blocks. Couldn't get her off the square where the single is. Just held up a hand to Jax.
Yeah, if he tries to take him on, there is plenty of catches in the outfield.
Head over the wicket is bowling to Cass, who's leaning forward and taking the single out to long off. Cummins camped deep.
I think if they want to knock Cass over, though, they've got to bring the offside field up and give something away to get him to play a big shot, because at the moment he can just knock that into the gap comfortably for one.
Yep.
Jax on strike, plays back, strokes the ball to long on. 119 to win.
And they're pretty good deliveries. You know, they're bringing him forward on the offside, even to have a catcher on the offside at cover.
Yeah.
Last ball of Heads over. He delivers to Cass, who plays back and lets it pass. 3 singles from it, 7 for 316. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast and smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-6464-64. 7 for 316. The target for England's 119 runs away. Jacks is 43, Cass is 15. Pat Cummins is bowling from the Cathedral end. He has 3 for 47. Cummins to Jacks. Defends to the offside. Every ball being met with a reception. If this goes a couple of hours, what a couple of hours it's going to be.
Oh, it would be phenomenal, Gerard. And just to highlight how good Test cricket is, because everyone thought this was done and dusted. And it's credit to England for the spirit they're showing here. And Jacks, he showed a fair bit at the Gabba. He's showing it again here. Can he rally these tail enders around him and be the man?
It's 43 from 127 balls. Cummins bowls to Jacks, onto the pads, inside edge, rolls away to the leg side. And again, Cummins is standing with his hands behind his head. He's homing in. He's ever so close. 7 for 317.
Yeah, no bat on that, and that's LBW. He's starting to try and whip them fine off the stumps. But for the England supporters, if they could get it under 100 runs to win with 3 wickets in hand, that gets very exciting.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen showing the inside edge onto the pads. Cummins moving in. Bowls to Cass, jamming down on a ball to the leg side.
Yep, he's bowling stump to stump here, Pat Cummins. There's any inconsistencies. If he hits the pads, you just imagine it is going to be plumb.
Umpire loses his hat. Flying off in the breeze.
Big Bolo doing the fielding for the umpire's hat. Could help him get an LBW down the track.
Stiff wind blowing from the west. Right across Adelaide Oval. Cummins to Cass, blocks.
That says it all, doesn't it? English supporters love it. That's what it's all about. Hanging in there, making it a war of attrition, which it has become. Not giving an inch here. Deep square leg goes back out now. 2 balls left in the set, so will he go upstairs, Pat Cummins?
He's hearing in. Bowls to Cass. He went the Yorker onto the boot. Yes! The captain's done it! LBW given and immediately referred. Cass makes the tee with his bats.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Checking front feet. Feelings go front on.
This is for Imar. Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 Imar. All eyes to the screen.
Just roll it backwards. Once it's clear gap, just roll it up one time.
Full right down low. This is all about the leg stump. Given out on the field. It only has to be touching.
Missing.
I reckon it's probably missing.
Yeah. Just waiting on ball trip.
So.
Definitely wasn't going over.
The suspense builds while we wait for the ball tracking. Cass ran down the pitch, signalling the tee with his bats.
And every ball this over looks like it's going to hit.
Here we go.
Middle stump.
It's missing down leg.
Yeah.
By a margin. It's a bad call on the field.
Yeah, front on that didn't look adjacent. The previous deliveries from Pat Cummins, just about every delivery is been zeroed on off stump and middle stump, and he's gone with the Yorker. He's fallen away a little bit, angled down the leg side.
So as you were, 7 down. Reprieve for Cass. LBW sliding down the leg side. He continues on. Cummins at him again for defence. One run from the over. Listen to that. 7 for 317. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you know that Cobra Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
The Ashes on SEN for 4:20, Australia's original fan food. Travis Head begins the new over. Jacks covers any spin, knocks it back down the pitch. Jacks going right across his stumps. Travis Head in the absence of Nathan Lyon. Bowls, it's full. Jacks tickles it away down to long on. Brings up his 45th run. Reduces the target to 117.
No change in field for Cast, Cato.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this.
Head to Cast, stays home, blocks. So what are they looking for, Simon?
Well, unless he's thinking he can spin one back through the gate here.
Head fast, Cast on the advance. Got it away to long on. Got it out of the pads. Down for a single. Head none for 50.
I think he's different from the top order players. He hasn't played a sweep or a reverse sweep, so I would change the entire field.
Yeah. It looks like he's just going to play conventionally, knock it into the offside or to deep long on for one.
Jack's on strike. Back, stands up, knocks to Cummins at mid-off and able to take a run on the hustle.
Yeah, I'd change it up big time.
Yeah. Well, if not, then he's just got to rip him off and he doesn't look threatening and get Boland on.
Last ball of Heads over, delivers to Cast, back and takes the single down to long on. So 4 singles without any threat in the over. 7 for 321. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
This middle session on day 5 for Rogers Willex, manufacturing since 1896. Pat Cummins is in operation from the Cathedral end. England require 114, Australia 3 wickets. Cast rides the bounce, rips a hand off the bats. Warren up near the gloves. So, Cat, you've got in the Bazball era, so June 2022, this is only the second time England have faced more than 85 overs in both innings of a test match.
Applied themselves well here. Not all of them, but most of them. And this innings in particular have had to. Cast has looked sharp.
Cummins was bowling to him. Cast bouncer just got out of the way. Pat's got everything going here.
What a ripper. And that's the one that he hasn't bowled. Cast is trying to get more forward because he's worried about getting LBW. We'll try get forward to that one. That's a searing bouncer. That's the perfume ball. You're smelling leather as that goes past. And will that push Cast back now and bring in the LB even more?
It's brought Weatherall in under the helmet.
Yeah.
At short leg. Stats for pay.com.au, points for business.
And open up that point region now. So that catching man's just gone to normal cover.
Cummins on the build. Bowls to Cast. Edge dropped or pad. Maybe pad, no edge. Off Carey's gloves down to the rope. It'll be stopped a yard inside. They'll take 3 leg byes. Jagged in, hit the pad violently up to Carey's right. Couldn't glove it.
Yeah, cut him in half. That was a nice piece of bowling from Pat Cummins. And this one has jagged back beautifully. Just bounced too much. That keeps low. Then the stumps or the pads are getting blown off and that's out. But too much bounce there for Cummins. Needs one to shoot through here.
It's good application from Cass. I mean, Cummins is bowling some unbelievable deliveries here to the tail ender, but Jack's on strike.
Jack's played uppishly to the offside. Just a bit slower coming through. This is a terrific over.
And that's the one that he's got to be careful of, because he's looking for that mid-wicket gap from a line that's probably 4th, 5th stump. And when you start fighting the line like that, all it takes is one to hold, or you turn the wrist too early and it gets a leading edge, and either Pat Cummins or Josh Inglis at short point there will be in the game for a catch.
Wholehearted effort from the captain. He bowls. Jacks for driving the mid off. Not fielded cleanly by Head, but no chance of a run.
And that's a good adjustment from Jacks. Same sort of line on that occasion, decides to try and hit through mid off.
Is on the go in the middle of the army. A lot of advice coming over the fence. Spirited stuff. Last ball of Cummins over, delivers. Jacks plays to leg, can't find a run. 3 leg byes from the over. 7 for 324. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast and smart, seamless.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and Octet Smart Business Finance. 111 or 3 wickets. Travis Head continues. Cass, big sweep up into the deep. It's carrying and carrying. It's gone for 6. Over backwards square. These are big overs to give to Travis Head.
Off the bat, it looked like Cass was worried it went straight up in the air. So I was looking up, near 45 on the leg side, and in the end, it's a fine catch.
Cass forward to drive, straight to the short cover, no run.
About 15 rows back, it's square leg. At least they've got a man in at cover now.
Boundaries for Zito brushless power tools do you. Head to Cass, back, turning the leg. Bharat Sundaresan, welcome back.
After Gerard, Fleming. Little milestones, right? Once it comes under 100.
Cass, so the flight of delivery jams down on it. Cummins fields at mid-off. They take a single, 104 to win.
I wonder if Pat's just decided that this is the spin end, so he has to bowl, or at least give Head a decent go. Could be his last over, though.
Jacks has the strike. He's driving inside out. Green headed to the deep cover boundary. Take a single. He's 47.
He sort of created 3 half chances yesterday, Trav. There hasn't been much happening today, has there? And the runs are leaking.
Last ball of his over. Can Head conjure something? Cass denies him as he prods the ball to Cummins. 9 from the over. It's a big over for England. 102 to win. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Cummins was superb from the Cathedral end after lunch, but he is going to Scott Boland to replace him. The bowling change for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. 7 for 333. Keeper up. Cass on strike. Boland in from the Cathedral ends. Cass nearly nicks off. Plays outside the off stump, no footwork. Past the outside edge and into the gloves of Carey.
Well, they're forced a bowling change, at least Jackson Cass. Carey up. How well did he take that? And that was almost an outside edge straight into Carey's gloves. Good start from Boland.
Cummins had an LBW overturned on DRS, initially given, but well down the leg side against Cass, who continues on. He's on 25. Boland bowls to him, rides the bounce. Cass that, reared at him, got it to ground, off the splice.
They just decided to keep it stump to stump, having Pat Cummins did the same. There's not a lot of up and down bounce, but that one just jumped at him. Boland's looked threatening throughout.
Cass settles over the blade. Boland strides at him. Plays the ball to points. No run. Boland gives up nothing. 14 overs, 5 maidens, none for 23 as he began this spell.
So Mitchell Stark loosening up as well, Gerard. Maybe it will be time for Stark from this end. He hasn't bowled a lot from the Riverbank end.
102 to win, 3 wickets. Boland to Cass, pressing forward, beaten on the outside edge. Bails go off. Carey's work immaculate. Back foot never moved though.
Jeez, it started well, Scott Boland, hasn't it? You just feel like something's going to happen every ball. And that pressure of Carey up to the stumps, Cass going back into his crease. He's lunging for the ball and he's worried about his back leg going out of the crease and getting stumped.
This was the setup that knocked Cass over in the first innings. Boland zeroing in. Delivers. Cass pushing forward and defending. Out to cover, no run.
It's a tight over though, isn't it? It's stopping the runs, building pressure.
They can't give away free runs at the other end. Got to let Boland get into a partnership with somebody and make these batters think about where the next run is coming from.
Yeah, get your best bowlers on.
What to do, what to do. It would help if Scotty Boland took this wicket. He's in and out, Cass. Onto the pads, glanced fine, 4. It gets to the boundary. Inside 100 for England. 7 for 337. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless. The next phase of the game. Adam Collins comes in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Wow, you shouldn't have. Really. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Burberry London for women 50ml, just $39.99. Don't pay RRP $146. Rabanne 1 100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Or Versace Pour On 100ml for $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale. All now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodbury Batteries and from Solar Hearten for Octet Smart Business Finance. Adam Collins jumping in with Damien Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan. Just when that number on the scoreboard, we've tracked it. It's gone from 435 to 300 to 200 to 98, and it stands up to 50 as well. And the thumper is out there to knock in some footmarks before play will continue at our southern end.
Yeah, just to level it out, I mean, that there's one Australian bowler that really battles with that front foot. It's Mitchell Starc, isn't it? So he wants that as flat as possible, that he can land 100%, drive off that front leg, keep up this impressive pace that's been through the series, generally over 140 kilometres an hour.
Checking both ends, around the wicket and over the wicket.
Yeah, under 100 now. The England fans, they've been singing, they've been up. Bit of optimism.
And they're scoring at a decent clip, a run a minute since lunch again or thereabouts. And Mitchell Starc in for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. 14 overs. Picked up the wicket to fall today, Jamie Smith, who mowed across the line and was caught by Pat Cummins. Scores 285 then, 52 ago. It's being held here. Will Jacks on 47. So much rides with him. Stark's got a split cord, a first slip and a third slip. He arrives and bowls wide on the crease, round the wicket. Jacks plays under his eyes, out towards cover point. No single take, non-Inglis.
Well, the last two Ashes series in England is in the third test match where dramas happened, both times in Leeds. Ben Stokes with that all-time innings in 2019 and the narrow run chase for England 2.5 years ago.
A reminder, the 435 they've been set. If they get there, break all the records. 418, the most ever hauled down in a fourth innings. 148 years of Test cricket. Here's Mitchell Starc away from us. Into Jacks again. Bowls here. Jacks playing away from his body. Oh, it's taken! Oh, it's taken! What a catch! Again, Labuschagne. Twice in the match across the cordon. Oh, that is just tremendous catching. Across this series, Australia behind the wicket. They have been immaculate. Mitchell Starc gets Jacks for 47. He trudges off Adelaide Oval one final time. 2 balls in the Starc spell, round the wicket, angled in, seamed away, and Labuschagne goes across Alex Carey. Oh, look at that. A left-handed specky, he's done it again.
Unbelievable for Marnus, and his celebrations have matched the brilliance of his catching in this test match. Big hugs all around. Well done to Mitchell Starc too, coming around the wicket, changing the angle. Jack's always a bit tempted at wide balls off stump. A fine innings by him. He's been a good inclusion batting-wise for England. He really fights hard for his wicket. Played some lovely shots. He's off. He's disappointed, but a fine effort from him. And in the end, it was a great tactic by Mitchell Starc and an absolute cracker of a catch for Marnus Labuschagne.
He's taken it out of Kerry's gloves virtually, Baz.
He certainly has. Yesterday they sat at lunchtime, Steve Smith and him, discussing whose catch was better. Marnus has 2 to his kitty, both times to his left and low. Might not have scored too many runs in this match, but he's made significant contributions in this innings.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Marnus Labuschagne in the floppy hat this week in the cordon, playing the role of Steve Smith to perfection. Archer facing his first ball, half century in the first innings. Stark's in here, beats him as well. First ball from Starc, angled in, seamed away at real pace.
Hasn't needed to come around the wicket much in this series, Mitchell Starc. The wobbled seam and in-swinger from over has been enough. 19 wickets coming into this test match. But just to show his skill and his variety, his potency with the ball, coming around, getting a big wicket of Jacks and almost knocking over Jofra Archer first ball.
Wow, that is missed by the proverbial coat of paint. The Labuschagne catch, classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. He's there again in the court as Starc bowls to Archer, who leaves alone. in the channel. A bit shorter, a bit wider, but still movement back on the angle.
Oh, that previous delivery was Wasim Akram at his peak, wasn't it? From around the wicket. Angle, leaving the right-hander. Well, you have to feel for Will Jacks. He fought so hard, kept England alive. So you can see the disappointment on his face.
Marnus Labuschagne always in the game, remembering too how close he is on that stagger. Brilliant. Gets better with every watch. Stark to Archer, yet to get off the mark. Bowls here. Archer plays back and cuts to deep backward point. A single for him, 8 for 338. Mitchell Stark now the first bowler to 50 test wickets in 2025. 50 at 17 and a half.
Oh, what a year he's had. And some of the highlights as well. Jamaica, a ridiculous spell there. Spells in Perth, Brisbane, and when it's mattered, he's delivered. Alex Carey was asked yesterday in the press conference if he thinks Marnus is the best fielder in the world. He said, shh, don't say it aloud. Never let us live it down.
Stark numbers for pay.com.au. Points for business. Stark will finish his successful over here. Delivers and casts edges. Doesn't make it to Labuschagne, nor does it get to Carey. They somehow stop it between the two of them, but not far away from 2 in the over. Stark doing exactly what was needed of him. 8 for 338, Australia 2 wickets away, England 97 runs, Archer 1, Cast 29. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Our second session on day 5, likely to be the final one of the test match, is for Rogers Willicks, manufacturing since 1896. Scott Boland, wicketless but excellent. Keeper up, bowls here to Archer on 1. Archer plays back defensively out towards cover where there won't be a run.
He's getting some variable bounce, Scott Boland, isn't it? One jagged and kept lowish, and there's 2 that have reared off a length and hit the splice of the bat. Excellent stuff. Jeez, that bounced a lot.
Got him on the handle, seeing it a second time on the Chemist Warehouse screen. Scott Boland using these conditions. Deserves one, the way he's bowled. Up here, delivers to Archer. Archer beaten Carey, takes it so neatly up to the pegs. Tommy Morris with us as well. Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
Just an update on the number of catches of this Ashes series for particular fielders. So Steve Smith, amazingly, still out in front after 2 test matches. He's taken 9. Marnus Labuschagne is now outright second with 8, including 3 hangers. And then Harry Brook in third with 7.
A lot made of Australia's catching before the series and how good those guys are, and it's paid off big time in this series. So Boland from the Cathedral end, up here to Archer, who's forward, pressing out just behind point where there is a single. He's 2, 9 for 338.
Just another stat from Matty Donald. We know we love dot watch.
Yeah, please.
Scotty Boland got 26 in a row before being hit for a single in the last over, which is an Ashes record for this summer. A new Ashes record.
Tom Morris, Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Numbers from Matty Donald for pay.com.au, points for business. So 96 away from the target. As a plane goes over the top, they'll get a great view of Scott Boland charging and bowling the Cast now on 29. Cast in behind it, pushing to mid-on, no run. He's faced 50 balls now, Cast, and I know that Archer's been the better performed batter in the series, but Cast has got himself in.
Ah, well done. He's putting a high price on his wicket. Archer batted beautifully in the first innings, didn't he, with Ben Stokes?
Can these 2 give them one last bit of hope? Can they get themselves into a bit of rhythm here? It's not going to be easy, but big chasers seldom are. Labuschagne and Green, the catches behind the wicket. Carey up to the stumps. Boland to the crease and bowls to Cuss. Edging past Green. Hit his left hand on the way through. It did carry. Reflex effort up close. It'll run away for 4. So Cuss to 33 with the boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. 8 for 343. It'll be coming a moment on the board. Thick edge. Green went to his left. Got to the contest. Didn't stick.
Oh, that would have been an absolute block. I mean, our standards are that they stick with the Australian team, thanks to Stephen Smith and Marnus. Bonus runs for England.
Non-preferred side. Got a full mitt to it. Boland asking all the right questions. 92 away. Corden up close. Boland to finish. Delivers here and Cuss goes back and spits it out to backward point off the shoulder of the blade for 1. He'll keep the strike. He's 34. 8 for 344. 91 away from their target. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. We said to Marnus Labuschagne yesterday before play, never take that sun hat off. And I hope he doesn't. Looking right at home at first slip. It was Stark who fed him by the outside edge in his previous over. Bowls here to cast, new one begins, and it goes past the edge violently. Takes off. Extra bounce. Lisa Sthalekar jumps in for Eufy POA Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Lisa.
Afternoon. Wow. One wicket has just changed the complexity of this match. It looked like England were getting stuck in, high price on their wickets, finding ways of scoring runs, and start coming around, picking up the wicket, and all of a sudden we're going, the Australians are getting the ball flying past the outside edge frequently.
Seeing on the screen the second time he's hit 50 wickets in Test cricket. Can he get 51 here? Bowls to Cuss on 34 and he keeps it down. One hand off the bat past Green in the gully. Another single. 8 for 345. Cuss gives the strike to Archer. He's 35.
I'll tell you what, Ben Stokes had asked his players to show some dog or find some dog or whatever is the expression. Whatever dog. To the extent some of the English journalists were wondering, Lisa, when they came home for dinner, looking at my 2 dogs, what kind of dog he was looking for in their players. But he wanted them to fight, and they've shown a lot of fight.
They have.
For sure in the last 2 days.
Deep backward point on the offside, 2 back on the leg side for Archer. Stark up to him, round the wicket bowls here. Archer plays to actually 2 sweepers, one at deep point who I lost as well. So 2 on that side converge upon it. They're through for the single. Archer 3 batted so well in the first innings when he made 51 and he was the last man out. Faced 105 balls in that innings. 89 to go at 8 for 346.
I do apologize. It's cultural. Because where I come from, humans and dogs are not spoken of in that manner. As one, Lisa, as you know. It's part of my cultural upbringing here.
We can expand on this after play, maybe. So in the corner, Cast 35. Stark up to him, wide on the crease, in behind it defensively, full face of the bat. Ryden Cast doing a lot right. He started skittishly, but he's improved from there and did get a life in the previous over when it went through Green's hand in the gully.
Just the fact that they've dragged this innings to 100 overs, put some overs into the Australians. You could argue maybe it's a bit too late. 89 runs. These 2 can bat. Archer's in the batting form of his life, in a way. But yeah, Biden Cars criticized a lot for the way he's thrown his wicket away. He's really put a price on it for a change.
Comfortably their longest innings of the series, England. Pass facing Stark goes short out of the armpit, worked down towards backward square where there'll be one for him. He's 36 at 8 for 347. 88 to go.
I think when you look at the average age of this England side, it's roughly in the high 20s, I think 28. So they're still young in terms of Test career, and you know you tend to hit your peak in the late 30s, in the early 30s. So there's time for this side, if they want to continue to go with the same group of players, to learn from their mistakes. And this is probably the first time we've seen them adapt.
Last ball of his 16th over. Stark in, bowls here, bumps Archery's underneath it comfortably. 3 for him, 36 for Cass. England 8 for 347, 88 away from their finish line on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. Scott Boland has helped build pressure both yesterday and today. Going at 2 and over. Found a thick edge in the previous over to Cast. Bowls to him here on 36. Inside part of the bat from the line of the middle stump, trying to thrash it away. He was anchored to the crease, not far away from slipping through. Well bowled again.
Boland's just been terrific today. It's almost similar to the Michael Neser role from the last test where the keepers come up to him and he's just attacked the stumps. A couple have jumped up, a couple have stayed low.
Don't really remember the keeper spending much time up to the stumps to Boland before last week. A little bit in India at Nagpur perhaps, but it's played its role, building that pressure. Ball after ball after ball. Boland in again, delivers to Cast, who deflects, does it well to point. Just behind point, gets 137 for him, 8 for 348. Superior put on 11.
Just looking at the field, you've got Usman Khawaja in that extra cover position. It's almost like he's a little bit wasted there. I'd almost prefer to see another catcher maybe behind the slips. Second slip maybe, second gully if you think they're going hard at it, depending on whatever the line and length that Boland wants to operate on. But I haven't seen too many deliveries go there, and it's all about picking up wickets.
So Boland charging in Cathedral End, bowls to Archer, and it deflects towards the cordon by the back thigh pad perhaps, but behind it at our end either way. It's safe for now. Archer every ball to get through Boland right now. It's going to be hard work watching it back on the screen. It did edge off Carey's webbing. He had no chance to realistically drag it in.
I think it hit his arm.
Arm rather than webbing, right, yeah. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He was so close to where Archer was playing the ball. They tend to say the same thing of Green in the previous over. They stick or they don't. 2 edges now. Boland's found. Neither have quite been grasped. Delivers here to Archer. Carey this time gloves it. Right over the top of the off stump after Archer places misses. Superb.
This is some spell from Scott Boland. How he's wicketless. Because England have been lucky, and Alex Carey now dropping back. Just for the last 2 balls.
Archer over 100 runs in the series. Half century here in the first innings. If he can play his role here, he can keep England alive. Carey back, Labuschagne up very close at second slip. Boland delivers here, shuffle from Archer, hits him on the pad. He did go across his stumps, looked high. That's the call of Nitin Menon. Might have been going down League 2 based on the angle of the ball. Pat Cummins couldn't possibly use his last review on that, I wouldn't have thought.
You literally had Usman Khawaja and who's at mid-off? Travis Head?
Yep.
they're both going high, 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 high. And because he's literally advanced and come across outside the popping crease, outside off stump as well.
Yeah, would have needed a lot going for it. He did go across. It might have been just inside the line of the off stump. Still moving. We'll see here the projection. It was in line with middle, going over the top of middle. So that was fine. Well over the top of that. Good call for a mid on, a mid off. Bowen at 8 for 349 bowls here. Archer's beat. Cast, my apologies, he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. Fine piece of bowling to finish. I took a leg bite from the previous ball. 8 for 349. 86 away, Cast 37, Archer on 3. That's on the capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
It's middle session for Rogers Willicks, trusted by Trailer Solutions. Okay, Tommy's got something for us. He'll come in a sec. We've got Mitchell Starc operating beneath us here. Most wickets in the year. Mohammad Siraj checking with 43. Starc on 50. He's been superb. And for Archer, they'll chuck an extra catcher in. So 2 slips, and let's call it a 4th slip with Cameron Green. A split cord. 2 back on the offside, 2 back on the leg side. In outfield. Starc to Archer on 3. Delivers here. Archer leaves on length.
Cummins is also just putting up. Maybe he plays Scott Boland. The other end, Scott Boland just seems to be in the middle of one of those spells where a wicket could come at any point.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be really important for Pat Cummins to keep rotating. It's day 5. I know the Aussies didn't have to bowl in the hottest part of the test match, but still he's been very good at managing their workload. So you don't want, the worst thing could happen now is Mitch Starc to go down.
Starc around the wicket to Archer, who plays over underneath the ball. Tries to chop it away, just over the top of the ball, my apologies. Seeing it a second time here. Tried to carve it out to backward point. Didn't quite get up as high as he thought. If that was online, he would have been in strife.
I wonder if one of these two at some point decide to take a gamble and try to throw their bat around.
Who'd be the more likely of the two to make that work, do you think?
It has to be Archer. Carson has got his eye in. I mean, you think, look at Carson go. He has to be the one who takes them home from here if they were to get there.
I think once Archer gets one away, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, he's just got that flair and ability.
Tongue's their number 11, the next man for England, the last man for England. But Starc get a look at him. Bowls to Archer here on 3. Short ball. Hammered out to deep backward point. And it carries all the way to the rope. Taken by Weatherall in the deep. Starc gets Archer for 3. They're 1 wicket away from Ashes retention. 9 for 349. He gave it everything, Archer, but couldn't keep it down. And in front of the pavilion, he's been taken.
Well, it was Archer who decided to take the risk. He got a good chunk of it, but unfortunately for him, he's hit it straight to Jake Weatherall. It's Mitchell Starc again. It's always Mitchell Starc. And now Australia just a wicket away.
So the last man in is Josh Tongue on his way here, changing commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Gerard Whateley to take you through to the end of the test match.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
And now the end is near.
The Ashes on SEN for 4:20, Australia's original fan food. 9 for 349 in the Barmy Army. They're hugging their loved ones. It was fun while it lasted. 9 for 349. The target was 435. Mitch Starc has taken the last 3. The scorecard reads 3 for Cummins, 3 for Lyon, 3 for Starc, all in sequence. Tongue faces up to Starc. Australia 1 wicket away. Tongue turns to leg and he'll find a run out to deep mid-wickets. 350 on the board for England in the 102nd over. Just worthy of another round of applause. Simon Katich, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Lisa, Tom, all our listeners. I had to laugh about half an hour ago, Gerard. The Barmy Army and the trumpeter started to fire up with Elton John's I'm Still Standing, and I was 7 down. You got to love their humour and wit.
100%.
So good.
They were riding every ball of it after lunch.
And rightly so too, because the spirit and fight they've shown today has been first class.
Bryden Carse is on 37. Mitch Starc is hurtling into him. Carse flashes and misses. Slip a gully, a fly, slip a deep point. A mid-off, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backwards square.
And this is the danger now. Carse realising the last wicket partnership. He feels like he's going to have to do the bulk of the scoring if they're to get home. But the danger is he throws his wicket away here, playing one that he doesn't need to. He's just got to let Josh Tongue get in.
Mitch Starc has shaped so much of this series for Australia. Can he finish it off here? He bowls to Carse, who reaches and drives on the square. Out to deep point for a single. Successful over for Mitch Starc, 3 for 61. It's 9 for 350. The session is for Rogers Willex, Trusted Trailer Solutions. Scott Boland's going to continue. He's looked so likely. Green dropped Carse, and then he drew the edge from Archer, and that's if Carey stands up, you just have to wear that one. He wore it on the arm. If he'd been back, he would have taken the catch, but he's created so many dismissals doing it. This is Mitch Starc heading down to fine leg.
He's bowled so superbly. I sent him a message. I was asking him last night if he wanted to catch up. He goes, "Nah, I need a rest." I said, "Yeah, I guess you got a couple of wickets." He goes, 44 wickets to go. So he's already thinking, no, we're absolutely going to pulverise this England side. And he's shown that kind of fight and determination as well. No doubt his body is absolutely sore, but he's going that extra mile. Nathan Lyon out of the equation now.
It's his best calendar year. Mitch Starc, 51 wickets. Scott Boland takes it up from the cathedral end. Carse has the strike. Boland pitches up. It's defended the offside.
That sums it up, Lisa, that story about that, because this team sound like they are very, very determined to teach this England team a harsh lesson in Test cricket and what it's all about, particularly here in Australia.
I think it was the build-up, and Ashes are always like this, right? All of the past players come out with their prediction, and people weigh in that this is the best England side since 2010-11. Stuart Broad saying this is the weakest Australian side. So all of those things, as much as players say they ignore it, they take it in.
Boland hammers in, bowls to Carse for defending one hand off the bats.
Well, given the way he has performed this year, and it's only the second time I think he's taken over 50 wickets in a calendar year. 2016 was the first time. It's a decent stint. But the way this series is playing out for Mitchell Starc, you wouldn't be surprised if he's the man to take that final wicket. Although Scott Boland richly deserves a wicket here. He's built up pressure and allowed the others to attack. Done a great job.
Boland strides in, bowls to Carse, in the air, lands safely wide of mid-wickets. Khawaja had no play. They take a single. 39 for Carse, 9 for 352.
Well, for a split second there, he thought that was going straight to mid-wicket, but He just managed to find the gap.
Over the top of Khawaja and short of Cummins. 83 for England, 1 wicket for Australia. Khawaja is coming into the cordon. So Australia will go with 3 slips. With Josh Tongue on strike. Boland gets a look at the number 11. He bowls, Tongue nearly edges. Made away from his body. Untouched Carey.
What has been superb throughout the Test series for Australia has been their catching. And just see how close they are here on this final day. It is quite remarkable, not just with the skill, but the courage. They are so close. I know Scott Boland's not as quick as Mitchell Starc, but that catch of Marnus's, that was better than the first one. And I didn't think that the first one could be surpassed.
Boland to Tongue. Edges caught. Labuschagne takes the catch. The Ashes are secure. It's mission accomplished in Adelaide. We should be so proud. In the face of much adversity, Australia win 3-0. England fought the fight here in a mammoth run chase, but the downfall of Bazball comes in 11 days. Australia win by 82 runs. The urn remains down under.
Bazball's officially dead, Gerard. And this Australian team, full of character, full of skill, and full of persistence, have got the job done. Day 5 here in Adelaide. England can hold their heads high, particularly today, for the spirit they've shown. They've hung in there well, shown a lot of character, but ultimately they've been outplayed in these first 3 tests, and Australia deserved winners of the Ashes. What a moment for them all. They will soak this day up and remember it forever.
How tight were they in their huddle as they all rushed to share in the moment together?
Yeah, it's a tight unit. They've had 2 skippers in this series. Steve Smith was brilliant the first 2. Now Pat Cummins comes back in and leads from the front. And they've had so many senior players stand up, whether it's Mitchell Starc, Travis Head, Alex Carey. They've just all been superb. And what a way to finish it. Scotty Boland deserved that last wicket. He'd done his job beautifully, creating pressure for everyone else. He gets the reward, and Marnus Labuschagne, well, the catching machine. He's like a Venus flytrap in there at second slip. He's not missing one little thing that comes his way.
4 catches in the innings for him.
Yeah, I would imagine that he is going to fight tooth and nail with Steve Smith when he comes back going, come on, mate, let's have a look at my catches. I think I deserve the opportunity to be in that official position, but smiles all round for the Australian team. They did have to fight, and they knew that at some point throughout this Ashes series that they would have to work hard, and they were able to stay consistent because of the skill, the execution, and everyone playing their role within the Australian side. That's the difference. In terms of England, yeah, they showed some fight. And I think if we kind of go back, this is the closest that they've got since they've won the last time here in Australia, which was January 2011. Otherwise, it's been big, big losses. First time under 100 runs.
And surprisingly, or not surprisingly, they've done it in an un-Bazball-like fashion. When you look at some of their best performances, Jack's today, to a lesser extent Jamie Smith, but Zach Crawley yesterday, his innings typified what it's all about, to be in the fight in Australia and to take a test match deep like they have. Ben Stokes in the first innings. So hopefully they've learnt some lessons, and we'll take that into the remaining 2 tests, because they were much more spirited, played a better brand of cricket here, and that's something that, from their perspective, is a positive.
I think also a lot of the English media saying, well, hang on, there are a lot of English fans that are travelling down under for the Boxing Day and for the New Year's test, so you guys better play well and deliver, because now it's for pride, it's for staying in this England setup and salvaging something from this tour.
I think the bowling figures illustrate Lisa's point as 3 for 62 Stark, 3 for 48 Cummins, 3 for 77 Lyon. The way the card reads, it goes Cummins, 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 Lyon, 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 Stark, 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 and then rounded out by Boland, 1 for 35.
And I'm with one of those
who
old
gave
men,
them
Elisa,
nothing.
that you were talking about at 35 years of age. 22 wickets at 17 in this series. Mitch Stark, you've done this a few times, but how good does this feel?
Bloody good. Made us work for it. Bit of a flat wicket, and they played pretty well, but I think they're the ones that sort of you cherish a bit more when you have to work a bit harder, isn't it? So, yeah, another Ashes win. It's been a great atmosphere all week, all series so far, and can't fault anyone today. It was awesome.
How important was your effort with the second new ball here? Obviously, 126 to win after lunch.
Yeah, wicket didn't do as much as we probably thought it would do with the newer ball, but shame for Nath to go down as well, and thought he would have done a great job with the harder newer ball out of that rough as well. But again, we just found a way, which I think is a feature of this group over a number of years now. So we even at times where it's not going our way, we can find a way to get ourselves over the line.
Pretty blustery conditions as well for yourself.
Yeah, it was a bit gusty, sort of coming from all directions, but it's part and parcel of playing cricket with the footmarks and whatnot. But yeah, another fantastic day.
Have you enjoyed the responsibility of just really taking it on with that new ball, especially in the absence of Pat and Josh at the start there, and then obviously not having Josh for the last couple of games?
Yeah, obviously a massive shame for Josh. He was flying heading into the series, so a big loss for us there. I don't think I've changed anything. Obviously, there's been a lot made outside the group of Pat not being there the first two. This week he was phenomenal, and it was the Pat Cummins we know and love. We had Nathan back this week, and until sort of later on today, he was fantastic again. Ness, Doggy, and they played a massive part in these three tests. And Scotty, we know what Scotty does. So, yeah, it's been an all-round performance with the ball, certainly with the bat. The two guys playing at home this week have had a phenomenal week, so I'm really pleased for them as well.
You've had your own great time with the bat as well. Has it been nice to contribute, certainly up at the Gabba and here, of course?
Always nice to contribute, a bit tiring, but yeah, I think it's sort of something where it's spoken a little bit about in the group is how important those lower order runs can be. Certainly the session that Scotty and I batted in Queensland to get us to the night session played a big part with sort of the rewards we got later in the day. So yeah, anytime we contribute with the bat is always important. Yeah, we managed to get a bit of luck as well, and yeah, good fun.
There's been some amazing moments right throughout this series. You talk about planning and strategy, but the execution has been exemplary. But also, we joke about the age. Experience must count for a lot.
Let's just come out of Mitch Stark there, please.
Some of the comments
come out of Mitch Stark there.
We are,
and let's head down to come out of Mitch Stark, please, and let's head down to Adam Collins downstairs.
Yes, thanks, Gerard. Got Marnus with me here. Massive smile on his face. Just how do you sum up the feelings of wrapping up the Ashes in straight sets?
Yeah, I mean, even coming to the ground today, 2:30 ahead. You're probably in the back of your mind, you felt like it may happen a bit quicker, but it just shows you can never take anything for granted. Again, in these big series, that just they took it there. Well, it was only won by 80-something runs. Yeah, I mean, it just feels so good. We earned this. There was obviously a lot of media hype coming into this series about the different things we had to overcome, some injuries. Batting orders was a big spectacle at the start of the series, and even with the likes of Steve not being here for this game, it's just great to see our team just keep finding a way, whatever's been thrown at us.
You had to work hard today as the pitch obviously had flattened out last couple of days, which meant you needed to take all of your chances. You've taken two stunning catches with your non-preferred hand moving to your left. I mean, that must feel so good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we always sort of, you always want to be that person to grab the big moment when it came, and today just felt like it was a bit of a partnership, and to hang on to that one just swung things back to our favour. But it's always nice when you're that person. Kept the spot hot for Steve there. He can come back next week and park himself back up at second.
Well, you were debating with him about whose catch was better yesterday. Around this time, you have one over him now.
Yeah, look, I think he's played for 12 years, Bharat, so I think he's got many catches in that left mid, so I'm going to have to keep catching him if I'm going to catch him.
Just on Nathan Lyon, Marnus, he was there on crutches waiting for you guys to just It happened to him at Lord's as well. Just how's he doing, and just how big was that moment?
Honestly, I haven't really. I was probably a bit excited, and he was, coming there at the end of the line. I probably haven't really spoken to him to check in on how he's going, but I mean, I think he'll be obviously devastated and disappointed with what's happened, but I think he'll be overwhelmed that he could play such a huge part in us retaining the Ashes winning the Ashes, and I mean, what's to come is what's to come. But I think for right now, it'll be a mix of disappointment and excitement, to be where we are.
In just the winning moment itself, it was a much more straightforward catch, but to beat the guy who finished it off with your catch on a day where England fought hard and the pitch wasn't giving you much.
Yeah, I mean, the boys sort of joked in there that, I always catch the hard ones and I drop the easy ones. I think Brendan Doggett said, there's a hole in the bread basket. So it was nice to check out that there wasn't a hole anymore and that I was able to hold on to the simple one.
How about these bowlers of yours? How hard they've toiled across 3 test matches. They've gotten just about everything right.
I'm just so proud of this team and how we just find a way. I think the depth of Australian cricket, Michael Nessa coming in last test, getting Pfeiffer, misses out this game. Pat Cummins comes in, bowls beautifully. Mitchell Starc has just been brilliant the whole series, and Scott Boland's been amazing. So just for us to be able to, play a series with, 5 or 6 bowlers, and Brendan Doggett in his first outings, averaging 27 with the ball, is just finding just players and being able to build depth is just so great to see. And, it almost makes it a sweeter victory, that you're able to win it in a slightly different way with slightly different methods rather than just, playing your 3 quicks for 5 tests.
You played a lot of test cricket at the Adelaide Oval, man. It's just the crowd, the biggest crowd ever. And for 2 South Aussies to do what they've done in front of their home crowd.
Oh, mate, I had tears in my eyes there when Alex got that 100 and just the way Travis and Alex played this game. I think it's just awesome to see them do that in front of their home crowd and everyone get behind them. It's just amazing, and I was just overwhelmed with excitement.
And now you go to Melbourne, and I mean, teams have won 5-0 against England in the last generation. A couple of them did so in 06-07 and 13-14. That is an opportunity available to your team now as well. How exciting?
I mean, what's exciting is going to be tonight. I think, firstly, enjoying this victory. I think there's a lot of energy and effort that's gone into getting to where we are now. And that's, the backroom staff, Andrew McDonald, Dan Vittori, everyone everyone involved to get us here. So the enjoyment factor will be high tonight, and then I think it's for us just to make sure we switch back on. Come Melbourne, we've got a job to do, and we want to make sure we're winning every game this series.
Not a huge thing, but you've worn the sun hat all week. It seems to have worked wonders for you. I know I said to you can't take it off. Surely that comes with you to the MCG?
I think it was actually one of the 12th men's because we now had no mediums. I was just sort of doing it a bit of I was standing in the sun, my ears were getting burned. I was like, I might as well try and just pull off the Michael Clark special, the floppy, long sleeve, Nathan's first wicket, diving to his left. That was in my vision for the sun hat, and I think Josh Inglis said, "Can you bat in the sun hat?" So might have to bat in the floppy, I reckon.
Brilliant, Marnus Labuschagne. You got your next commitment to get to. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations, you've won the Ashes.
Thank you, guys. Awesome.
Back up to you, Gerard, upstairs.
Marnus Labuschagne there with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan, an idea of what it all means. So Australia, that's 5 series in a row. They won the Ashes in 17-18, retained in England with a draw, won at home 4-0, retained in England with a draw, and have now won 3-0. It's 16 out of 18 consecutive test matches against England on home soil. 16 wins and 2 draws since 2010-11.
It's impressive. And what stands out, just listening to that interview then, was the close-knit nature of this group and the fact that they are genuinely happy for each other with certain performances and also have that squad mentality. That's what really stood out to me as a number of performances that were cherished from within the group. And it might only be for one test or one innings from a Michael Nessa or Brendan Doggett in Perth. And that's what stood out from Marnus's comments there. It was great to hear. And it's the reason why this group has been able to achieve what it has over a number of years now. They love playing with each other, and it shows out in the field.
First reaction, Damien Fleming?
Yeah, fantastic. You saw the reactions from the players after that last wicket. Well, in the last 3, really. England made them work hard. But to me, that should be the standard expected from the opposition at Test match cricket. So I think England have learned a bit out of it. They were certainly more competitive. They played a smarter brand of Test match cricket in this Test match. But well done to the Aussies.
Let's join the presentation here.
Big moments, but also that dedication from the whole team, contributions from everyone. NRMA Insurance are proud to sponsor this men's test series between Australia and England, and would now like to welcome up the player of the match. 170 for Travis Head, 4th consecutive ton here at Adelaide Oval. We had a 50 and a fifer from Jofra Archer, but for his century and a 50 and 7 dismissals, Alex Carey is the NRMA Insurance player of the match. Take it all in, Alex, here at your home ground. What a wonderful contribution from you, not just from this match, across the whole series. You've had a lot of admiration up in the commentary box for your keeping, but to contribute with the runs here at your home ground to get your side over the line in an Ashes series must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it certainly is. I guess we knew what was on the line coming into this match, and I thought the boys stayed really present and played what was in front of us. And we know England are such a good cricket team, and we're going to be challenged. And again, right to the end today, it was a real grind. But for the boys to all chip in throughout the series so far has been a lot of fun. And this Adelaide crowd throughout the last 5 days has just been something special.
Well, they certainly enjoyed your knock as well, the century, the 50 in partnership with Travis Head as well. I can see you're getting quite emotional there, but look, it must mean so much to be able to contribute in the way that you have, and, you know, a special moment to get that ton.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, Travis, again, you know, something special here, 4 Test hundreds at the same venue. I know how good he is, and he's showing the world, you know, he's one of the best players. But yeah, I think, you know, to have family and friends, to be able to contribute to Australia's victories is always something I'm trying to do. And to do it here in Adelaide this week was, pretty amazing.
You're always going to talk about everyone else, but that century, what was the key for you on this surface?
Yeah, I guess I'm lucky to play a lot of Sheffield Shield cricket here, and I guess it's a familiar surface. Against a really good bowling attack, we were definitely challenged throughout the day, and to be able to, I guess, put a partnership with Usman Khawaja, who came back into this group and played really well at late notice, was fantastic. Again, not surprising from such a great player. I guess patience and trying to get through certain spells of really good bowling, and then trying to pick up boundaries when the opportunities were there.
It was a poignant moment as well, and your dad would be so proud of you and what you've achieved. I guess that's, you know, as a young lad, to be able to dare to dream to play sport at the highest level. I know it wasn't your first choice, but you're still contributing quite a lot for Australia.
Yeah, a very special moment. I guess, having the immediate family here, to score 100 and to look up to the heavens was, something very special.
And you're keeping, for all the kids watching out there, what is the key for you to be able to put out the performances that you have throughout this series?
Oh, I guess, keep to a really good bowling attack who gives you lots of opportunities. That's one. They've been unbelievable, and I've been lucky enough to come up to the stumps and keep to Bazza and Nessa last week, and they're beating the bat and bowling fantastic. Nathan Lyon was, and again, fingers crossed he's okay, but he was really, really special yesterday, late in the day. It's been a lot of fun, and this bowling attack is, really, really good.
Well, well done once again, Alex, and all the best in the remaining matches.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Alex Carey, player of the match. A stunning performance from him, as I now welcome up the England captain, Ben Stokes. Ben, 3 losses now for you. You came here with high hopes. I imagine this is going to hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, obviously that dream that we came here with is now over, which is obviously incredibly disappointing. Everyone's obviously hurting and quite emotional about it. But look, we got 2 more games to go, and that's where the focus needs to switch to now. Look, we obviously came here with a goal in mind, and we've not been able to achieve that, and it hurts and it sucks. But yeah, we ain't going to stop.
What do you think has been the biggest difference between the two sides?
I think just the constant execution. If you look at it in that, I think Australia's just been able to execute things on a much more consistent basis than us, both with the ball, with the bat and in the field. And, this game of cricket, it is based on how you bat, how you bowl and how you field. And they've been able to outdo us, on a much higher level. We showed it in passages in these first 3 games, and again, this week thought, we did incredibly well to take it to where we did to on this 4th innings, and I thought we were on for another heist this morning when Jamie and Will were playing so well. But look, it's we can't do what we came here to do. But look, there's some good stuff to take out of this game.
It feels like you have to expect the unexpected with your side. Whenever your back's against the wall, it feels like you come out and put a performance in. 435 is what you needed, and you nearly got there. But it feels like when you are in front, it's just maintaining that pressure and that momentum going forward.
Yeah, definitely, and I think looking back on this game, losing the toss and going into bowl and keeping Australia to an under-par score, which we thought, and then not being able to respond in the way that we wanted to with the bat when we knew that we had a great opportunity to be able to go and put a big score on the board, and then to fight back the way that we did with the ball yesterday morning to take 6 for 60 or something like that. And look, we were confident that we had a very, very good chance of being able to chase it down because we knew how good of a wicket it was. There was obviously going to be challenges that were presented to us, and we dealt with them pretty well in passages. And then obviously losing those 3 wickets at the back end of that day yesterday obviously set us back a bit. But look, all the stuff from last week around the stuff that I wanted to see a bit more from the team, I can definitely say I've seen that this week. Some of the guys lower down the order, I thought stuck in and showed that courage and fight and responsibility that I was asking for. Yes, we've been on the wrong side of the result, but I think we can take a lot from this game into the remaining 2 games, and I think we've learned a lot about ourselves as a team as well.
You're showing a lot of loyalty in your players, and that is an admirable quality, but do you think that it's cost you at times in this series?
No, I think we've all done that to ourselves really, as opposed to any individual. Look, we've not been consistent or relentless enough, even though it's a word that I don't quite like to use, but our execution just hasn't been anywhere near good enough to be able to come to Australia here and compete with these guys, and I think at the moment the scoreline reflects that. But we got 2 more games, we've got so much to play for. We aren't going to just fall over and let this series play out. We're going to leave absolutely everything out there on the field that we do. We've got people coming over here, to come and watch these last 2 games. We've got so much more to play for, and we're gonna give absolutely everything for these last 2 games.
We've had some pretty amazing support from the Barmy Army as well, especially over on the hill. Enjoy the next few days off. Have a good Christmas, and see you in Melbourne.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Ben Stokes, the England captain. Now time to welcome up the Ashes winning captain, Pat Cummins. You've won the Ashes inside 11 days. How does that feel?
It was pretty awesome. Amazing. This series I've been thinking about for a long time. It wasn't easy today, but we got it done, and pretty excited change room in there.
Yeah, I mean, you really raced to fitness yourself to get yourself back playing in this Test match. What did it take for you to get back?
A fair bit of patience initially, and then the last kind of 2 months been a bit of a grind. Just give myself every chance, but it's all worth it when you get days like this, packed crowd and retaining the Ashes.
And it feels like patience has been the word for you. Anytime England brought a partnership together, you think about Joe Root, Zach Crawley yesterday, you came on, got the breakthrough today. When England were getting closer to that target, it felt like there was a lot of calm out there. Was that the key for you when it came to taking those final wickets?
I think that's when we're at our best, this cricket team. You can't really rush things here in Australia. I think you kind of will it to happen, but it doesn't really work that way. So it's good old-fashioned grind a lot of the time, and I love the toil from all the guys today, and got a little bit closer than I would like, but pretty happy.
I know you weren't part of the first 2 Test matches, but just how much strategy did go into this series with England coming over?
Yeah, a fair bit. I think first of all, you need more than just 11 players in an Ashes series, 5 tests. And even 3 tests in, we've shown that. We've used 14 or 15 players. Obviously Steve was great. But I think it's always focusing on what we do really well as bowlers, not trying to get too carried away with the opposition, and maybe throw out a couple of different fielders, but most of the time we just focus on what we do well.
And you've been thrown a couple of different kind of situations throughout this series, and the adaptability has been really important for your guys. I spoke to Mitch about experience and how important that is. Has that come into play? For example, Travis Head going to the top of the order, Usman Khawaja having to come in at the last second, no late line in the last innings here.
I think that's one of the things I'm most proud about this group. Nothing ever really happens perfectly. There's always something that gets thrown up. Over the last few years, this group's just shown you just kind of crack on. Even I missed the first couple of games. Steve's set right in. It was smooth, seamless. And there's always things that crop up. Nate Lyon, doing his hemi with a couple of hours left today. But the boys just go, okay, that's happened. Let's crack on. What's next? And I think that's one of our, the big reasons why we've had our success over the last couple of years.
We heard Ben Stokes talk about there that the relentlessness, you just keep coming, not just with the ball and the bat, but the fielding, exceptional. Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, incredible. I think Steve and he might have a fight on who gets second slip back next week. And this tough pitch here in Adelaide, it wasn't too much on offer. 20 wickets was always going to be pretty tough. And, Marnus manufactured a couple more for us with some of that fielding.
And a lot of South Australians here to witness an Ashes series win, but a couple of South Australians performing incredibly well.
That's right. Travis Head and Alex Carey. Don't know where both their statues are going to go soon, but they deserve it. It's such a wonderful place to play Test cricket. Packed crowds all 5 days. So many people travel into state for this one Test match each year, and seeing two homegrown heroes was awesome.
Are we going to see you for the rest of the series, or is it just coming in for the win here and then have a little break to rest up that bag?
Yeah, take the credit here. We'll see. We'll see how I pull up over the next day or two, and we'll make a decision, but savour this one for now.
Okay, well done once again, Pat. Great to see you back playing, contributing with the ball, with the captaincy. I'm sure Steve Smith would have been devastated to miss out here, but enjoy your Christmas, and we'll see you in Melbourne.
Thanks, Aisha. You too.
Australia have won the Ashes here in Adelaide. We'll see you at the next Test match, the Boxing Day Test on the 26th of December.
That's the presentation with Aisha Gua. Let's move into our post-game show.
The post-match show for Isuzu. Everyday life doesn't have to be everyday at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. And Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Final crowd for this Adelaide Test is posted at 223,638, a record attendance for a Test match here at the Oval. Australia win by 82 runs, bowling England out for 352 in 102.5 overs. A lot to savour there, Lisa, Flem, Cat. Australia have played this series without its captain in the first two games, without its champion batter in the third test, without Josh Hazlewood throughout. Nathan Lyons ripped his hamstring in the quest for victory here. There is all manner of adversity and vulnerabilities that have been overcome, which I think in time will enhance the achievement of being 3-0 in 11 days.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think it just highlights how the squad mentality has worked, and they trust the fact that there's a lot of experienced cricketers that will be given an opportunity when an opportunity presents, like they have. And whether it was Khawaja coming in for Smith this test, or whether it was Nisa playing ahead of Lyon at the Gabba, or whether it was young Doggett and Weatherald on debut in Perth getting an opportunity, that energy brought something different to the team and group. And I think this group has been very good at welcoming new players into it, and then also adapting when they have had senior players miss out for whatever reason, through injury or illness or whatever. So when you look at this group, it is a tight group, and they've achieved so many great things together over the last 5-8 years, however long you want to look back. They've been through some adversity together with everything that happened way back when, and I think they've come out of it better for it. And this experience here, they've steeled themselves for this series, and there's no doubt that they've been ready for it, hungry for it, and I'd be very surprised if they don't go and win it 5-0 from here. But we've seen some positive signs from England, and surprise, surprise, they've had two tough sort of preparation tests leading into the third test. Where was that before the first test to make sure they were ready to go for this Ashes? All of a sudden they start playing their best cricket when the series is pretty much done and dusted. Yes, the pressure's probably been relieved a bit, but no coincidence when you play this game and play a tough couple of games, you start to hit your straps, you start to feel comfortable in these conditions, and they played their best cricket here in Adelaide. And I think Ben Stokes' words in Brisbane weren't hollow. A number of their players stood up in this test and showed the fight and spirit he wanted. So they'll be better for that, and I expect them to be a lot stronger in the last couple of tests now.
Lisa, they are all circumstances that could have had Australia incredibly vulnerable to an England side which was being so highly rated, but they have defended the fort of home resolutely.
Yeah, they have, and that goes to the culture within the group, but also I probably go a little bit further and go the Australia A program, giving a lot of players an opportunity, players coming in the white ball Australian team, getting an experience of being part of an Australian team. What is it like touring, the pressures that come with that, whether it even be just looking and learning off these senior players. I think that is really important. And then also our Sheffield Shield. We've gone back to Sheffield Shield being the most important competition, and quality of runs and wickets does add a lot of value to you as a player, as a stock, to try and come into that Australian team. And when that happens, it means players can come in and have an immediate impact, and that's what we've seen.
It's been a sustained excellence just in all three forms, haven't there? The batting, the bowling, and especially the fielding, which again was on display for us, Flem, today.
Wow. What about Marnus stepping in for Stephen Smith? Some of those catches were just unbelievable. Big ins, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, although poor Lino's going out. So it'll be intriguing to see who replaces him. Is it Todd Murphy, who's done it in the past? Matt Kuhneman's done it in the subcontinent, or Corey Roccacelli, who's last 3 years have been outstanding and in Australian conditions. So he may be on debut. Mitchell Starc, Scott Boland, that bowling lineup was just unrelenting. For England, I just think they've learned something as the series has gone on. They could have learnt that in state games or Australia A games before the first test. But unfortunately, it's come to the last test third test where they've shown some fight, found some players as well. Look, wonder if that gets Zach Crawley into career best form ever, because he's not just a slogger. I think Will Jacks should be in the team.
All right, let me wind you up here, Flem, because Pat Cummins is joining Colo and Bharat.
Yes, indeed he is, Pat Cummins. I think it's the fourth time in a row Australia have wrapped up the Ashes at home in 3 test matches. I mean, what a remarkable achievement for your team.
Yeah, incredible. When you say it like that, it seems like it would have been smooth sailing, but there's always moments where it feels like it's in the balance, and made us work for it today, but very, very content right now.
You did have to work hard. Were there a couple of moments today where you thought, gee, England might be in this?
Always have that bit of the buffer with runs, but there wasn't a lot doing with the pitch out there, so you just kind of thinking, okay, we wouldn't mind a little bit of spin here, and then Nath went off, and you're like, wouldn't mind a bit more seam and up and down bounce here, but got it done.
Just on Nathan, before we go any further, any update from your perspective on how he's tracking, or the viability of him playing in the rest of the series even?
Don't know yet. He's in crutches, so probably not the greatest sign, so I doubt he'd be right for the next 2, but I haven't heard anything more than that, really.
What about your body, Pat? You had wickets in both innings, and like you said, you bowled with no restrictions at all.
Yeah, felt great. I feel really good still. Just feels like I played a kind of a normal test match, or the bruises and bumps of a normal kind of test match where you bowl 30-odd overs. But, I feel really good, and, I think coming into the test match fresh was probably a bonus.
Just on that, is it onwards to Melbourne for you, or do you think now you'll play things smart now you've wrapped up the series, that you may not play next week, or indeed Sydney might be, whether you feel it at the time?
We'll sit down and probably have a chat about that in the next day or two. I think we always thought 3 on the bounce was going to be tough, but we're pretty open-minded to anything when the series was live. So, now that we've won, we'll sit back and work out kind of what's worth it.
Not too many Australian captains have won multiple Ashes series, Pat. This is your second here. And to wrap it up here with the crowds over the last 5 days, South Australians, just the whole atmosphere of it all.
Oh, it's awesome. It just gets better every year. Home test summer and Ashes, this has been huge. It's been awesome cricket, but the crowds have been just amazing, in the build-up, a few days out. I've never seen so many people walking the streets of travel over from England or interstate. So I've absolutely loved it. Even the first 2 tests when I wasn't in the middle of it, it was just great fun.
And just generally, once you get to 3-0, the next destination is not 4-0 but 5-0. I know you've just won this year, won this right now. Like, is that what you're thinking next after this?
Not really thinking about it at the moment. I think, we savour this, we enjoy it. The goal's always to win the series, so we enjoy this one. And I'm guessing around about Christmas lunchtime, people go, we've got a test match tomorrow. Okay, let's pull start focusing and try and get the job done.
And England have had the chance to play against an Australian team that has had to rotate and change. Of course, you've suffered from injuries, yourself included. I mean, being able to depend on bench depth and catching so well and doing the simple things right.
Yeah, it's incredibly proud to see a group come together. I think we've had 14 or 15 players so far. Really strong state systems, but the coaching as well. That anyone that stepped in has done a great job straight away. I feel like you can genuinely pick anyone in the squad and they're going to slot straight in and know they're going to perform. So, I feel like we're in a great place and it's awesome. Good fun.
Brilliant. You've got more bits and pieces to get to. Pat Cummins, congratulations. You've won the Ashes again. Thanks for joining us as always.
Awesome. Cheers, guys. Ta.
Back up to you upstairs, Gerard.
Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan there. So felt the nerves as the day went on, Flem. Just wanted a little bit more spin, a little bit more seam as runs start to come down, but they get there with 82 to spare.
They looked very relieved when Smith got out, didn't they? But what a great test match. South Australia, 223,000 people turned up. I mean, this is a winner at this time of the year here in Adelaide. Travis Head, just when you think his reputation can't get any bigger in the Australian team or in Adelaide, he's at its peak and may it be a long peak. And Alex Carey, just fantastic, man of the match. He's in the form of his life, batting-wise, glove-wise. He won to bat number 6. He's doing it and scoring test hundreds. Travis Head is scoring test hundreds as an opener. So there's been some changes, to the elements of this Australian team as well.
Game scores read well for the history book. So halfway through the second session on day 5, 371 and 349 to 286 and 352. So this is why we revere this strip here at Adelaide Oval. It provides the best cricket of the summer.
Yeah, sorry, last thing, South Australian Test is well done, Damien Hoff. Every skill got something, and from day one, at least, wasn't it? It was turning. So brilliant. The spinners could get wickets. You could certainly play your shots. The quicks got wickets. For me, that's almost a perfect test wicket.
Did you enjoy it?
Loved it. Always do, Gerard. Particularly when we win 3-0.
Yeah.
How good.
That's Colo's point. 4 in a row and 6 out of the past 7 have been 3-0 after 3 tests.
Yeah.
And we're on a streak. 5-0, 4-0, 4-0, 3-0 with 2 to go. So this is how hard it is for England on these shores. They haven't won a test match here since 10-11 and they've lost 16 out of 18.
Just on Stokes as well, with his post-match presentation, he put a lot of credit to the playing group and the lower order. I noted that he kind of mentioned the lower order showed a bit of fight, so which makes me start to think, is a few players up the top, is their position now under speculation leading into the Boxing Day? And it should be that these guys should be fighting for their positions. So an Ollie Pope, Ben Duckett, who have been extremely disappointing on Australian shores, if they can show the fight and determination that the middle to lower order has for England, then we've still got some entertaining cricket to watch and cover.
Yeah, it's spot on. They deserve to be under the gun because, if they both get 30 each, England almost get home. And that's what it takes to win in Australia, contributions from everyone. And I think, the lower order have led the way, and sometimes it is slightly easier at times because they do get an older ball when they first walk out to bat, but you've still got to make runs wherever you bat. And I think he just wants to see this team apply themselves, and because he's led the way with showing them how to go about it, particularly with his knock in the second innings at the Gabba and then his first innings knock here, I think it's shown a few of these young kids how to go about playing tough test match cricket against this Australian team, and hopefully now they're going to have a better template to have success in these conditions, because we've been saying it for probably over 4 or 5 weeks now, but that's just coming from past players that know these conditions like the back of our hands. It's about time they've probably seen for themselves what it takes to be successful here in Australia, and they're seeing it live from their skipper, Ben Stokes.
Would you expect that to continue on now, Flem?
I don't know. I'm still a little bit confused by it all. It was better. I got a bit more of a read on him that Bazball's getting subdued, as it has been the last 12, 18 months. The scoring rate, even in England, had gone that way. But there's still players that it hasn't clicked for them, that they haven't adjusted to these conditions. So I'm not sure what they can do selection-wise, really. No spare opening batsman. Smith got 60. Played pretty well, but there's a flightiness to Smith. I thought Jax looked a lot more solid than him.
Maybe Jax can go up.
I'd be pushing everyone up, Pope out, and I'd play the extra bowler. Come on, try and get 20 wickets.
Yeah.
Whether that's Atkinson coming back in. I think they missed a trick by not playing Bashir here. Do you play him in Melbourne and Sydney? Who knows what we're going to get in Sydney. So, I'd just do that, basically. Pope out and add an extra bowler for England.
Yeah, I think Ben Stokes is the best equipped to go up the order. Root should do it, but he probably doesn't want to do it. He's happy at 4. Brooks probably content at 5 because of the way he plays. But I think technically, and we saw it in this test, Ben Stokes is the best equipped because he's got a good defence. He's prepared to leave the ball. It'll be a challenge for him facing someone like Mitchell Starc and Cummins with the new ball.
I'll worry about him.
But
it gets bowled too much for me.
True, but the thing is, if it means that they then have another genuine bowling option and he doesn't have to bowl anywhere near as much as he has been,
Yep.
I think he'll be better for it long term than by doing what he's doing at the moment, which, that bowling would have taken a fair bit out of him. Then the batting innings took a fair bit out of him, and then he couldn't front up with the ball in the third innings. So I think long term, and in these conditions, in England it's different because the ball moves around for him, but here it's going to be hard for him to...
It's not as hard on your feet either.
Yeah.
Like it's, these are drop-in pitches.
Yeah.
So, there's less giving them. So I agree. Like, I just think he's that handicap green, and if he gets on a roll, he just keeps bowling. But, when you need a wicket, he should be just bringing himself on more than bowling the stock overs.
Is the biggest gap between the two teams the quality of the Australian attack, which even when England threatens to get ascendancy, they still give away nothing. And just the relentlessness of it, which I think we saw progressively through 40-degree heat and then through a run chase, which vaguely became a possibility, but they were just unrelenting.
Yeah, I still question whether they can bowl us out in the fourth innings, to get 20 wickets. They got us out in the second innings, but they were pretty much going on with it and they felt like they had enough runs there. So, no, I think it's well and truly with the ball. And you've got to remember, Stephen Smith didn't play here. I'm backing Smith for a massive 100 on that type of pitch.
I think also we saw this test match really short, sharp spells from the Australian team. And one thing that our bowling group does extremely well is from ball one, regardless, they land it where they want to. Whereas England, it feels like it takes them a couple of deliveries, then they get their stride, then another couple of overs, then they get their line, their length, and by that time, you've leaked how many runs. So I think that's the difference, that the English bowlers aren't able to execute straight away. And we even heard Ben Stokes talk about execution being the key.
So, Kat and Flem, as you're going to head downstairs in a moment's time, Australia's going to have to make some changes for Boxing Day. So they had the luxury, and now the Ashes are retained. At home, you want to win all your test matches to set your World Test Championship up, and they won't want to let England off the hook. Pat Cummins is clearly not playing, just listening to him there. Their plan is really clear with him. He's not playing.
No, and look, it's a quick turnaround. So why would you risk him, given how valuable he is to Australian cricket across, the variety of formats they play, and with what's coming up in the next, 12 to 18 months, there's a huge amount of cricket. So I think from a long-term perspective, I can see why they wouldn't risk him. And also with this series, the way it played out, this was a vital test. He came in, got the job done, and if he has to be put on ice, so be it. Because we've seen there's other guys there that are hungry and have come in and done a job, and albeit in a different way to what Pat Cummins can do. They're probably not going to be as dominant as someone like him, but you look at what Nisa did at Brisbane, and he did a great job and got the job done when Cummins was out. So, yeah, a lot will depend on what the MCG looks like with the grass and the wicket and stuff like that, but it has aided the bowlers in recent times. So, whether they feel like they need to replace Nathan Lyon with a like for like, I'm really interested in that. I think, the obvious one will be Murphy because he's been in and around this group and played in the subcontinent, but I think The one that probably deserves to be looked at is the young kid from WA. I want to say young, he's only 28, but Roccacelli has done very, very well for a number of years in at a venue that hasn't been well renowned for spin over a long period of time. So, and he's as probably similar as I've seen to Nathan Lyon amongst our spinners in state cricket. I don't profess to have watched all of it, but from what I've seen, he's tall, he gets the ball to drop and he gets bounce, and he's bowled on a surface that doesn't always, spin square. So I'd like to think that he'll be in the mix, but I think Murphy will get the nod. Kuhnemann, I think, will play in the subcontinent. I think he's done so well there and he just hasn't probably played enough this season for Tassie to warrant getting picked for a test match at the MCG. But I think, he'll be a long-term prospect away from home. And then what happens with Steve Smith? Well, I mean, you can't really say that Khawaja misses out now. He's grabbed his chance. He's looked, comfortable in that role. It's probably actually a better role for him where he's at in his career, away from the new ball. Starting against an older ball, very good player of spin, and, that might well be what happens for him for the rest of the series.
So Fleming got to change a batter, a spin bowler and a fast bowler in all likelihood. It's such an unlikely scenario, but that's been Australia this series.
Yeah, so Smithy back in, Inglis out. So Cam Green's lucky, but he's young. They want his bowling. So knees are in for Cummins and, well, no, with the spinner they picked, but I'd actually go Roccacelli.
Okay. Flamcat, you head down to join the team. Let's work through the post-game, shall we? Our post-game for Sonos. Merry Christmas to you both, incidentally. We'll see you Boxing Day in Melbourne. Our post-game show for Sonos this summer. Feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live at the Isuzu MUX. Play resumed today at 6 for 207. So the fall of wickets for Smarterlight. Smith caught Cummins, bowled Stark for 60, 7 for 281. It was a 91-run stand. Jacks caught Labuschagne, bowled Stark for 47, 8 for 337. That was a 52-run stand. Archer caught Weatherall, bowled Stark for 3, 9 for 349. Tongue caught Labuschagne, bowled Boland for 1, all out 352. Cast not out 39 from 64 balls. 352 from 102.5 overs. Stark 3 for 62. Cummins 3 for 48. Lyon 3 for 77. Boland 1 for 35. Green none for 44. Head none for 61. And Labuschagne none for 7. Made tough like the Aussie cricket team. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. No batteries required. Smarterlight.com. At least have a choice for your play of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise.
Going to have to go for Marnus Labuschagne.
Stealing catches from the keeper.
Yeah, I just thought, he's a guy that has been the pocket rocket when it's stinking hot out there. He provides the entertainment. He keeps everyone up and about. He's got plenty of energy to burn, and he was the difference in breaking partnerships when Australia really needed it.
Choose to drink wise. Australia has won by 82 runs, 3-0 lead. The Ashes retained. Our post-game show is for Sonos. Feel the sound of every play. And for Isuzu, love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. The player of the match, thanks to Ray White commercial.
Yeah, Alex Carey has to be. So happy for him. He is the nice guy of the Australian team. To be fair, a lot of them are, right? But given the family tragedy only a few months ago with his father and his passing, and then to kind of park that, play some really good cricket. He's been celebrated as the keeper at the Gabba, but then he's provided some runs, and I mentioned in this test match, wanted to bat up higher and has absolutely taken that opportunity with both hands, and I can't see him dropping down anymore.
RWC Ray White's commercial property specialists. Who's been our hard worker? The Working Hard Award for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
I'm going to go Mitch Stark. I think with Nathan Lyon going out, you could see that he was blowing a little bit. He was having issues with where his feet were landing, and just the amount of work that he's done in the previous 2 tests. Mitch Starc seems to be the lone soldier with the fast bowling cartel. He's the one that is always playing every single game, and again he bowled well at the back end to pick up the last few wickets.
He got those 3 in a row and it was hard going for Australia. Work locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. What would you like to do with your team for Boxing Day?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. A part of me actually thinks, unfortunately, Usman Khawaja doesn't come back in if Steve Smith's right. I think Australia need to keep looking forward, and I know there's the romanticism of Usman potentially playing in his last couple of test matches on Australian soil, but I think Josh Inglis is that for the future. We've already won the series. I think allow Cam Green, Josh Inglis and Weatherall to kind of get a bearing without the pressure, enjoy these next 2 test matches and see if they can cement their spot. In terms of spin, maybe Todd Murphy. I haven't seen enough of Corey, so I think Todd Murphy, given that it's the MCG, he would have obviously played a lot of Shield cricket there. And then I've heard little whispers of maybe a Jai Richardson coming in. He came and bowled to the players at day 1 or even in the lead up, so unfortunately that means like a dog at Anisa and those guys miss out, but that's the great thing about this Australian group, is they've been able to call upon various different players to come into the camp and perform well.
And what do you think happens from here? It's 3-0 with 2 to go. Is it whitewash? Is it English fight back? What happens Melbourne, Sydney?
I think England have kind of unlocked a little bit of the template of what needs to be done. But the problem is, and we've discussed this at length, it's just the consistency and the execution. So I don't see that changing very quickly, but I do see them fighting harder, which will make for 2 entertaining tests. But if rain doesn't get in the way, I certainly see 5-0.
Lisa, great to have you as part of it. Thanks for, it's been a memorable test match, hasn't it?
Sure has. I've been very, very lucky to be sharing the booth with you guys and watching some great cricket.
Lisa Sthalekar with us on SEN Test Cricket. This has been our post-game wrap for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. Australia win by 82 runs in Adelaide, a 3-0 lead in the series. The Ashes are retained. To all of you, on behalf of everyone at SEN Test Cricket, a Merry Christmas. We will be with you the morning of Boxing Day from the MCG, an iconic stage for cricket. We sign off from Adelaide with the Tasman Butchers' sizzling moment. Australia has retained the Ashes in 11 days. See you in Melbourne. Boland to Tongue. Edges caught. Labuschagne takes the catch. The Ashes are secure. It's mission accomplished in Adelaide. We should be so proud. In the face of much adversity, Australia win 3-0. England fought the fight here in a mammoth run chase, but the downfall of Bazball comes in 11 days. Australia win by 82 runs. The urn remains down under.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality fresh cuts for your family.